a little bit. Although big break when Anthony Davis scratched.
Yeah,
Huge break.
sorry to hear about Anthony Davis dealing with a headache. I know those symptoms
nausea.
are pretty serious.
What do you give me for Anthony Davis's headache and nausea and John Joe Curley's headache and nausea at 5:58 a.m. this morning?
I think he's got it this morning because our guy John Joe just came running in the door a couple of minutes ago.
We can be honest about this because it's happened to all of us. And it's happened to me. It happened to me within the last 6 months. You were the one who saved me.
Oh, yeah.
Was it the Super Bowl?
It was post-Super Bowl because our alarm clocks weren't reset from Las Vegas.
So it happened to him. It's happened a handful of times, but he had the dreaded whatever, biff the alarm.
Mm-hmm.
But he did just arrive in time for the show and announce that he's so distraught by his clock mishap that he feels like he's going to throw up.
I kind of want to see him throw up. just the thought of John Joe doing sprints up Broadway trying to make it on time. In the loafers and in the slacks, too.
Can we get that puke sound at 6:02? Do we have that? Yeah, there you go. Thank you very much.
I'll give you one live.
Yeah,
that was it.
You don't have it on the board.
No, I don't have it. No, that was me actually doing the actual ad-lib. But yeah, I want to get
Anthony Davis with
that's
headaches
Anthony
and
Davis
nausea.
with the headache. But our guy, Young Tony, of course, the guy that always calms the water.
Oh, yeah.
I came in this morning with the story about AD. I was like, yo, what's up? AD misses the game last night because of a headache. And Young Tony turns around and he goes, yeah, what the hell? I had a headache and I was here working yesterday.
I tell you, this kid, as he said, when I walked in, he was the only guy here other than Overnight Dave. And he just was the portrait of calm.
Yeah.
And I said, so with Curly not here, how will this materially affect the show? He goes, not at all, Brody. It's all good, dog.
I got it all ready to go.
So anyway, yes, the Warriors and young Tony handling their business. They get it last night. If you missed it, well, if you were too busy screaming at the Giants, you could probably call it in early. Why don't we call it in early? A 6:03 call because Warriors are feeling good about themselves. They're running for the cell phone. And you got Bruce Q. Frazier heading out to a Hollywood club, grabbing his cell phone, calling Adam Silver, waking his A up in New York. Silver said, wait a minute, are you on some sort of late season push for the 8 seed? To which Bruce Q. Frazier said, don't worry about it, skinny boy. Just put it in the books. Golden State Warriors 134, LA Lakers 120.
Woo! Beautiful basketball. Beautiful basketball.
That is buttery.
It's lovely.
Yes, sir.
What was buttery was the Warriors going 26 for 41. Wait for it. 26 for 41, not from the free throw line, not from the 2-point line, from the 3-point line, which is frickin' bonkers, 63.4%. And according to Kendra Andrews and ESPN Stats and Info, of any team that's attempted at least 40 threes, it's happened 3,400 times since the NBA three-point line was invented. It's the best 3-point shooting in the history of the league, dude.
Ever, dude.
Oh, my God.
I mean, I was impressed by the
gosh.
26 three-pointers, but to shoot it that efficiently at that clip, I mean, Murph, if they ever shoot like this again, they're never going to lose a game.
Yeah, listen, so no joke. Last night was our NBA. I'm doing one more year of my season seats, and then I'm tapping out because just for various reasons.
Too many three-pointers.
Too many three-pointers. I wound up not being able to go to many of the games because I'm coaching so much darn CYO during basketball season and school basketball. It was just a dumb for me to be wasting those tickets. But anyway, the point is that we had our draft last night, and you have to draft. It's a playoff draft, so you have to draft, theoretically, any playoff game that might be played.
Ooh.
I had the second pick. You know what I took?
What'd you take?
NBA Finals home game 3.
Look at the cojones on
dude,
you,
go
Murph.
Big or go home,
Look
baby.
at you.
Go big or
Speak
go
it into
home.
existence, Murph.
Go big or go. I said, listen, I didn't drive all the way to the ticket draft to take the freaking play-in game. You know what I mean? So I'm sitting
guy,
pretty.
Tony.
If they make it to the NBA Finals, I'm sitting pretty.
Book it. Game 3 of the NBA Finals. Warriors. Who are the Warriors
Which,
playing
by
in
the way,
finals?
we had to figure out, could they theoretically, because you have to do all these mathematical possibilities, and theoretically, right now, it's possible they could have home court for the NBA Finals.
Wow.
So we had to draft home game 4. You have to draft all the games that are possible, you know? And so play-in, we had to draft 2 play-in games because there's a possibility they'd have 2 play-in home games.
That was my question. So, like, what happens if they only play one playing game?
So
like, what if
if you draft a game that doesn't exist, that was just a bad gamble.
You just got to eat
just
it,
a bad gamble. Yeah,
we've
you don't
all,
have to
we've
pay
all
for
been there
it,
before.
at least. But anyway, so I'm trying to figure: is there a path to the 7? I mean, mathematically, it looks like it, but the writers keep writing. There's only a path to the 8 But right now, Phoenix has 33 losses,
And they lost last night.
and the Warriors have 35 losses, and Phoenix has 3 games left, pardon me. So they could theoretically, but I'd say they can't lose out because this gets complex. They play the Kings.
Too much math.
So that means the Kings and the Suns can't lose out because they play each other.
Somebody's got to win.
So if you do the math, like if Phoenix loses out, that means Sacramento wouldn't lose out, which means Sacramento would finish 7th. Dude, why don't we just let it play out? Put it this way. We know for sure there's a path to the 8.
We know for sure they're in the play-in.
We know for sure, and we know for sure now they have the tiebreaker over the Lakers.
Correct.
And they control their own destiny. If they win out at Portland Thursday versus New Orleans Friday in San Francisco versus Utah Saturday or Sunday in San Francisco, if they win out, they are at least, at worst, the 9 seed.
Correct. And the way that I'm kind of digesting it, shout out to Slater on Twitter, who, of course, is one of the great Warriors beat writers. He says if you get 2 Kings losses or 3 Pelican losses or Sun lose 3 times this week, then the Warriors can jump up to number 8 with a 3-0
So
finish.
he didn't say 7, huh?
He did not say 7, though.
So that's interesting. We had a big debate last night at the draft about whether 7 was in play.
But regardless, if you get into that 8 spot, then you give yourself 2 opportunities to play into the playoffs.
But the first game would be a road game, though.
Correct.
And we drafted 2 play-in games on the theory that they could anyway.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
All I know is I have the NBA Finals.
There we go.
That's all I know.
There we go. Game 3. Get ready.
And all I know is I got to tell you, a 4-8 start has never pissed me off as much as this has been pissing me off. Because first of all, I was a big believer that they were going to quote unquote change the culture. Bob Melvin, Matty Williams, Pat the Bat, Brian Price, Tam High's own. It's like, oh man, they got some adults in the dugout now. Bro, they ain't playing like they got adults. They ain't playing like they're ready. You know what's frustrating me among the many other things? I mean, there's a million things we can talk about. Obviously, headline by the 9th inning when they had the bases loaded with nobody out. And Conforto and Chapman, the guys who are supposed to at least hit the ball out of the infield at that point in time. If you watch their approaches, they're falling behind in counts automatically, and they seem to be taking fastballs right down the middle.
They are taking a lot of pitches this year.
Yeah, and they're taking strikes. They're taking hittable pitches.
No.
I get working a count is one thing. I'm a big worker. I like to work a count, but I also like Ted Williams' number 1 rule of hitting is get a good ball to hit, taught to him by Rogers Hornsby. And John Miller was saying it on the radio last night, and then I got home and watched the last few innings. They're taking cookies, brother. What's going on?
I don't even have a good answer for you.
Yeah.
Like, philosophically, like you said, they want to work pitches. They want to get those pitch counts up. But this early in the season, that shouldn't be your highest priority. When your team's not hitting well, you got to just see ball, hit ball. I don't care if you're coming out the gate swinging on first pitch, because as a former pitcher, I know that every single pitcher is trying to throw a strike on the first pitch of the outing.
Yeah.
So be aggressive. That's the best pitch you're going to get all game. But they're taking that approach. Now, we did talk about the numbers that Susan Slusser was tweeting out about how they are one of the best hard-hitting teams in baseball. They have one of the highest exit velocity, but that doesn't matter when the ball's going straight to defenders every single time.
I didn't see too many hard hit balls off the bats at Conforto and Chapman in the 9th inning last night.
No, not at all.
First of all, Conforto's lucky. Who's the catcher for the Nats? It was Riley Adams. He could have doubled him up, I think, on that play. He chose not to throw. It's like Conforto delayed the embarrassment that Chapman would ultimately suffer on the next swing. And Chapman's actually been hitting the ball kind of hard, but not there. So very, 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 very frustrating. By the way, they scrapped their way back to tie it 3-3 with the help of an error, by the way. They can't score unless the other team makes an error.
Oh, they were booting the ball around.
And the first batter the next inning, Ryan Walker plunks whoever it was he plunked. I forget who he hit. He hit a Nat.
Murph.
And right away, you're in the hole.
And you know where I'm
right
going.
Away.
You know where I'm going with this.
No free 90.
No free 90s.
Are they at the situation? Dude, you can't wave a wand and fix this bullpen either. There's going to be a problem all summer. So much for the 90 wins, so much for my hum babies in the dugout. I'm pissed.
Oh.
I'm super pissed.
The vision's gone already?
With the vision might be scrapped by frickin' tax day.
Wow.
Forget flag
Not
day.
even flag
How about
day.
Tax day?
What is that, in like 4 or 5 days,
Yes.
Wow.
Let's get back to Draymond making
We're
threes.
hitting the panic button when you lose 2 games in a row to the
not
Nationals.
the panic button. It's the pissed button. It's the different P.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, and the Nationals are running them out of the building. And C.J. Abrams is the best player in the gym.
So, I mean,
Best player in the gym.
C.J. Abrams is a really, really good young prospect. I mean, he was the centerpiece of the Juan Soto trade from the San Diego Padres. He beat Kyle a couple times, but outside of that, I thought Kyle had a great night.
Kyle,
that's a positive you can take away.
This is not on Kyle Harrison.
Oh, Kyle was
zero on
cooking
Kyle
yesterday.
Harrison. Absolutely, he did. I mean, the proverbial quality start: 6 innings, 3 runs, more than enough to win the game.
Yep.
More than enough. All right, guys. So the best of times. Give me the Sticks. I'm not a Sticks guy. They have a song called "The Best of Times." The best of I don't like it that much. You can rejoin with it, though. And we'll see if Curly pukes on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Come on, Giants. Hang in there.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
George Conto stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to break down Blake Snell's debut in San Francisco and to talk about these bullpen issues that the Giants have been dealing with. To hear that podcast and more, check it out on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now the one strike offering. Swinging a double play ball to short. Abrams to second for one. The relay back to first. And the ball game is over. And just an excruciating game for the Giants. And with a budding rally here in the last of the ninth, it just got more painful and excruciating. The Giants had the bases loaded and nobody out, and they end up not scoring anything at all.
Well, we leave, 11 on again. So that's been a theme for us, unfortunately. We keep getting them on, we'll score them, but it's getting a little frustrating.
Oh, you think, Bob Melvin? Oh, look at you giving me that sticks. The best of times. That was down in L.A., but he does say in this song, I know you feel these are the worst of times. I do believe it's true. And that was last night at 3rd and King. Shout out me asking for a Styx rejoin, which I think has never happened in the history of this show. But you might as well turn it up for the Styx heads out there. Come on, get your lighter up. That was in L.A. last night.
Yeah.
There you go, buddy. Styx big Tony La Russa band.
I just love the fact that we're going best of times, worst of times, 12 games into the season, Murph.
I'm pissed. I am. I expect it. Dude, good starts can go a long way. And by the way, you think it's going to get any better down in Tampa this weekend? Braves are pretty good.
Oh, Braves are really good.
Yeah.
They're always good.
Really, the only thing the Giants have going for them right now is starting pitching. That's it. I like their starting pitching, and that is pretty much it.
And you would think with the starting pitching that they have that they would have the opportunity to go out there and win ball games. But when they're getting 0 run support, when they can't hit for their lives with runners in scoring position, yeah, it's pretty difficult for guys like Logan Webb, Kyle Harrison, or even a Jordan Hicks or Keaton Wynn to get some run support.
Today, by the way, once again, you have your chance. I'll be out there, buddy. You're going out there too?
Oh, Murph, I haven't missed a game yet.
Yeah, I know. This is you turning in. So he was talking. Marcus was talking before the game. He goes, "Hey, do we have that sound where Kevin Harlan calls Draymond Green? What does he call him?
He's a human flamethrower."
And I said, "Wait a minute, weren't you at the Giants game last night?" He said, "Yeah,
I was."
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I said, "Well, how'd you hear Kevin Harlan?" And the answer was,
"Oh, I'm streaming the Warriors game on my phone, Murph."
And so, but I said, "Well, what about the audio? Because there's ambient noise at a baseball game."
I got an AirPod in,
and he's got his AirPods. I said, "You are like," and I say this with great love and respect, but I remember going to A's games when I was a kid, and the A's drew a certain kind of fan, sort of an elderly lady with a hat with pins on it, with a transistor radio in the earpiece.
That's me, Murph.
That's you, brother. That's you.
And by the way, I had the cell phone. I also had the transistor radio in case I wanted to throw the KNBR call on.
You know what, dude? You're both a beautiful man and borderline insane.
Well, Murph,
yeah.
I take that as a compliment, but as the great John Wooden said, failing to prepare is preparing to fail. I got to prep for the show in the morning.
I'm going to applaud this right now. I'm going to applaud this. This is outstanding.
Yeah, I'm not missing a Warriors-Lakers game, and I'm not missing a Kyle Harrison start.
You're a young man on the rise, is what you are. You're a young man on the rise.
I'm just trying to put in the work, Murph.
It's funny. Yesterday wait for it. In my Marty Lurie documentary interview.
Wow.
Wait a minute. I'll say it again. In my Marty Lurie documentary interview.
It's orgasmic.
Oh, by the way, I was one of, wait for it, 90 people interviewed for the documentary.
Wait, only 90 people?
This is not a documentary on Franklin D. Roosevelt. This is not a documentary on Thomas Edison. This is my documentary on Marty Lurie.
Dude.
There's 90 people being interviewed. I was one of 90. I hope to get a scrap in there, but one of the things we talked about was work ethic and preparing and showing up, and how Marty, shows up at the park all the time. Yeah. He just showed up at the park day after day after day. like you.
That's
buddy.
me, Murph.
Like you.
But I'm not like you, like getting like a number at the deli to do an interview for Marty Laurie.
I guess I was like number 57. I was like Jonathan Sanchez or something.
Oh,
I
that's
don't know.
perfect. I was hoping to give you like a little bracelet or like a jacket where it said like ML and then you had the personal number 57 underneath it.
Well, they, by the way, it's being called, the title is Baseball Mensch. And it's a perfect time to say good morning to young Tony Farias, who, by the way, was the portrait of calm amid the storm this morning.
Tony is a real mensch, I'll tell you that.
The storm of Curly's absence. You know, Curly kind of was pitched to us as the ultimate pro, like from the quarter zip to the slacks to the loafers. And I have to say, every day I've walked in, he's been in the same cubicle, at the same desk, prepping the same way.
The same slacks.
Same haircut, same thing, same my man, same fist bump, and then immediately wants to talk about what's the big hit for today. And when today I came in, no sign of him.
No big hit.
Sign.
What do you give me for Curly and the Giants with runners in scoring position last night? No big hits.
Hit that dribble, but around the corner was sitting there as cool as the other side of the pillow, young Tony. So good morning, young Tony. Way to be the portrait of ice back there, buddy.
Good morning. Happy to help always, man.
Yeah.
Team effort.
Whether he calls you Brody or dog, he's there to take care of it, dude. So and the best part was when I said, so if Curly doesn't make it here on time, how does that affect the show? He goes, not at all, dog.
It's taken care of. Everything is perfectly fine as long as Tony's here.
So well done, dude. Well done.
Well, we're talking to a young kid for people who don't know. Before John Joe hopped on, this guy was producing, run the board. He was the jack of all trades behind the glass.
He's the guy. He's one of the most valuable guys in the building. Would you call him the C.J. Abrams of KNBR?
Dude,
that's what I would call him.
Young, upcoming prospect.
Yeah. Huge
Stud
talent.
of the team.
Man, oh, man.
Out here hitting bombs, swiping bags.
I've gotten to the point now where I forgot why I was calling you in. We were talking about knowing something. Anyway,
Marty
Lurie. Oh, mensch.
Mensch, you're a real
Baseball mensch. I imagine that's probably a word. I'm guessing that word has escaped your young ears.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah. Mensch is a Yiddish word from the Jewish faith. And the guy asked me to define it. My man asked me to define. I said, it's a person. I said it to me. It's a person pure of heart, pure of intentions, a stand-up person, a reliable person. You know, something we all aspire to be, and probably none of us is. At least I'm just speaking for myself.
Whoa.
So Baseball Mensch is the name of the documentary.
Well, Murph, I could tell you one mensch that's actually here this morning. Our guy Paul Tonelli down the hallway, who was once recognized by, I believe, the Jewish Hall of Fame as Mensch of the Year.
That's incredible. That's unbelievable.
I remember we had the postcard down in the studio.
That's
it was great.
fantastic.
With Tonelli's face right in the middle.
Absolutely
Mensch
fantastic.
of the Year, Tony.
I'll tell you, who's not a mensch right now is Bob Melvin's Giants.
Oh.
Lack of menschness going on right now.
No bench, no mensch.
Very good. You know, he keeps running out that same lineup, which I thought was good, but when I see it now, I get depressed.
I thought it was
when
good.
I see Yaz and Ahmed and everything, I'm like, dude, can we shake this thing up a little bit? You know. So anyway, young Tone, how did you handle last night's 2-screen action?
It was great. I thought Harrison pitched really well. I thought he was going to strike out like 15, 20 guys starting the game.
Did you have 2 screens on? What did you do? How'd you toggle?
I did the one screen and then fell right asleep. So, I mean, I got to get
She
to
just
bed.
woke up to the good news that the Warriors made 26 out of 41 threes.
Correct,
Well,
yes.
you know
Saw the
what he
highlights.
did? He woke up this morning and threw on Dubs OT while he was cooking those eggs.
Well, also just to continue to roast, and we do it all. He woke up this morning unlike the guy behind him. No, Joe, didn't we?
That is true.
All right.
See, because I get to bed early. This guy sending out pre-show rundowns at 10:29.
That's true. Yeah, he burning the candle at both ends, brother.
Yeah, and
burning the candle at both
Tony
ends.
showed up on time after pulling an all-dayer yesterday. Props to you, dog.
Hey, today's an all-dayer for me.
tough.
What was the all-dayer? What was the details of your all-dayer? Was there a detail?
After the show?
Yeah.
Oh, just went home. I actually ran some errands. Had to get a few things done.
How'd you know he pulled an all-dayer?
Because the kid doesn't
Always.
take naps.
I don't ever take naps.
365,
I'm built different.
24/7. This kid's cut from a different cloth.
Yeah. It's like Ford, built tough. Well, I'm pulling an all-dayer today. Let's see how that goes. It's not going to go well if they lose because I might let loose with some invectives from my seats.
Oh, if
all right?
if the Giants are losing today, Murph might take a nap during a 7th inning stretch with his shoes on.
Yeah, I will. With an AirPod in too, listening to KNBR.
You got it.
All right, let's get the guest list. Marcus, after you tell the good people what's going on business-wise, I believe the 620 premium coming your way.
Oh, just letting the horns play
I
out,
thought
Murph.
reading it over the horns was more majestic.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll tell you that the Murph and Mac show, or excuse me, the Murph and Marcus show, and the horns are sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate
Old
at
habits.
Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. Hey, Redwood Credit Union has always been a sponsor of the morning
Man,
show.
it's all fun. It's all fun and games. All right, what do we got, Young Tone, on a Wednesday 4/10/24, where I'm going to give up on the Giants by tax day?
Ooh, all right. Starting off the show, Mike Krukow at 7:30 this morning to break down that game.
Well, he's always positive. It's going to be hard to be positive right now, man. So Pat Burrell and Barry, they say Barry Bonds is around the park a lot. Whatever's going on in the hitting meetings, Pat the Bat better put a foot in somebody's rear end.
Can Barry step into the box?
I mean, is it too many cooks spoiling the broth? Should Barry not be around? I don't know. I'm getting irresponsible. So let's move on.
Good thing is it's a day game today. That's what Kipe said on the postgame wrap. He's like, good thing is you don't have to sleep too long.
Quick turnaround.
And Jordan Hicks, too, right? Against Pat Corbin, who has been bad of late. My Washington National nephews, who I was texting with last night, they're maniacal Nats fans. They said, well, you should feel good because you're going to face the worst pitcher in the history of baseball tomorrow. They're down on Pat Corbin in the nation's capital.
Well, here's the thing, Murph. I felt good when Josiah Gray got scratched yesterday and the Washington Nationals had to go with Alden or some guy from the bullpen. I felt good yesterday.
Yeah.
How'd that turn out?
Yeah.
Not good.
Not good. Okay, so Kruk.
7:30, big hit 7:50. Thinking Warriors, Giants.
Let's see how the morning goes.
That's a big hit.
Yeah.
I like it. And then Rich Aurelia, legendary Giants shortstop, stopping by the show at 8:15.
I like seeing him and Sean just frustrated on the post game, and Rich finally just said, somebody's got to say, and Richie goes, I'm just asking, who wants to be the guy? That's what Richie said. Who wants to be the guy? Right now, nobody.
Yeah. All right. Well, we got Andrew Baggerly confirmed for 9:35 this morning, senior writer for The Athletic who covers the Giants. Perfect. We are efforting Sam Gordon at 9:15 this morning. He may or may not be on a flight.
Well, that's really good
down the Warriors game.
Verbiage right there, efforting. Let's talk about a historic night in Los Angeles next on the Sports Leader.
Giants-Cubs baseball rained out today at Wrigley Field due to rain.
Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Green, who hits a three right there. Draymond leading the charge on defense and knocking down a tray right there for the Warriors. What a Pajemski got it, and what a pass by Draymond Green. 4 assists already. Green over Hayes, a three. Good! Draymond Green. Oh, man, what shooting. 11 threes for Golden State. Curry behind the back to Green, free to fire triple.
What is going on here with Draymond Green?
It's another three for
Why
Green.
not?
He is a flamethrower. Words I thought I'd never say. Wow.
Great stuff with Kevin Harlan. And by the way, that winning coach, Steve Kerr, will join Tolbert and Copes at 5:30 this evening. By the way, last night at my Warriors playoff draft, one of my most revered and intelligent friends, the mysterious EB, who's just like, the guy's like the smartest guy. I'm anti-Kerr.
Whoa.
Yeah, anti-Kerr.
And you said this guy's one of your smart friends.
He was the ready for this? Captain of the Harvard water polo team. That's the kind of guy, that's how he rolls. Has his MBA from Wharton School of Business. He's already retired. He's younger. He's a year younger than me. He's retired. He's got multiple properties in Hawaii, Tahoe, and the Bay Area. He's anti-Kerr. I was like, dude, I hesitate to argue with you because you're so much smarter than me. Because I know somehow I'll lose this argument because you're so much smarter than me. He's like, well, what are you talking about, man? And his big argument was he had all the anti-Kerr arguments. Basically, his ultimate argument was NBA coaches don't do anything. And I was like, well, then, I mean, that's a different argument.
Then what are you criticizing?
Red Auerbach was useless. Phil Jackson was useless. The whole deal.
Yeah, I don't know. Your buddy sounds like a smart man, but that's a dumb take.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Marcus, sometimes common sense is different than the old book smarts, right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Different between street smart or book smart, or apparently in this case, NBA smart.
The problem is he's actually usually common sense smart too. But anyway, the point is I couldn't believe I was hearing it. And I was like, then you are on probation from ever talking about or enjoying any of the 4 titles.
Yeah.
And he goes, well, he had nothing to do with those.
Oh, come on.
That's what he said.
Nothing at all.
That's what he said. So anyway, Steve Kerr, that guy, Steve Kerr, much maligned, will join Tolbert and Copes at 5:30 this evening. Okay, so listen, we've had this running joke for years on the show. When I watched the NBA over the last 20 years morph into just this 3-point league, the running joke on the show was, how'd the Warriors do last night? I don't know. How'd they shoot from 3? That really, honestly, is all it is. Talk about rebounding. You can talk about defense. You can talk about rotations. You can talk about minutes. How'd you shoot from 3?
It's a make or miss league.
That's unbelievable. And
Simple as that.
Last night, their greatest shooting night. And literally, according to Kendra Andrews and ESPN Stats and Info, that in the history of NBA, the association, 3,400 times teams have taken at least 43s. Never has a team shot as well as the Warriors last night. Never. That was freaking history last night. 26 out of 41. Bro, if you're the Lakers, I mean, I saw Laker fans on Twitter crushing Darvin Ham, and da-da-da. I was like, bro, with Darvin Ham.
What is Darvin supposed to do?
It's a sound strategy to leave Draymond Green open. I think that's a good strategy. He's a human flamethrower.
Well, Murph, traditionally I would say it's a good strategy, but not this season.
Maybe.
Draymond Green is having the best 3-point shooting season of his career.
And apparently you're onto something there that maybe what used to be a sound strategy is different. Here's Draymond after the game. Here it is. Let's go to cut W, 0409W, about the other thing we need to talk about is no Anthony Davis. Yeah. I mean, there were 2 things that happened last night. They made 26 out of 41 threes, and AD left with headaches and nausea.
By the way, he's had this headache for a while now, going back to this second eye poke. Are we at the point where he's got a concussion, maybe?
And apparently, according to the report I heard from Dane McMenamin, he's not in concussion protocol. It makes no sense.
Well, if you have a headache for this long, going 3-4 days in a row, you should probably get that checked out, AD.
I mean, bottom line, he's the guy. He's the C.J. Abrams of the Warriors-Lakers rivalry. I mean, he really is. If he's on the field, if C.J. Abrams is on the field, Giants are going to lose. If AD's in the building, the Warriors are going to lose. But he wasn't in the building last night, and the Warriors won. So here's Draymond on his shot and on AD.
I had kind of a couple-week stretch where my shot didn't feel good at all. But really just standing in the gym, putting the work in, and, taking what the defense gives me. If they're going to sag off like they were, I knew coming into this game that they were going to play like that. So I just wanted to come out, not hesitate to shoot, knowing that they're not going to close out and just raise up and shoot it with confidence. But it's different when it's AD out there because, he covered up so many mistakes or, you can funnel things to him. So it's a totally different look when he's not on the floor.
I mean, that's the deal, right?
Yeah.
If AD's on the floor, quite likely the Warriors have won 2 in a row in L.A. since the 2018-19 season.
And that's the thing. It's great that they have now won back-to-back games at Crypto, but of course, the previous game, AD got poked in the eye, left in the first quarter, and then he doesn't show up last night. But Murph, I am kind of glad to put away the notion that the Warriors and Steph Curry can't shoot at Crypto.com.
Yeah, good call.
Because of the lower lights, we always talk about the shooting percentages. Well, they just went out there and had one of their best shooting nights during this Warriors dynasty.
Well, listen to this. At age 34, is Draymond 34 now? Let me get that right here. Yeah, he turned 34 last month. At age 34, he is having by far his best three-point shooting season ever. Actually, in 2015-16, he was close.
Yeah, and that's something that stood out to me about Draymond's game early in his career. He would shoot three-pointers. He would put the backpack on. That's where the meme originally started, was like back in 2014, 2015. And then Kevin Durant showed up and started taking away a lot of those shots. And ever since then, it seems to me that Draymond has been more hesitant to pull the trigger. And we've seen those numbers drop year by year after year. But all of a sudden, after getting paid this offseason, he said he put in a bunch of work in the gym. He spent a lot of time shooting during his suspension, and now he's having a career year shooting from 3 points.
You're nailing it, buddy, because the year before KD arrived, 38% from 3.
There it is.
And listen to this. The next year, 30%. The next year, 30%. The next year, 28%. Then 27, 27, 29. Dude, down in the 20s. Yeah. You ready for this? This year, 39.5. Wow. Like, if you're doing it on the graph, just a spike.
Yeah.
Like a huge spike.
Huge. And even before the suspension this year, he was shooting around 40%. So he's been sustaining this all season long.
His 925 calls him Three-Mond Green. Three-Mond Green.
I like
Listen,
that.
if you had this dimension to the Warriors in the playoff run, man, watch out.
Well, that's what they were talking about last night on the postgame, asking Draymond Green if he's officially a splash cousin after last night's performance. Now, Draymond played that down a little bit, said he doesn't want the pressure, but you're right. If they're able to space the floor with Draymond Green playing that 5 position, whether or not he's playing with Kuminga or TJD, but if he is in a lineup with Kuminga on the court, you could put him out in the corner, and then Kuminga's got a free path to the basket.
It's incredible. As the texter comes in, 707 says, 26 for 41 is greater than 2 for 33 if you know, you know.
Yeah.
Is that the Rockets in that Game 7? Is that what he's talking about?
Oh, no. I thought he was talking about the Giants with runners in scoring position during the homestand.
Very good.
Oh, if you know, you know. I got you, 707.
With a nice forehand to the back corner that I couldn't return.
Say it backwards,
nice
707.
Job. 2 for 30. I thought that was the Rockets in that game when they missed 27 straight, remember?
No, yeah.
Remember that in the NBA Finals?
No, that's the Giants this homestand. I think, it's 2 for 32, something around there.
415's all over me saying, dude, you mean it's Draymond Green, not Three-Mond Green. Draymond Green. So
even better.
Outstanding. And here's Steve Kerr just admitting that when you chuck in 26 threes, you just run to the airport with your win. This is cut V here. Yeah, Steve Kerr after the game.
Didn't feel like we played that well, but we made, a million threes. And so the ball was going in, but I didn't think we were sharp. A lot of possessions where we just, weren't quite locked in, or our passing was off target, and we were a little disjointed, but the ball kept going on. I mean, Draymond going 5 for 5 in a half, you don't see that often, but everybody got going, and to shoot 63% from 3, that's crazy.
It is crazy, and the Lakers are left to lament it, and now the Warriors control their own destiny. Now, It ain't. I mean, at Portland Thursday, you'd like to think you get that one, but New Orleans coming in here on Friday night. New Orleans is playing for something.
They're playing to get Zion to stay out of into the playoffs for the first time ever in his career.
And they're playing to stay out of the play-in bracket.
Correct.
Like they have it. That will be a war. That'll be a bloodbath. That particular one. So, and then one more from Steph, who last night, what did he go 6 for 6 from three-point land? As you point out, in his house of horrors, he ghost busted last night, 6 for 6 from 3, as the Warriors sending a message.
It's year to year because you have to evolve with what challenges faces this particular team. We're not the team of old, but that's okay. Like, as long as you make the necessary adjustments, you have contributions from a lot of different guys that weren't a part of those championship teams, and they're coming to their own and becoming very reliable and consistent. You know, parts of what we do. Like I said, we had a up and down year. We've had a lot going on. Tragedy on our team. Like I said, all the mixing and matching of lineups and stuff. But we have a pulse. And that's all we need.
Well, there it is, man. And so now, at this point, on this Wednesday morning, are you now more believing that they could do something in the playoffs?
I mean, they're playing extremely well basketball right now. And if they shoot like they shot last night, they could beat anybody, Murph.
Well, we'll have to get into that. Maybe that's today's big hit, because I don't want to have some acid reflux about the Giants, because they're giving me freaking acid reflux, all right? Okay, and the other thing we haven't even mentioned, 44 minutes into the show, this happened last night while Draymond was making threes and the Giants were stranding runners, the legendary, iconic Tara Vanderveer announced her retirement at age 70 after 38 years at Stanford, and the winningest coach in the history of basketball. It's incredible. So we've had Tara on through the years. She's fantastic. I got to do the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame the night she went, and she's the most humble, down-to-earth, just basketball brain, and ran, what a program, 14 Final Fours, 3 national championships. Talk about just forget it. Just drop the mic, Tara, and go, as Steve Kerr said, go water ski. She loves to water ski. She has a place up in Minnesota. She goes and water skis in the summer. Go enjoy, Tara. You have had one of the great coaching lives in the history of the sport.
Oh, yeah.
So
a true Stanford legend and a basketball legend.
Yeah, and she was at Ohio State and Idaho before then, but 38 years at Stanford and really changed everything. So way to go, Tara. Well done on your own terms. Okay. I said the Giants give me acid reflux, but we got to get into it, man. What the hell's going on? Is there anything about this team that gives you hope? 808 KNBR, next on the Sports Leader. That's our show. Hey, it's Steve Moskowitz time, and he's on the line. And like you said, tax day's coming up, man. It is next week. So, Steve, we want to talk about something relevant. You can't pay your taxes, and something happening this Saturday, huh?
That's right. Here it is, April 10th. Monday is D-Day. Monday's April 15th. So I decided to do something I don't usually do. I'm going to be available to talk to clients all day Saturday. So I'm taking away your excuses, folks. If you say, well, you know, I'd really like to talk to that lawyer, but I'm just too busy at work. I don't have a minute. I can't get to the phone. Just took that away. This Saturday only. I don't usually work weekends. This Saturday only, I'm going to be available all day. So if you want to talk to me, just pick up the phone. We have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. Again, Monday is the day. Call us. I want to talk to you, and you don't have an excuse now. So I'm happy to meet with you during regular business hours too, but this Saturday only, I'm going to be available all day for appointments to talk to you. I want to talk to you. I want to help you.
All right, working for the weekend, Steve Moskowitz. Hey, the phone number to call is 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The wind up, the pitch. He struck him out swinging. 96-mile-an-hour fastball down the middle, and he strikes out the side. And he has 5 strikeouts in 2 innings, all swinging third strikes. Harrison throws. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. That's 5 straight strikeouts and 6 total of the 7 hitters he's faced.
The 2-2 to Lane. Swing and a miss. He got him. Strikeout number 7. Harrison looks in for the sign. And the 2-2 pitch is swing and a miss. He struck him out on a high fastball, and that's going to end the inning. 8 strikeouts.
Yeah, it's good to have a regular routine and know you're getting the ball in every 5 days. And, it's my job to go out there and give it at least 6, do my best to try and help the team out and keep the boys as close as possible in the game.
The hushed tones of Kyle Harrison after his 8 strikeout performance, because after a loss, you kind of have to talk like this in the club. That's kind of a rule. You can't really talk loud. You have to kind of talk like this because we just lost the game.
Yeah, you can't be excited about your 8 strikeouts.
You cannot be. I tell you what, I'm not excited might not be the word, but definitely intrigued. Young Tony going with Jerry and the boys. You and the dad, buddy, is this a thing?
It is now.
Okay.
But also, I was going for more so like Kyle Harrison had that gas going. He was throwing that high cheddar, top of the zone. Fastball was looking great.
So did you just Google fire and hill?
I was looking for any song about fire, and this was Fire on the Mountain.
Do you understand the historical vein you've tapped into
I
here?
do.
Okay, all right, there you go.
I know
By the way,
I know it.
Jake Peavy and friends performed this.
Wow.
On Saturday night. What didn't they perform? It was among the many bangers they threw out there.
And of course, we know that Madison Bumgarner used to come out to a different version of Fire on the Mountain.
Different band, Marshall Tucker Band, same title, different song. How about that? 808 KNBR. Can you write a song that's already had that title entirely differently?
Ooh, well, that's the question with Kyle Harrison. Different lefties, same results of a Madison Bumgarner.
I mean, man, listen, again, he might be the only thing I liked last night. Really, the only thing I liked last night. I mean, honest to goodness. I mean, Yaz getting a couple. Yaz hit a couple line drives.
It was good to see Yaz square up a ball.
Dude, he's 8th inning. He knocked that poor guy out of the game. Was his name Hunter Harvey? That big eighth inning dude for the Nats. I don't know if you were watching at that point in time. Hunter Harvey, yeah, he hit a line drive off that poor guy. The guy saved his face by putting his left arm up and then had to come out. I don't know if that thing's hurt. He looks like a big bad dude. Dude, I'll tell you what. I'm loving some Nats. I'm loving me some Nats.
Nats
the way
ball.
They're big 8th inning guy. They got a good closer. The way they scurry around the bases. C.J. Abrams out there holding it down.
C.J. Abrams is the Anthony Davis of the Nationals we were talking earlier.
He's the best player in the gym.
I mean,
is C.J. Abrams better than every player on the Giants?
Ooh, now that's a hot take. Does he have the potential? Maybe, because we were talking about this earlier as we were doing our bits and segments earlier this week of can you name 5 Washington Nationals? Well, Murph, all I was thinking about last night being at the ballpark is I'm watching what should have been the future of the Padres and the Dodgers because C.J. Abrams was the centerpiece of the Juan Soto trade. Mackenzie Gore also in that trade package. Don't get to see Mackenzie Gore this weekend. It's actually going to be Patrick Corbin today. Was a little bummed out by that. And then the guy that got scratched yesterday, Josiah Gray, was a part of the Max Scherzer trade. When he went from Washington to L.A. with Trey Turner, Keibert Ruiz is another guy. So you just look at all those prospects that I love to keep track of. They all came from the Dodgers and the Padres.
Well, he was the 6th pick in the draft. The Padres took him in the first round of the 2019 draft out of high school in Georgia, Roswell, Georgia. He's an American kid. Rare to see it, and it's awesome. I mean, he's just an exciting player. I was texting with my nephews last night who were big Nats fans, and they said, yeah, he's the reason we're going to the Yard this summer. They go see this guy, C.J. Abrams. So I'll tell you what, man.
Well, after seeing that performance and seeing where that ball landed last night, woo-hoo.
You know what's funny? It was only 423.
Really?
Yeah, I looked it up on the StatCast. It sure seemed like not all 423s are created equal.
No, especially to that part of the ballpark in the Bay in Oracle.
And his low-key pimp was pretty good.
Yeah.
He kind of stood there like, did you guys all just see that? Because I'm about to take off around the bases, but first just acknowledge.
Oh,
but he didn't do it with a demonstration. He wasn't a Tatis.
No, I just admired it a little bit.
He just kind of said, yeah, I just did that, and now I'll start my trot.
Yeah.
So, but listen, for Kyle, who cares? You throw a strike, they're going to hit homers off you. He will give up home runs. That's who he is. He's a fly ball pitcher, but he's also a dominant pitcher, and he did more than enough to win the game. I mean, maybe that's a slight overstatement. He did give up three runs in 6 innings, but the runs were partially due to the Giants' inability to control the Nationals' running game.
Murph.
What is going on here?
You gotta
whether it's
play
pitchers,
catch.
whether it's pitchers holding runners, whether it's Bailey's throws, or whether it's pickoff throws gone awry when Wade can't. They can't control the running game.
I mean, look what happened 2 days ago when the Nationals were running wild on Blake Snell. First and third back-to-back situations, runners taken off from first. They get the pickoff, but they can't execute and throw the runner out of home. Fast forward to yesterday, Kyle Harrison, 2 outs, gets the pickoff. Lamont Wade Jr. can't make the throw down to second base. That extends the inning. 2 pitches later, we're looking at C.J. Abrams staring at that ball to right center field.
So what's that stat here? Curly put him out here about the steals. Here it is right here. So fun fact: Jacob Young, that's his name, right? Became the 3rd player to swipe 3 bases for Washington in the last 3 days. So he did it. Let's see, who's Thomas on their team? Is it Logan
Thomas?
Thomas?
Logan Thomas. That's their 2
He
hitter.
did it
He's
Sunday
the one that
against
went deep
Philly.
off a roop.
He did it Sunday against Philly. Yeah, he's the one. No, Lane Thomas. Lane Thomas. Sorry.
Excuse me. Logan is the former tight end for the Washington Commanders.
Yeah, I was going to say the Eagles or something.
Yeah,
Lane
Great
Thomas.
knowledge.
Lane Thomas. Lane Thomas stole 3 Sunday in Philly. Trey Lipscomb stole 3 Monday night in San Francisco. And then Jacob Young stole 3 last night. And it says the last team to have a player steal at least 3 bases in 3 straight team games was Oakland in '83 when Ricky Henderson did it himself 3 straight days. Is that 2 straight days we've mentioned Ricky on the show?
That is.
We had Ricky yesterday too. So anyway, so listen, I'm going through all the things gone wrong. Okay, so they can't control the running game, right? That's
Well, it
number 1.
was good to see Patrick Bailey throw out C.J. Abrams last
they
night,
got
too,
1
after his RBI single.
They got 1.
I wanted to see something from
Okay,
Patty.
all right. So they got 1 there. Number 2, here's another. This bullpen, brother, and it ain't waving a wand and making it better anytime soon, unless, by the way, it's gotten to the point where I was reading Maria Guardado's notes on MLB that Luke Jackson is due back in a few days. I'm like, we need him. I know he had a terrible opening day, but maybe he can ride in on a white horse, and I hate that hope is not a strategy, but you're going to need Luke Jackson. Can you also maybe look to Keaton Wynn going there if Alex Cobb comes back? Because right now, dude, Ryan Walker had a nice year last year, but when you see him out there right now, he does not look like a guy who's going to be a 7th inning lockdown guy for a championship team right now. And him drilling the first hitter of the inning was so frustrating.
It's unacceptable.
So
and Murph,
unacceptable.
You know how much I hate free 90s, but especially when you're coming out of the bullpen, when you're trying to follow up and keep that momentum going of Kyle Harrison's 8 strikeouts, it really is unacceptable.
And the team just tied the game.
It leads to a run.
Yes.
Of course it does.
Then, so you're down 4-3. Oh, by the way, let's not keep it 4-3 in the 9th. Let's cough up another one in the 9th, and that was a Rogers Brothers production, right?
For good measure, Murph.
And it winds up being a huge run because think about how different the inning is in the ninth inning when you load the bases in a 4-3 game versus loading the bases in a 5-3 game. So the bullpen is a huge problem. Their inability to control the running game is a huge problem. Obviously, the various dead spots in the lineup. Where do you want to go through?
Where do you want to start?
Well, I mean, Matt Chapman's down to 184. I mean, he's a career 240 guy. He's got to go plus 60 from here.
Correct, and it feels like he's squaring balls up, but he's just not finding holes right now.
And as funny is, he is square. He did. And the only time he didn't square a ball up was in the ninth inning when he needed to square one.
Exactly.
Of course, if he hits a fly ball there, it's only a 5-4 game because
job.
of the run in the ninth inning. So really, they're playing losing baseball all around. It's like it's bad ball. And my big thing is, I love that Bob Melvin and Matty Williams and all them were coming in to establish the standard. Pat Pearl, do whatever they're selling right now. Giants ain't buying it. And I know it's only 12 games. I know it's early. But, dude, these games matter. And also, big starts, good starts matter. Bad starts linger. We talk about how hard it is for teams to come back from bad starts. It can happen, and I'm not giving up. But I'm pissed because I expected a higher level of ball, especially from this coaching staff. And it ain't happening right now.
I don't know, though, Murph. Is it fair to put this on the coaching staff this early in the season? Because we talk all the time about how it's not the X's and O's, it's the Jimmies and Joes, and Bob Melvin's not in the batter's box. He's not the one striking out with runners in scoring position or grounding into double plays. Like, to put it all on the coaching staff and pat the bat for the Giants' approach this early in the season, again, I think we need a larger sample size. I'm not ready to jump on that gun quite yet.
Okay. I'll accept that. That's a reasonable statement. I think maybe I'm lashing out.
Yeah, I know.
A little bit,
Sorry.
sir.
I know when people hate my rational takes.
You're usually not a rational guy either.
I know. But again, like I told you, like baseball this early in the season, everybody wants to have an overreaction. Oh, yeah, is it struggling? You got to call up the kids. You got to do something. It's like, no, this is the team that Bob Melvin brought into the season just 12 games ago. And he's not going to give up on this roster 12 games in. Yeah. They're going to figure out what buttons to press in the bullpen. Whether it's Luke Jackson or Landon Roop or Ryan Walker, you got to find a way to bridge those innings to Camilo Duvall, who's one of the best closers in baseball. So that's nice to have in your bullpen. And then we can go through the lineup of all the veterans who are struggling. Trust me, I want Luis Matos, I want Marco Luciano, but he's going to give his vets a longer leash. You're not going to see those guys till at least May, in my opinion.
And one of the problems is Matos right now is in a skid.
Yeah, Matos has dropped his batting average down to 208, so it's quick and easy to just say call up the kids, but I know he got off to a great start in spring training, had a 2-homer game in Sacramento, but yeah, he's struggling a little bit too down in AAA.
Two things I'll say. One, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. But the second thing I'll say is that I think the reason why I'm so pissed these last two, I wasn't this pissed on Monday. I was kind of excited. What I'm disappointed in is how the Nationals are demonstrably outplaying them right in front of your eyes. Like, you're seeing every aspect of the game. Their approach at the plate is better. Their jumping on pitches better than the Giants. They're running the bases better than the Giants. Their bullpen is more effective than the Giants. And I know it's only 2 games, but it is 2 games where they're actually playing baseball games against each other. And if you're just a neutral party, you came in from Mars and you looked, you'd be like, oh, that team in the gray, I like that team better.
And it's just a different brand of baseball. We talked about the Washington Nationals putting pressure on the Giants' defense on the base pass. They have the second most stolen bases in Major League Baseball this season. The Giants, you can see them in the cellar, Murph. They have 0 stolen bags, so they're not putting pressure on the defense. And we saw what happened last night. Nick Ahmed had a little ground ball single bleeder to the outfield, made the Washington Nationals try to play catch. They throw the ball away, it ends up in the third base dugout, and that's how they tied the ball game.
Right, exactly. So out to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 415-808-5627. He says, here's what's not, this is actually, it's about the Dodgers. He says, you know what's not good? Did you guys see Tyler Glasnow yesterday?
Dude, carving of fools. Glasnow is so filthy.
408 says, Flag Day, Murph. Let's see where they're at on Flag Day. He says, I'm still pissed the PCS took its first L, which I don't know what he's talking about.
What are you talking about?
Well, no, I mean, I'll read that text because it's incorrect.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's still undefeated.
It is undefeated.
That's a false
I don't even know what he's talking about. 707 says, analytics couldn't figure out these vets like Yaz have been getting worse year after year. Come on. 650 says, come on, guys. Baseball's all about stakes. He says baseball's all about stakes.
Ooh, I like
They just
steak.
happen to be on a bad streak right now. I guess he meant streaks.
No, I'd rather prefer it to be steaks.
I'll take a steak, too, right?
Serve it up medium rare.
209 says, well, I'm as pissed as Murph. I'm with Marcus on this one. This rests solely on the players.
Yeah.
209 says, had the Giants fans done the wave and the knife, everything would have been different last night.
No.
I want to shout out I finally got to talk to my kid who had gone to the game, and he, like a good Murphy, was anti-wave. But he chalked it up entirely to the San Francisco State crowd.
Oh, he's blaming the Gators.
He did. He said the big factor was it was SFSU night, and he literally heard people in the crowd from SFSU going, "Let's do something fun. Let's do something fun." So he said they were. You said you don't want to slag them and call them casuals, but they were casuals.
There was Gators in the swamp on Monday, but last night there was Broncos in the house. It was Santa Clara University night last night, and I didn't see any Broncos doing the wave.
Oh,
I got to
hey.
rep for my 408 and take this up with Mr. 415, Mr. Gator himself, Adam Copley.
Oh, can we get the chuckle, please? 415 says, the problem is the bats. The pitching's been solid. Well, I got to tell you, the bullpen hadn't been that solid. How do you feel? In a 3-3 game in the 7th inning, who do you want to see come in?
Ooh, I would have said Landon Root before Lane Thomas took him deep the other day, but I still have faith in Landon Root. I want to see
What about
Khalil
Ryan
Duvall.
Walker?
Ryan Walker has gotten off to a shaky start. You're right. He had a great season last year. I love his stuff, the way he throws so cross-body. It's so unorthodox. When he's on, he's on. He just has not been on so far. And it's interesting going back to that opening day loss where Bob Melvin went to Luke Jackson right after Logan Webb. That shows you that on opening day, he had confidence out of him versus anybody else.
Yeah, 818 says, what do you give me for the Giants so far this year and my failed New Year's resolutions? New year, new me.
Uh-oh.
SMH.
Well, they did keep the same motto from last year, Murph. SF Giants, nothing like it.
By the way, low-key, Rob Manfred's MLB couldn't even get the frickin' City Connects here on time.
I don't like it.
Dude, yeah, come
Bro,
on.
this is Major League Baseball.
The Giants would have won last
sport
night.
Of Babe freaking Ruth and
man.
Jackie Robinson. What are we doing? You guys run America's pastime into the ground. Dude, that's what you get like when you order from like a bad website on Instagram. You order like a goofy T-shirt. They're like, we're having some shipping problems. You'll get it in about 8 weeks, right? That's happened to me. I see a funny T-shirt. I get it as a goofy gift for somebody. They're like, yeah, it's going to arrive in 6 months. I'm like, okay, well, I ordered from some website that barely exists. That's what I deserve. This is Major League Baseball.
Well, that's the problem,
What
Murph.
the hell?
I think Major League Baseball and Rob Manfred did maybe buy those jerseys from like a fourth party or something out across the country. I mean, the jerseys are terrible this year. There was just a case yesterday where someone slid at home
Riley
plate.
Green of the Tigers
And his
slid in
pants
the
just
pants.
completely ripped
Dude,
apart.
Laugh out loud funny,
Yeah.
by the way. That was like something out of a comedy skit. He slid and the pants just shredded right down the side.
Oh,
It's a good thing he wasn't wearing like leopard skin, underwear or something.
He didn't have the rally thong on. or
Yeah,
anything.
oh my God. So the Giants City Connects did not arrive in time and they won't get here till May 14th.
How
What the hell are we
embarrassing.
doing?
And they got the cheap-ass jerseys this year. Dude,
Yes.
honestly, I felt bad last night. I was standing next to a Giants fan who had just purchased a Jung-Hoo Lee jersey in the stadium. Cost him $217. And Murph, it looked like a flea market jersey with the small numbers, like the stitch on. I was like, what are we doing here? Because not only are the players getting a lower quality jersey, so are the fans who are buying jerseys this year.
Oh my God, dude. So it's awful.
Shout out Fanatics.
By the way, somebody here, 510, says the A's have a better record and they don't even have a home.
Oh, come on.
The A's are 4-7. The Giants are 4-8.
It's all about that loss column,
It's
Murph.
that bad.
It is
That's
that bad.
crazy.
It is crazy. All right. Well, listen, we ranted, we bitched, we moaned, we cried, and we'll be at the game today. When is first pitch today? Do we have it? Is it? Let me get my my old-fashioned sports page out.
It's the businessman special, Murph.
Yeah, that's right. Or the business person special, as we like to say in today's day and age.
Thank you.
Is there even a business person anymore? Okay, we'll get out this.
Is there
Here we
a
go.
business
Here we
person?
go. Let's do it.
Oh, there's some paper that
Fold it
everybody
out
loves.
here. Everybody likes this.
People like it when you make those paper noses.
12:45.
Yeah. But I wanted to pop the paper, buddy.
Come on, you spoiled
Actually,
it, Tony.
according to this, it's 12:37.
Uh-oh.
I got a problem with your. This is about the Chronicle now.
That's the Chronicle.
Okay, let's go to MLB.com on the app. It doesn't make the pop when you do that, though. Unfortunately,
No popping, Murph.
You can't pop the app. But MLB says to Wednesday, April 10, 12:45.
Ooh.
What's the Chronicle doing throwing a 12:37 at me when it says 12:45 on MLB?
They want you in there early, Murph.
Pat Corbin against Jordan Hicks. We will be Jordan's Hicks. today.
Jordan's Hicks will be in
All
the
right.
building.
Back to the Warriors, and the question is, are you now believing? Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Giants baseball. Torture!
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's Sports Leader.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
What's up, everybody? Happy Wednesday. It's Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, here to talk to you about Prize Picks, where I cashed in on a couple dollars with Kyle Harrison hitting his over on strikeouts last night at Oracle Park. But this morning, I'm here to talk to you about the biggest moments in basketball because they're happening right now. Get in on the playoff action and win up to 100 times your money on Prize Picks as soon as you and the world's best players take on the game to a next level during basketball's postseason. I love the easy gameplay, the quick withdrawals, and the huge selection of players and stat options. Just select 2 or more players and place your entry. It's that easy. You can now win up to 100 times your money with as little as 4 correct picks. You can turn $10 into $1,000, easy as that. Prize Pick has something for every sports fan, from basketball and hockey to League of Legends and everything in between. This week, I'm taking KD for more than 28 points and Trae Young for more than 10 assists. Right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit of up to $100. Just download the Prize Pick app and use the code LEADER. That's code LEADER. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy. Eligibility restrictions apply. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details. Always game responsibly.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
It does hurt. It can be disappointing in the moment, but it will never take away from what's ahead of us and what we've done. So at the end of the day, we just need you. And that like disappointment and that feeling of just like shaking your head that just comes from like, dang, man, we can't do this without you. So we love you and we need you so badly. And these young guys need you too, because Steph and I we're leaders, but we don't talk the game like you do. We don't inspire these young guys like you do. And even when Kenny calls on you in film, and there's going to be a void there always if you're not out there. And we're not the Warriors without Money Green. That's just a fact. And you can ask anybody in the Bay, around the world who's followed this team, we would not be the Dubs without you.
I love it, man. Such a good soundbite. Such a good, crystal clear. Shout out to the audio engineer of Draymond's podcast. And shout out to Clay for just giving money quotes there about Draymond Green, who last night, once again, proved his worth, scored 15 points, all from the three-point line. 5 out of 5, finishes 5 out of 7. Was the Warriors make history, making 26 out of 41 three-pointers. No team, this is according to ESPN stats and info, 3,400 times in NBA history has a team attempted at least 43s, and never has a team made as many as the Warriors did last night. So a historic night shooting, 63.4% from three-point land. If you're the Lakers, you're like, bro, that was not our night. I'm going home. You know what I mean? When the other team shoots 63% from three, you're like, get me the hell out of here.
I mean, when
you know
Draymond Green steps on the court with that backpack on in the corner and starts hitting 5 threes in the first half, when Steph Curry goes 6 for 6 from three-point range, Clay shot 50%, 5 for 10. Andrew Wiggins' return put up 17 points. He had 3-pointers last night, too. I mean, they were clicking on all cylinders last night, Murph.
I mean, the guy who had to buy the post-game snacks was Chris Paul, because he went 1 for 4 from 3. He didn't carry his weight. Peyton, 2 for 3. Clay, 5 for 10. Curry, 6 for 6. Wiggins, 3 for 5. Draymond, 5 for 7. They make 26 out of 41. By comparison, the Lakers make 12 three-pointers. So what is that? What's 26 times 3? What is that, 78? Is that right? And then the Lakers make 36. The Warriors outscored them by 42 points from the three-point line. We got to call in the official score, brother, because, I mean, Bruce Frazier, Q Frazier, he's got it on speed dial, because the Warriors are winning some ball games. They improved to 44-35, calls NBA Commissioner Adam Silver, wakes him up in the silk pajamas.
For life.
He said, wait a minute, are you guys thinking about making a run in the play? He said, don't worry about it, skinny boy. Just put it in the books.
Go back to
Golden
sleep.
State Warriors 134, LA Lakers 120.
Beautiful basketball. Beautiful basketball.
That is buttery.
It's lovely.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so here's the crazy thing. And this is where you see how bad I was at math and why I had to, shall we say, look at my buddy Sandy Murray's paper in junior year advanced algebra.
What are you looking at, Murph?
Well, looking at passing the class.
Looking at
That's what I'm
Sandy,
looking
or you're
at.
looking at that paper?
Yeah, no, Sandy's a dude.
Oh.
I understand.
Sorry.
Shout out men named Sandy, 808 Mount Sandymore, Koufax.
Wow.
My good buddy from kindergarten, Sandy Murray.
You got any more?
Got any male Sandys? Candace's had an uncle Uncle Sandy, he was great.
Okay.
Who else? Anyone more?
I don't know. I can give you a Sandy Cheeks from SpongeBob, but she's a girl
That's
squirrel.
a female. Well,
Yeah.
female Sandy Moore. You got Sandy Duncan. You got Sandy from Greece, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And then this one from
Sandra D.
did you say it was from SpongeBob?
Yeah, SpongeBob. Sandy, Sandy Cheeks.
Sandy Cheeks.
Great name.
Very good. Anyway, okay, so here's where my brain. I see a path to the 7. The Warriors keep talking about a path to the 8. Do you have this cut from Draymond about the path to the 8?
The path. What are we talking about? The eclipse again?
Yeah,
We're
the
trying to get
path
that-
of totality,
the path
right?
of totality for
Path
the
of
Dubs to get to
totality.
the 7 spot.
That phrase that none of us had ever heard, path of totality, and all of a sudden it became like the most common phrase.
I'm going to start using it now.
In the English language. The path to the 8. He talks about it last night about having 2 bites at the apple. And the bottom line is the Warriors do control their own destiny. They will be at worst 9 if they win out. Again, winning out might be hard because they have New Orleans Friday, and New Orleans is playing to stay out of the play-in bracket, right?
Big game between New Orleans and Sacramento tomorrow night.
Young Tone, you got this? This is Draymond Green after the game talking about the chances of rising up to get to the 8 seed. Well, he talks about getting 2 bites at the apple. That was the phrase. But if you can't find it, don't worry about it, buddy, because I can go on.
Because we had Kerr and Clay talking about the playoff seeding as well.
Okay, well, first just stick with me on this. And this is going to get a little muddy, but just stick with me. All right? Phoenix is the 7 seed, and I'm going by losses. 33 losses. Write this down.
You're a loss calling guy.
Phoenix has three games left. The Clippers, Sacramento, and Minnesota.
I'm writing this down.
Okay, so 2 of those teams don't affect the play-in, the Clippers and Minnesota. So what happens in those games are just straight losses. They have 1 game against Sacramento, and that affects the play-in because Sacramento is the 8 seed with 34 losses. Okay, 34 losses. They have 3 games left. They have New Orleans, Phoenix, and Portland. So again, only one of those games affects the play-in bracket. The Lakers don't have to worry about it. The Warriors have the tiebreaker over the Lakers, and they're tied with them in the loss column, so I'm not even worried about them. Then the Warriors have 35 losses. So here's my scenario. The Warriors win out and finish with 35 losses. Phoenix loses out. They lose to the Clippers tomorrow night. They lose to Sacramento on Thursday or Friday, and they lose to Minnesota. That gives them 36 losses. They're now behind the Warriors, okay? So Phoenix is behind the Warriors, and the Lakers are behind the Warriors. That leaves Sacramento as the only team. Now, Sacramento, by beating, in this scenario, they beat Phoenix because Phoenix has to lose out. But they lose to New Orleans, and they lose to Portland. Now, are they going to lose to Portland? Probably not. But this is my scenario. That gives them 36 losses. So I got Phoenix with 36 losses. I got Sacramento with 36 losses. I got the Warriors with the tiebreaker over the Lakers, and I got the Warriors with 35 losses. I got them as the 7. Am I doing something wrong here? Because after the game, Sam Gordon and Anthony Slater and all those guys kept saying there's a path to 8. There's a path to 8. Help me out, text line. I'm willing to be corrected because I'm not Young Tone. You're smarter. Your brain is fresher. Did I do something wrong there?
I don't think so.
Thank you for your support.
And Murph, I really did take notes. I'm showing them off on Twitch, on YouTube, on the live stream. And I think by my math, you might be right. But then again, I'm even worse at math than you are.
Well, I mean, as you say, C's get degrees, right?
That's it.
Yeah.
C's don't figure out the 7 seed. I can tell you that.
Anyway, can you imagine the 7 seed?
I cannot, no, to be honest with you.
Well, now, again, it would require the Kings losing to Portland, or it would require Phoenix losing out. But they play the Clippers, Sacramento, and Minnesota. They could lose all those games, right?
They could. I mean, anything's possible.
Now, the Warriors would have to beat New Orleans on the Friday, and, that's going to be a tough one. But, dude, I'm just telling you, it's what I see. And I'm willing to be corrected, everybody, if you find something different. But I guess it's all by way of asking the sports talk question. Now are you believing?
808 KNBR. Somebody correct Murph.
Now are you believing?
We got to figure it out.
I said the guy who sat in on April Fool's Day next to me said they're done.
Stick a fork in them.
Cooked. It's a hot take. I give him credit. He has a take. I kept saying, I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued. Then they hit that little skid. When Draymond got ejected in Orlando, I stopped being intrigued. And I was like, I wrote my jock blog saying, is it time to move on from Draymond? Bro, look at how they've responded to that game.
I mean, look how they've responded multiple times this year. From the Draymond Green suspension to that stretch of basketball where they went like 19-4 until Steph Curry got hurt. And then they went on another winning streak that was just broken up. But they're arguably playing their best basketball of the season right now. We talk about peaking at the right time. Get hot, get a ticket to the dance, and anything can happen. So when you look at Draymond Green shooting the lights out, when we talk about Klay Thompson being top 5 in the NBA right now in three-pointers made. When we talk about Steph Curry, still playing at one of the highest levels in the NBA. And then you add in the defensive element of course, Draymond Green, but putting TJD in that starting lineup. That's why last night I really wanted to see the matchup between him and Anthony Davis.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see it next week.
No, you didn't.
Maybe we won't. Well, I want to preview and at least know what's going on.
As Michael Thompson told us yesterday, he says AD is the third best center in the league behind Embiid and Jokic.
Yeah, he's damn near unstoppable unless you really are going full Captain Insano and poking him in the eye.
Right. I go Three Stooges on that.
Yeah, that's a Waterboy reference.
831 says, guys, the way you're talking, are we looking at We Believe 2.0?
I mean, here's the thing. For anybody who missed it this morning, Murph had his playoff draft.
Yes, it's true.
And he took Game 3 of the NBA Finals with his first pick.
I did. I said, listen, I go big or go home. I mean, if we're going to go in this thing, I don't want to see him lose some Western Conference semifinal game to the Clippers. Why would I draft that game? I'm drafting the NBA Finals game. We only had 2 picks because there's 8 shares and there's only 16 potential games. So I had the second pick. I took the home game 3 because they theoretically could have home court in the NBA Finals. We had to account for all the possibilities. Because if they're the 7 and the 8 seed from the East makes it, they would have home court, right? So,
and by the way, what was your second pick? Game 7 of the NBA Finals?
What was my second pick? I forget, actually. 831 says, well, the good news is, Murph, you're right. He says, the bad news is it's unrealistic.
Yeah,
all right? Says,
that's a great point.
It's more likely the Kings lose to Phoenix and New Orleans and beat Portland. The Warriors are more likely to get the 8 seed. 925 says, Murph, you're right. He says that too. And then the other one, this is the best one, says, 559 says, can we get some Jason Kidd right now? Murph explaining the scenario to the 7 seed.
Because it was confusion.
A lot of confusion. Just win the damn ball games and you control your own destiny.
925 goes back to the early OOs. Do you remember Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, that show? And you'd have to phone a friend.
That's it.
925 says, can you phone a friend? Sandy Murray, can you explain the Warriors playoff scenarios?
Here it is. Can we ask the audience? That's what we're doing. We're asking the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line.
Anyway, guys, well, 925 says, last night felt like a mirage. The Warriors can't sustain that level of play.
Why not? Steph Curry can shoot like that.
And
Clay can shoot
Draymond,
like
as
that.
you pointed out quite accurately, Draymond's three-point shooting is a real thing this year. It's better.
It's a career high. He's never shot the ball as well from the three-point stripe than he has this season.
Yeah, man.
Pre and post suspension.
All right. Well, listen, path to 7. I remain intrigued. They play at Portland tomorrow night. Hey, listen, they're a lot more interesting than the frickin' Giants. Who are pissing me off, man. I put a lot of public faith in the new Giants. I called 90 wins. I said there's Bo Mel and Matty Williams, and right now, I mean, I know it's early, brother, but
they're not on pace for 90 right
now. Dude, the Nationals are running them out of the gym.
Literally.
They're running them out of the gym. But when the Nationals come to town and make you look bad,
it's bye-bye, baby.
That's a thing. So, and we'll be there today at 12:45.
Can't wait.
Mike Kruko next on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
Just win, baby.
Amici's East Coast Pizzeria, the best pizza in town, the best wings, great pastas. We always have it delivered to the house, right? You talk about that. That's great. Or going out. I drove home last night down Lombard after my ticket draft and saw people dining at the Amici's on Lombard. It was great. But let's talk about something else they can do. Deliver to your business or cater an event. Yep, you can order your favorite pizzas and other items from the catering menu. Options to order pasta, salads, famous flame-roasted lemon chicken wings in larger sizes. So your group can help themselves buffet style. It's a more economical way to feed a large group while still offering Amici's full range of menu items. So whether you need a corporate lunch delivered or food for a special event, Amici's has a great range of options to customize the perfect menu in ideal portion sizes for your group. Check out the catering menu at Amici's.com, and when you want to enjoy a fully customized and catered event, Amici's delivers.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Krug right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, Mike Krukow every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday is brought to us by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. Looking forward to going up to the park today and see if they can salvage one from the 91-loss Washington Nationals last year. Hey, I don't know. Maybe the Nats are going to mess with the Braves and the Phillies this year.
Yeah.
What do you think? Think they'll mess with the Braves and Phillies this year?
I don't think so.
Well,
I think they're a young, fun, up-and-coming team that plays a exciting brand of baseball. They're going to run on the base pass, but no, they ain't competing with the Braves this year.
You'd like Lane Thompson. Okay, we made the connection with Mike on the
I'll
guest
take a
line.
C.J. Abrams, yeah.
Well, Mike, on Monday, we were talking about a series win over the Padres, feeling pretty good. On Wednesday, we're grinding our teeth and frustrated that the Washington Nationals have outplayed the Giants on 2 consecutive nights. So that was unexpected. We're a little frustrated. Good morning, Mike. How are you?
Morning, Mike.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, it is frustrating. You kind of expect to do well against a team based on last year's record.
Yeah.
Which is why April's such a funky month, because you don't know how much a team has progressed since last season. And, last season, this Nationals team kind of took it to the Giants, too. I think they're 1-8 in their last 9 games, going back to 2022.
Yeah.
So this is a team that gives them problems. So, well, why do they give them problems? Mm-hmm. Well, they're a team that takes walks. They're a team that takes, grinds pitches. They're a good defensive team. They're fast. I mean, I can start listing off all of the characteristics of this club, and it's starting to sound a lot like the Arizona Diamondbacks a couple of years ago when they started to get good. They were doing all the little things right. And one of the things that they've done right in these first 2 games of the series is they've taken advantage of opportunity. Walks, you walk these guys, they score. I mean, last night, the Giants are cruising behind Kyle Harrison, who was brilliant, and now you have the number 9 hitter up with 2 outs in the top of the 3rd, and then all of a sudden, base hit. Jacob Young, lots of speed, and this team's been stealing bases left and right, gets picked off. And Lamont Wade Jr. has a tough time getting the ball out of the glove. Too late. Goes high, safe, stolen base. And here comes the top of the lineup, C.J. Abrams, who hadn't been able to play in the first game because he had an injury to his hand. And he comes up in a 2-strike, 2-out situation, hits the ball in the ballpark. Bonds-like. Now it's 2-1, you're losing. Well, they took advantage of an opportunity. Now you go up in and you fast forward, it's a tie ball game, 3-3, and Ryan Walker's pitching. Has a 1-2 count in the guy, leadoff hitter in the inning. Breaking ball, hits him. Gets on base, lead off an inning. Guy comes around to score. And that pretty much, they never look back. They had a run onto it in the 8th, and that's the game. So bottom line, they didn't take advantage of opportunity. Giants had a bases loaded, nobody out situation in the middle of the lineup coming up, and they couldn't cash in a run. Not even one. So it's just an example of one team getting opportunity and cashing in, and the other team getting opportunity and not being able to cash in. So they're in a bit of a funk. And the point I'm making is that you don't really know how good this team is, and that's why April is a weird month, because you may have a team that has massively improved from the previous year. You don't know that. You assume they're going to be the same team as last year. And clearly this Nationals team is not. They're trending upward.
And, Mike, we heard Bob Melvin speak last night after the game about the frustrations for himself and the entire team when he was asked about the runners in scoring position. Again, last night, bases loaded, nobody out, bottom of the 9th inning, and they don't score any runs. Is there anything that Bob Melvin can do to maybe shake up the lineup or maybe just inject some life into this lineup?
Stay calm, and that's one of the things that he does do very well. He's very calm. Everybody knows that they're not scoring when given the opportunity. And what lineups do, and it just happens with every team. When you go through this, everybody internalizes, and they feel, and that's why they're in the big leagues, because they take the responsibility to try and be the difference maker. And once that happens, you have a bunch of soloists in the lineup, and that chemistry of if it gets by me, the guy who's going to pick me up is gone. And, you have to get that back. There were enough good things in last night's game that it leads me to believe that they're starting to turn things around. Number one, Mike Yastrzemski had really good at-bats. Jung-Hoo Lee, he's having great at-bats again going the other way. So, they're putting together, they out-hit the Nationals. They just didn't get the big hit. But I think once you get a couple of those things, I mean, that blanket of doubt, it lifts quickly. I mean, you get that confidence up and down your lineup. So you need patience. You can't freak out. I mean, these are the guys, you came to the party with, and, you're going to be with this team, with these players for at least 100, 125 at-bats. So, hopefully they can turn things around today and get some momentum going into Florida. But, it's an issue. But from a manager's perspective, the best thing you can do is be patient and be calm.
Well, that's kind of the long haul there for sure. We're talking to Mike Krukow, 12:45 today. The Giants tried to salvage one from the Washington Nationals, who have come in here and really surprised them with their style of play on Monday and Tuesday. Giants lose last night despite loading the bases in the ninth. Bullpen is a big one, Mike. It's because they tied the game at 3-3 last night, and you're feeling pretty good. And you mentioned Ryan Walker hitting the leadoff guy. From the Nationals' perspective, they took advantage. But from the Giants' perspective, so Luke Jackson had that chance in San Diego. He didn't play well, and then he strained his back. Ryan Walker had his chance yesterday. I'm just kind of wondering how you think Brian Price and Bob Melvin are feeling about their 7th, 8th, and 9th inning options right now. Are they still, I guess the question is, are they still searching?
Well, I mean, the thing you look at when you're evaluating your arms and your pin is who's throwing well. I mean, you can throw well and give it up. The Luke Jackson was, he was hurt. I mean, so you kind of throw that one out. That one out the window. Yesterday, I mean, Ryan Walker's throwing the ball well. I mean, he gets a 1-2 count and just makes an errant pitch that bores in and hits Winker, Jesse Winker, the left fielder. I mean, that's going to happen. I mean, a leadoff hitter in a tie ball game late, you got some stress. Guy bloops a hit there. Well, I mean, you're going to lose a ball game. I think you have enough guys down there throwing well that you really shouldn't concern yourself. We've had the emergence of Roop, Landon Roop. I mean, he's been great. In his last outing, he hung 2 curveballs. They both got hit. They got scorched. Lane Thomas, the right fielder, I mean, he hit a rocket out of the ballpark, 2-run homer. That hurt. And the other guy is Nick Avila. He's been a nice shot in the arm. Kai Wei Ting, I mean, he shows to me that he can pitch here. So I think there's a lot of good things happening down there. But possibly the biggest thing is Doval. I mean, up until his first save that closed the game out on Sunday, I was a little concerned with him. Not after what I saw on Sunday. So that's how Brian Price and Bob Melvin evaluate who's throwing well, who's nasty. I mean, you can hang this, you can hang that, you can make a bad pitch and get burned. When you're going good, they pop the hanger up. When you're not, it gets drilled. So, I see enough good things here with this club that I'm excited about it still, and it all evolves around the base about their defense. I think is very good. I couldn't say that any time last year. So I mean, they got enough things in place to where they could turn around quickly, and I just hope they could do it today.
And Mike, last night I'd say probably the biggest inspiration that any Giants fan took away from that game is Kyle Harrison and the outing that he had. 6 innings pitched, 8 strikeouts. We know all about that fastball, but to me, I've been paying attention to the development of that changeup. Last night, I thought he utilized it early and often. What was your breakdown on the performance of Kyle Harrison?
Yeah, spot on. The changeup has brought him into another level. I mean, I said on the pregame show that last year at this time, I didn't think he was ready. I didn't know if he had enough consistency with the fastball to be able to rely on it. I didn't know if he had another speed. His slider was a little lazy, and he's busted his butt to correct those things. He's tightened up the slider. He's really, really improved in his ability to command his pitches, and now you have the changeup, which a changeup is a funny pitch. When you start learning it, you feel comfortable throwing it when you're ahead in the count. Well, changeup's really built for a fastball count when you're behind in the count, especially when they're aware of your fastball. But now he's got that changeup where, he can throw it 3-1. He can throw it 3-2 with the bases loaded. He has that much confidence in it. And it makes his fastball better. So all of a sudden now you have a guy who's a teaser with a lot of great talent, and his makeup, I mean, he's so determined and he's a bull out there. And now all of a sudden you give him some tools, look out. And I mean, he cruised last night, and he had a couple bad breaks go against him. And his opponent took advantage of him. But all in all, I mean, when you're talking about a loss, you're talking about the things that cause you to lose, and you overlook the positive, and the big positive, as you point out, that's Kyle Harrison. This guy's a badass, and he reminds me so much of Madison Bumgarner when he was the same age. He's doing a lot of things the same way, and he's a guy that you feel when you're getting in that batter's box. You feel this kid. I mean, he's a bull. He is a competitive bull, and he's going to be really fun to watch this year.
No, I love it. He was definitely the takeaway from last night. One of the other takeaways, Mike, and this is one of those ones that I don't even know if you can wave a wand, but they haven't hit a homer in 5 consecutive games, and that's like getting into a long stretch. I believe it was 2018 is the postgame note, was the last time. I have the notes right here. Did not homer. They've not homered in each of the last 5 games. Last time they didn't homer in 5 straight games, September of 2018, and that was 6 straight games. So I don't know what you go to the clubhouse, Mike, and you stand in the middle of the clubhouse, you say, hey, guys, hit a homer. What
yeah, steal a base. What the hell? What are we doing here?
Right. I mean, what do you make of that power drought?
Well, it just happens. I mean, you go through spells where it happens. I mean, you get good pitching, and you get cool nights, and I mean, you get some of the elements just aren't that conducive to long balls, and you got to be patient. Home runs happen with good swings. When guys start to get in a groove, they're going up there trying to put a good swing on a ball. You'll hear that same comment day in and day out all around baseball, and that's a fact. You have a good swing, the home runs happen. So I mean, they're going to Tampa, which is a pretty good place for home runs, and then they're on to Miami, which is not a great place for home runs. So who knows? But they definitely have the ability. They have guys with power, and but I really can't explain it outside of it's been cool, and it hasn't really been a great climate for home runs. You say, well, wait a second. The other guys are on the other side of the field are hitting them. Good swings. They need good swings. Good swings get home runs.
Yeah, they say, they say your only opponent, as much as I've been impressed by the Nationals, this is the last one, Mike, we'll let you go, is your only opponent is yourself, is the old cliche, and I've always believed in that. And last night, Richie Aurelio on the postgame, after you guys threw it to him, said, it comes to a point where somebody's got to say, hey, who's going to be the guy? Like Richie said that. Richie was the guy a lot. He grabbed the bat. So are you a believer in that, Mike, that somebody in the clubhouse says, hey, I'm going to be the guy,
Well, I think that's the problem. I think they're all saying that. And I think they're putting too much pressure on themselves. Baseball is a game where, you can't get geeked up. Remember that story about Paul Bear Bryant, the great coach of Alabama? He walked into, I think it was Earl Weaver's clubhouse with the Orioles. And, Bear Bryant, he's a college football coach. Mm-hmm. I mean, energy and emotion and getting geeked up. I mean, you work all week to have your team get geeked up. So anyway, the story goes, he walks into an Orioles game right before the game, and he looks in the clubhouse. There's 2 tables full of guys playing cards, guys asleep on the floor, and a guy over here is listening to his music, and everybody's just kind of chill, right? And Bear Bryant looks to Earl Weaver and says, what's wrong here? I mean, what's wrong with these guys? They got a game in 30 minutes. What the heck's going on here? I mean, don't they understand this? Don't they? And Earl Weaver goes, this is baseball, man. This ain't football. And that's what you have to remember. You got to be chill. Baseball's a game. If you try and get geeked up there and try and hit home runs at home plate, you're going to look like an idiot. Whereas if you're relaxed and the more relaxed you are, the heavier bat head is. The heavier bat head is, the more strength you have in your bat, and the more line drives, the more power you get. So it's just baseball being baseball. You have to everybody get to the point where they're relaxing that lineup. They believe in themselves. They believe in the guy behind them. And that's where the chemistry forms, and that's what you're looking for.
I've been spoken like a true veteran, Mike. All right, I'm in a better frame of mind now. We're heading out to the yard today. Hopefully we'll come up and say hi. And like you said, just go out there and don't freak out. That's what you said. Don't freak out. So we'll look forward to today's game, and we'll talk to you Friday.
Had a bit.
Mike Krukow saying, don't freak out. Remember the song Freak Out by LaChic?
Freak out.
Yeah. And there's another movie. In the movie Say Anything, I know there's definitely a deep pull from the 80s. But Lloyd Dobler, played by John Cusack, screams, you must chill. You must chill. And that's what I think Mike's telling us.
You got to chill.
You must chill.
EPMD, right?
All right. Well, we'll chill with Rich Aurelia at 8:15 for sure and talk about it. But let's shift gears for the big hit, and that is making 26 threes down in L.A. was a beautiful thing. And now we're going another pop culture illusion. Are we going Cher, Do You Believe? Do you believe in the Warriors after all? And thanks again to Mike, because he's brought to us by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. Warriors fans, line up your calls. 808 KNBR is the phone number, or your texts at 415-808-5627. And then Richie at 815, Rich Aurelia, asking who's going to be the guy. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You got to be chill.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Draymond Green turned into the human flamethrower last night down in LA after he started off the game 5 for 5 from three-point range in the first half. So post-game, our guys JD and Greg Silver broke down the Warriors' big win over the Lakers on Dubs OT. If you want to hear that full podcast and more, check it out on KNBR.com and on the KNBR app.
He is a flamethrower.
All right, Provident Credit Union, helping your money work harder for you. Okay, you ready to make your money work harder? Check out Provident Credit Union's Pick a Term certificate. Yet for a limited time, you can select a term of either 3, 6, or 9 months and earn an impressive 4.75% annual percentage yield, or earn 4.50% with a 12-month term. Yep, you heard me right, up to 4.75%. It is the perfect opportunity to achieve your short-term savings goals while enjoying a high dividend rate. With Provident's Pick a Term certificate, you have the flexibility to choose the term that suits you best. So whether you're saving for vacation, a down payment, or just building your emergency fund, Provident has you covered. Visit them at providentcu.org or swing by a branch for more details. And if you're in the Oakland area, there's a new location at Temescal Plaza. Don't wait. Secure your financial future today. This rate is effective as of March 26, 2024. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. For additional information, please visit providentcu.org.
Hold it now. This is the Big Hit. Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
The trailing Green. Over Hayes, a three. Good! Draymond Green. Spinning Curry behind the back to Green. Free to fire triple.
What is going on here with Draymond Green? Why not? Why not? Why not?
He is a flamethrower. Words I thought I'd never say. Wow. Oh, what a pass. What a pass by Curry. My goodness. Just threads away right through three defenders. Curry, three. Good.
There's the answer.
Who win it? Boy, they played well on the road. They've won 16 of their last 20 on the road. Warriors win this one by 14, beating the Lakers 134 to 120.
Right in the Lakers' face, and sing it, Cher. She's probably been to a couple Lakers games. Sonny and Cher back in the day. So we told Young Tone, we said, we're feeling the Believe vibe, and he dials up the absolute electro, techno, pop banger from 98, 90. This song dominated so much in 99. I remember The Onion. You guys Onions fans? The Onion, the fake newspaper?
Yeah, you don't see The Onion pop up as much anymore.
No, but I remember The Onion had a headline said, West Virginia coal miners 5 miles under Earth's surface report hearing thumping strains of Cher's Believe. Because it was everywhere. They were in like a mine shaft under the earth, and they could hear the beat of Cher's Believe. That was an Onion story. And here it is. Hey, somebody wrote in earlier and said, We Believe 2.0. Now, don't forget that We Believe team only won one playoff series. They lost the next series to Utah, even though Barron dunked on Kirilenko. I think the believe that we're asking here is, do you believe they can go farther than that in this Western Conference? That is, by any measure, I think it's fair to say, yes, the Denver Nuggets are the Denver Nuggets, obviously, and they're going to be a mountain to climb and Mount Jokic and all that stuff. But I think it's fair to say that this Western Conference is truly balanced, where you can make an argument. The difference between 1 and 10 ain't that big. You know, I mean, sometimes it's top heavy. Used to be in the NBA. You start the season, there's 4 teams that can win the championship. That's it. Dude, now in the West, I'm just asking. You can tell me I'm wrong. But after last night's historic three-point shooting performance and what you just heard Kevin Harlan say, 16 out of 20 road wins, and the Warriors now in position to make a run, not just for the 9, but maybe for the 8 and even maybe for the 7 if we did our math right. Do you believe?
Well, that's the question this morning on the Big Hit. Do you believe in life after love? But I can tell you, after last night, I believe in the Warriors after that dub. The way they shot the lights out, the way that they've been playing since TJD has entered the starting lineup. Now, again, Anthony Davis was not there. Hold your text.
That's a big
I know
one.
all about it. They won back-to-back games down at Crypto now. And yes, AD was also poked in the eye in the game before that and left in the first quarter. But we've heard so much about the house of horrors for Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors. They can't shoot like that down in L.A. Well, last night, they did. They had a historic shooting night. So you combine that with the defense of a TJD in the front court. Jonathan Kuminga, a little bit of a quiet night last night, but you have him leading that second unit. Murph, this team is playing their best basketball of the season. Yeah. So, yes, I do believe in life after love.
Okay, all right. Cher and Marcus Boucher are all in. Young Tony, you have the mic there, buddy. Do you believe these Warriors can make a legitimate run at something interesting in the month of May?
I mean, was it likely in 21?
22, you mean?
Yeah, 2021, 22 season. Yeah. I
No,
don't
it was
think it was
not.
like you. That's what I'm saying.
No.
So it was unexpected. So, I mean, same with 2010 for the Giants. I mean, you never know. You got to play the games.
Right.
That's why these games, you can put it on paper, but you got to actually play the games to see what happens.
Look at this kid. That's why they play the games.
That's why they play the games.
That's a hot take. I like that.
Simple as that. But we have not seen a 10 seed because we've only had them for a couple of years now with this playing bracket.
Well, what is this 10
ever
seed?
make it to the
What
championship?
is this 10 seed you're talking about? I got a path to 8 or 7.
We're talking about a
dude.
path of totality,
A
Murph.
path of totality, and the totality that is that you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. We did the math earlier, and again, I'm willing to be told by somebody much smarter than me. I was out last night having my Warriors ticket playoff draft. By the way, you talk about believe.
Yeah,
Should I
Murph
retell that
believes.
story? I told it 6:02 this morning.
Please do, Murph.
So I'm part of that Warriors season ticket group, and there's 8 shares. And so we have our playoff draft. And the playoff draft is you have to draft games that you don't know if they're ever going to exist. Because we're not going to meet every round. We have to meet just once. And so theoretically, the NBA Finals exists. I had the second pick in the draft. I took NBA Finals home game 3. Oh, that just happened. Oh, yeah. Hey, YOLO, baby. Go big or go home.
I'll applaud you for having the cojones.
Well, also, I just thought, you know what? At this point, my next few weeks are kind of busy with Little League coaching, so I thought I'll punt it down the road and see if and if it happens, I'm the golden god, right?
Exactly.
So, but anyway, the point is that's out there. So here's what we looked at. The Warriors are currently the 10 seed, but right now they have bragging rights over the Lakers. They have the tiebreaker over the Lakers. So if they and the Lakers win out, Warriors finish ahead of the Lakers, and at worst, you're the 9 seed hosting the Lakers next Tuesday here at Chase Center. Now,
and you're not one of these lunatics that thinks it's a better idea for the Warriors to rest players over the next 3 games.
No.
Lose so that they play down in L.A. because technically they have a better road record this year.
That's bonkers, brother. All right.
That's a hot take if I ever heard
By the way, because what if Anthony Davis decides he doesn't have a headache and nausea?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
then it's a problem at crypto.
Now, mind, at Portland tomorrow night, you'd like to get that one, right? I mean, what are the Blazers? What's Scoot Henderson doing these
I don't
days,
think
right?
Scoot is slowing them down
Is
at
Scoot
all.
on 3-2-1 Cancun? Cancun on 3, Cancun on me?
Yeah, the Trailblazers have been fishing for a couple months now.
Friday night against Zion in New Orleans at Chase.
Ooh, and they're playing for something.
That's a playoff game.
Yeah.
Because if you can get to the 8, if the Warriors win out, there is a real path to the 8 seed. Because Phoenix and Sacramento have a tough road. Now, here's my plan. My plan is for Phoenix to lose out.
Ooh, Murph's 5-point plan.
Yes. Tomorrow night, they lose at the Clippers. That's quite likely, right? They'll lose to the Clippers. By the way, you guys down with this whole Devin Booker story about his hair?
Oh, dude, I saw this going viral the other day.
Oh, my God. If it's not Devin Booker, it's unfair slander. If it is Devin Booker, oof.
I feel bad for the kid.
Well, first of all, I've never seen this kind of hair shenanigans.
Oh, dude, you can just spray paint someone's forehead now. How do you think LeBron James got his hairline back?
I've never seen, so if you missed it, TMZ had it. They say it's a prominent NBA superstar, and some people are delineating because the guy has a mask over his face, like Phantom of the Opera. I mean, dude.
Nice.
And
one of those Mardi Gras masks.
And he has the bad horseshoe balding pattern. I heard it described on a national show as the George Costanza balding pattern.
Okay.
It's what he has. And so the barber's marching instructions are to shave it down. So you shave off the wisps. Somebody described them as the Homer Simpson wisps up there.
Nice.
So now you got just a clean horseshoe, right? Then the guy lays down a layer of lacquer. Then he puts glue on there, Elmer's glue, and then comes in with, Young Tone, like straight at the divot that Tiger Woods is going to leave at the Masters, dude. Just a beautiful 3-iron divot. He doesn't carry a 3-iron anymore. Beautiful wedge divot, like just a sod, a block of sod, and glues it on top of the guy's head. And people think it's Devin Booker based on certain look of the hair,
The facial structure.
If it's not Devin Booker, it's slander, and he should be suing
It's an
everybody, including me. So
Yeah, come on. Devin Booker's young enough to have a real head of hair, but Murph, you're right. The toupee game has been taken to a whole another level.
Dude, if you grew up with the toupees that I grew up with, bro, guys would walk into rooms, you're like, bro, come on, man, seriously?
Maybe like flying sideways.
Man, guys would walk into rooms, and right out of the gate, you're like, come on, man, I can't look you in the eye. I can't look you in the eye right now. We're going to have a problem having a conversation.
We had a kid get in trouble in middle school. We had a teacher with a toupee, and he tried to throw the fish hook into the toupee. Yeah, you know, that kid got suspended.
Oh, boy.
It wasn't me this time, though.
There are those who call the toupee the toupe, just for fun. Okay, so Phoenix and Devin Booker and his hair lose to the Clippers tomorrow night. Then they lose at Sac. That could happen, right? Although the Kings are bleeding right now without Malik Monk and Herter, right?
Yeah, they're a different team without Malik Monk.
And then Phoenix loses at Minnesota. That's 3 losses. I got them with 36 losses. This is my crazy scenario. Then Sacramento loses to New Orleans, beats Phoenix, and loses to Portland. Now, granted, unlikely. But that gives them 36 losses. The Lakers win out. They're 35 losses. The Warriors win out. They're 35 losses. Phoenix, 36 losses. Sac, 36 losses. Lakers, Warriors, 35 losses. Warriors are the 7th seed. Bro, can you imagine? And then if you're the 7 and you win that 7-8 game, now again, this is a little crazy because is Phoenix really going to, is Sac really going to lose to Portland?
I mean, Murph, I love the text we got earlier saying, Murph, your math is right. It's just unrealistic.
Yeah, this is all true. But if you're the 7 now and you win the 7-8 game, you don't have to play. If Denver's the 1, you don't have to play them. You play the 2, who's either Minnesota or Oklahoma City.
And even if you lose that game, you get 2 bites of the apple, like Draymond Green was talking about last night.
Yeah, man. So, dude, I'm telling you, man. So there's a long way of saying I believe. I told you guys I was intrigued earlier, and I'll be honest. When Draymond got tossed in Orlando, my confidence plummeted. It plummeted.
Oh, he got tossed in Orlando, and we were talking about shipping him off during the summer.
Yeah.
A lot of people were. Not me, but a lot of people
were. Now, they won the game, which was insane. And ever since then, they seem to be I don't know how. We thought Steph was crying. We thought he was kicking chairs. And he seems unbothered by it all. And this gets back to that, I guess, kind of what Clay was saying to Draymond. Like they get Draymond in a way we don't get Draymond. Right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So they're
absolutely. And look what's happened since Steph was kicking chairs and Draymond had that grin on his face when he hugged him in the hallway. I think they're like 7-1 since that game. They've been playing good basketball.
They lost to the Mavericks on that Friday night game in Dallas.
But they were on a 6-game winning streak or 5-game right before that.
Prior to that, buddy, I got you here at the end of March. That Magic game, they beat the Magic. So on that trip, it started with Curry Minute-gate when they lost.
That's right.
And we were like, everyone's killing Kerr, right? Killing Kerr.
Including your buddy from Harvard.
Yeah, exactly. So since Minute-gate, you know what their record is? They beat the Heat. They beat the Magic in the Draymond game. They beat the Hornets. They beat the Spurs.
Keep going.
Okay, that's 4-0. They beat the Mavs 5-0. They beat the Rockets 6-0. They lost to the Mavs 6-1. Beat the Warriors 7-1. I mean, beat the Jazz 7-1 and beat the Lake 8-1.
8-1 since they kicked the chair. Since Draymond got ejected in Orlando, and everybody lost their mind saying, "Oh, Draymond's a team cancer. He can't be on the team." No. We saw how valuable Draymond was last night, going 5 for 5 in the first half.
Unbelievable. All right, we got some sound from last night. Do you have the Draymond sound about the 7 or 8 seed, Young Toe? You can come on the mic and coach me up here, buddy.
I don't think we have that exact quote. We do have Kerr talking about the playoff seeding.
Let's hear that then. Steve Kerr. I think he goes with the whole "just wake me when it's over" thing, which I get. If I wasn't doing a sports talk radio show, I'd honestly say, just tell me Sunday. Just tell me Sunday.
I mean, how crazy is this, though, real quick, that we've been talking about this 9-10 seed for months, it feels like, even at the brand of basketball the Warriors have been playing. And now in the final 3 games of the season, they're going to move up 2 or 3 spots. It's asking a lot, Murph.
I mean, but share. Do you believe in love? Do you believe in life after love? Coal miners hearing this at the center of the earth. Steve Kerr on the playoff seedings here. Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, we need a little help, obviously, but all we've talked about is just win, just take care of our business and see how everything else shakes out. So many teams are playing against each other in the group that we're in, and you just never know. So we've got to keep going, keep winning, and see how it plays out.
Didn't Rick Barry come on our show a few weeks ago and not just talk about his prowess in the sack, but also said that he believed in the Warriors, right?
He's got belief in them. And Murph, sorry to kind of digress and drive off the road.
Yeah, I love that.
But I heard something right there from Steve Kerr, maybe channeling his inner Al Davis.
Just win, baby.
That's what Kerr hit him with.
Let me hit the Kerr then. Let me hit the Kerr.
Just win. That's all you got to do. Control the controllables. Steve Kerr will tell you himself. All you need to do is win ball games. They go 3-0. They have the tiebreaker against the Lakers. Steve Kerr summed it up perfectly.
Just win. Just take care of our business and see how everything else shakes out.
Just win.
You got to credit Al.
When you have Steph Curry, you have Draymond Green, you have Klay Thompson, I'm going to tell him one thing. Just win, baby.
Just win, baby.
I was more of a Bob Pettit guy back in the day.
No
Dude.
3-point line in my day, Murph.
Exactly. You had to earn your two. It's like running the ball behind Shell and Otto.
You wanted 3. You had to get to the charity stripe.
That's it. Here's an anti-Draymond text in the 530. I mean, listen, if you're anti-Draymond right now, you're going against Clay.
Oh, come at me,
You're
bro.
going against Steph, and you're going against Kerr and all those guys who believe in him. By the way, on the text line, literally, I asked for Warriors text. Literally, the Devin Booker toupee story is getting way more reaction than the Warriors story.
I mean, it
dude.
looked just like Devin Booker.
I don't want to read all these texts about toupees.
Here's the thing, Murph.
Devin
This is
Booker.
how I know it's not Devin Booker, because if it was Devin Booker, he would have hooked up his guy Kevin Durant with a new toupee.
Yeah, well, unless Durant, some people want to go bald. I mean, there's many people who just rock the ball.
Well, he's not going bald. He's just balding, and he's kind of in that middle ground where LeBron James was until he got his hair transplanted.
Yeah, man, oh, man. 408 says, if the Warriors play defense like last night, make smart decisions, and take good shots, they can literally beat anyone. Can they beat the Denver Nuggets? I'm not so sure. And I think the reason why they won last night, a big reason they won, was no Anthony Davis. They remain vulnerable to the big.
That's the big question. Can you stop the big man, which would make you believe that the Warriors match up better against the Kings than they do against the Lakers? No disrespect to Sabonis, but he's not the type of player that Anthony Davis is.
I don't think there's any question. I heard Tolbert talking about that yesterday. He's like, 3,000% you prefer the Kings to the Lakers, especially, I mean, unless AD's out. If you can tell me AD's out, then I'll take the Lakers.
Well, that's the thing. That's why Charles Barkley calls him street clothes Anthony Davis,
Well,
because
it's
he
true,
missed last
dude.
night's game with a headache.
I mean, dude, listen, I don't want to diminish the guy.
Of course.
I do have to say, as a sports fan from the outside, that's a tough look.
Oh.
That he left because of a headache and nausea.
And
It's
especially
like,
in a
whoa, bro,
game
really?
where the Warriors get the tiebreaker. Again, we don't know exactly what's
Maybe
going on.
he's really, really, really ill.
Well,
I don't
that's
know.
why I'm asking the question, because the Lakers have not put him in the concussion protocol. He's had this headache, this migraine since Sunday. You think if you have a headache that long, you would go and take some concussion test.
By the way, Minnesota and Denver are currently tied at 55 and 24. OKC's at 54 and 25. So that one seed's not settled. So if you're the 8, you could, if the Warriors somehow get their way out of the play-in, they could draw Minnesota. And, listen, I got respect for Ant Edwards and clean up on aisle 4 and all that stuff, but
they're not as intimidating without Karl Anthony
no.
Towns.
Did I hear Papa say he's coming back?
I saw that they were maybe going to make a chance for him to come back in the postseason, but I don't know how. I mean, I thought his injury was pretty serious. They still have size in Gobert, and Naz Reid has been filling in well, but if Cat's not there, that's
I
a different team.
knew it was. Here it is. Yeah, Karl Anthony Towns expected to play before the playoffs. Could return this week.
Wow.
So there you go.
Look at that.
Anyway, guys, there it is. I guess the bottom line is Cher has told us it is time to believe. And the Warriors did it last night by shooting historically great from three-pointer. No team shooting 43s or more has ever made as many as the Warriors made last night. So go Cher, go Belief, go. We Believe 2.0.
Go date it.
Is the takeaway from the big hit. Okay, here's the deal. Richie Aurelia, he asked last night in a very frustrated way, he goes, who's going to be the guy? That's what he asked. We'll ask Richie next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
They can't win this series without street clothes.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Athletics' Tim Kawakami made an appearance on the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to talk about the Warriors' final stretch of the regular season and also the future of Klay Thompson. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
All right, we were talking to Mike Krukow, and he says, don't freak out. And here it is, the song, Freak Out. Before we welcome Richie to the airwaves, I want to remind everybody we're proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. It's always fun and a pleasure to have Rich Aurelia on our show. Richie doing a morning hit here with Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph, and Marcus. Richie, good morning, man. How are you?
What's up, Rich?
I'm good, guys. I love the intro song. Before you even heard that you said, Kruk said, don't freak out. I kind of figured that's why it was on.
He said, don't freak out. And he said, you must chill. There's a movie, Say Anything with John Cusack, where he screams, you must chill. You must chill. So,
and Mike also said this morning that Giants fans need to chill. But Murph, I think specifically he might have been talking to you this morning.
Yeah, I'm a little hacked off, Richie. I had high hopes for a good start. With the Nationals coming into town and great starting pitching, and they're just not responding right now. I saw you do the post game last night. I saw it Monday night. You and Sean, you had that look on your faces. What are you seeing, Richie? What's going on?
Well, it's the look of a little concern, maybe a little frustration. I think it's the same look probably we saw on Bob Melvin's face after the game last night in his presser. Listen, you don't want to, you can't panic too early in the season. It is early, and I kind of give them a little slack in the sense of they did face two pretty good, one really, really good team and one good team in the Padres and the Dodgers. They kind of got out of that okay, I think. They were in the games against the Dodgers, a couple tight ones. And then you're thinking they're going to go play the Nationals at home, and you're thinking they're just going to kind of hit their stride. But, listen, offensively, they're just not hitting with any, everybody's like, they have no home runs yet at home. I'm like, well, I don't care about the home runs. They had 10 singles last night. There was no extra bases. They haven't stolen a base yet this year. You're limited onto, got lucky last night. They played a little fundamental baseball and scored on the sac fly. But, offense is just struggling a little bit. And I don't know if it's a matter of a bunch of new faces getting used to the ballpark or Matt Chapman getting used to the National League, but it's a little frustrating. I don't want to use the word concerning yet. It's a little frustrating. I think just because of the hopes that everybody had coming in with some of the moves they made, but it is early. It is early, so they got to just focus, one day at a time now and see if they can, get out of this series with at least one win.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It looked like they had a chance to win the ball game last night in the ninth inning, bases loaded, nobody out. And that truly seems like it's the story of the team right now, Rich, is the runners in scoring position. Last night, 1 for 6. They're now 2 for 32 on this homestand so far. Do you think that's an issue of guys maybe just pressing a little bit too much at the plate, or is there anything they can maybe do to maybe come through clutch in those situations?
I think it's a combination of things. I think once you get to this point, when you're 2 for 32 and everybody's talking about it, yeah, I think guys are pressing a little bit. I also think, for me, especially as I got older and later in my career, hitting the runners in scoring position is more of a mentality. That starts in the on-deck circle when you're sitting there kind of going through scenarios. If you get up to the plate, what am I going to do here if a guy gets to second base? Am I going to, there's nobody out. Am I going to try and, get him over the third, and have a man on third with less than 2 outs? Or am I getting up there and I'm going to try and drive him in? And that's what I would always do that, especially when I was hitting a little down in the order. But again, I had the pitcher hitting ninth when I was playing, but I'd always turn around to the dugout and ask Dusty or Boch, as I was going up, do you want me to get this guy over, or do you want me to try and drive him in? And, so I had a plan going up there. So I think there's a mentality aspect of it too, where you got to have a plan on what you want to do. But we've seen this the last few years with this team, and I know there's a bunch of new faces, but, they haven't been a very good situational hitting team. I don't know how you work on that. You can't work on that in batting practice. I mean, there really isn't any way to work on it. So that's a glaring thing. But listen, there's other reasons why, they're not winning these games. I mean, last night as an example, you tie the game, and then the first hitter the next inning, Walker, hits Winker with a 1-2 pitch, and he ends up scoring a run. And then in I want to say it was the 8th maybe, Winker hit a little jam shot off Rogers down the left field line, and Conforto couldn't hold him to a single, which Sean and I were like, oh, I can't believe he didn't hold him to a single right there. So there's other little things that compound it, but again, it's early. If you go through this stretch of what their record is right now in the middle of the year, nobody really talks about it. It's just so magnified because it's the beginning of the season.
All true. You did ask last night on the postgame. You said, it's got to the point you say, who's going to be the guy, right? That's what you said.
Yeah.
Is there something to that? Like in a winning team, somebody steps up, and you don't physically say that, like, I'm the guy, but you go lead the way?
Well, you'd always think that falls on your veterans, right? Like, and guys that hit in the middle of your lineup. And I would say this, I guess until about 3 games ago, Conforto was that guy, but, he's hit a little skid here. But, I don't think it's a vocal statement. It's more like who's going to get up there and get the big hit, and who's going to get up there and, honestly make the productive out. Who's going to do that? And it's just a matter of time till somebody does. And what I think is a different scenario this year than years, at least the last few years past, is these players have guys in that dugout now on staff that had played the game at this level, at the highest level. You got a manager who's managed for a long time. You got a third base coach who was one of the best third basemen in the game when he played. You got a hitting coach who played, I don't know what Pat played, 12 years, 13, 14 years in the big leagues. So you have people you can lean on, because when you get to these situations, sometimes it's all mental and not mechanical, and you need guys you could lean on to talk to. Basically, you're in dugout psychologists, and that's what those guys are. And I know I don't have as much of a track record with Pat. I know Pat, but I played for Bob. I played with Matty, played against Matty for a long time. And those guys are hard-nosed, and, they have the mentality and the knowledge to help these guys if needed. And, it seems like we're getting to a point where it might be needed a little bit.
And, Rach, we were actually talking about the overall team approach earlier this morning, because it does seem like they're not the most aggressive team early in the count. Now, this early on in the season, is that something that falls on the coaching staff, or does it fall on the players just not executing so far?
I think it all depends on the game plan they have going into a series. And, I'm not, we're not privy to that because we're not in those meetings or those talks. But for me, I don't think that's as much of a concern as the fact of, I know the last couple of days, and I can't really remember who the hitter was. And both, I know one time it was, I think it was Wilmer Flores a couple times, like just took 2-0 heaters right down the middle and a 3-1 heater right down the middle. And me, as a former guy who was an aggressive, hitter kind of early in the count, I was just sitting there going, well, I don't know what you're looking for. Yeah. You're in a hitter's count, and you're a guy that can hit the ball out of the park. What are we? And it wasn't like these games were blowouts where you needed a base runner, right? These are like 1-run tie game at the time. So in my mind, I'm like, if I get that leverage as a hitter, I'm taking advantage of it, and I'm going to be aggressive and look for one pitch to drive. And, and you could tell, you guys watch enough games, for years, you could tell when a guy's up there just taking. He's not even looking hitterish on a 2-0, 3-1 pitch. So that's the only thing that kind of baffles me a little bit in certain situations. This game's hard, man. I'm not going to lie to you, and it's probably harder now than it's ever been because guys are throwing a million miles an hour and they have, 4 or 5 pitches each. So it is difficult. At the same time, you need to take advantage of the opportunities or the leverage when you're given that. And, I think that's something they need to kind of get back to right now.
Yeah, it's really well said. Rich Aurelia, who you saw last night doing the NBC Sports Bay Area pre and post with his buddy Sean Estes, and it was frustrating, and the Giants had the bases loaded with nobody out in the 9th inning. I know I always want we have you on to talk about the Giants, but just a quick word about the Nats because of this ownage. Because, supposedly, Rich, your only opponent is yourself, right? Just focus on yourself. Mm-hmm. But is there something about this matchup? 8 out of 9? This goes back to last year and the year before. The Nats lost 91 last year, but not when they play the Giants. What are they doing? Speed, approach? I don't know. What's going on?
Well, again, combination of things. I think, one, once you play a team well, whether they're a powerhouse team or not, you're not afraid to play them. You're not afraid to lose and play aggressively. And what we've seen the last 2 nights out of the Nationals, and I got to give them credit where credit's due. They've been super aggressive on the base paths. They're using their youth and their speed to basically win games. Both their pitchers, nobody was overpowering. There were some of the guys in the bullpen throw hard, but their starters were not overpowering. And sometimes you just get, a team that, just has your number. And I remember for, a couple of years in my career, maybe mid-career, we couldn't beat the Expos, man. And it was this was like once the Expos were getting ready to move out of Montreal, they had nobody. And we just couldn't beat them. There was, for some reason, we just couldn't beat them. So you go through these phases in a season or two where there's just a team that, has your number. And it just, again, it's so magnified when it's a team, if this was the Dodgers doing this to the Giants, I don't think anybody would say anything. But it's the Nationals who, and be 100% honest with you, and until I do my homework before a series, I had no idea who some of these guys were. The only guy I knew on the team was really Gallo. So, they're an aggressive young team, and, that shows you what happens when you're in a rebuilding mode like they are. And they've taken it to the Giants the last 2 nights. You got to give them credit.
Yeah, and after seeing the Nationals last night, I actually wanted to wrap up this interview by asking you about C.J. Abrams. Of course, he took Kyle Harrison deep. Now, this was the guy that was the centerpiece of the Juan Soto trade when the Nationals and Padres made that trade. What did you see from C.J. Abrams at shortstop, and what kind of player do you think he can be?
Well, he was pretty impressive last night. He doesn't look like he doesn't look like a big dude, He looks like a little lanky, skinny dude. Mm-hmm. And when you get a guy like that hits a ball at that part of the park and basically just kind of pimps it a little bit, he knew he had that ball right out of the gate. And I'm like, hey, this guy better run. He hasn't played much here. That ball could stay in the ballpark, but that cleared it a long way. But what I like more about it was the defensive plays he made last night. He made a really nice play up the middle on a force out at second. He made a really nice play in the hole. And listen, what should say a lot about him without even watching him is that he was in the Juan Soto trade, right? One of the guys who's probably considered one of the best players in the league right now, and you're getting traded for him. Again, hopefully, he has a bright future ahead of him, but hopefully he waits to do something good until tomorrow.
I know, right? Enough C.J. Abrams. By the way, it's funny, Richie, you say it was the Expos that haunted you, and the Expos became the Nationals.
The Nationals.
So this is it. We're getting they're being haunted.
You know what, dude? I think back to, because I was watching little, the photos of their players on the screen last night while the game was going on or post game, and I remember how iconic that Expos hat was.
Yeah.
It was so different. And then I was looking last night, and the one hat that I don't really see them wear a lot in games, where it has a picture of the Capitol
Yeah.
On the front of the hat with the big W.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's another kind of classic hat. That's really good looking hat. So I don't know. I may have to go out and grab me one of those hats.
Richie
to
grabbing
walk around town.
his Ryan Zimmerman Nats hat. I like it. By the way, just free plug. The smoked beef up in Montreal that you used to get, like the smoked meat. There's a guy.
Yes.
The Giants just opened a Montreal smoked meat deli at Oracle Park. This guy Augie. I'm going to go by today. It's like a combo of like pastrami and corned beef. But the logo for the deli is the old Expos logo, or the fleur de lis, I should say.
Is that the guy that's in Chase Center?
Yes.
Too?
Yeah. Same guy.
Yeah.
Augie.
So I went to a Warriors game last year, and I went up to get a sandwich there, and the guy recognized me, and he's like, "Yeah." He goes, "Remember we used to have that smoked meat thing in the Olympic Stadium?" He was like, "Yeah, that's where I got the idea." And so it was pretty cool. It's good stuff, too.
Maybe he should like change the logo for this series because it's bringing back flashbacks or something. So anyway,
I know.
Hey, Rich, it's always great. The wine's going good. Red Stitch, yeah.
Everything's going great. We got a nice little bud break going up here right now. The weather's kind of nice up in Bloomsburg, so we're all good, man.
Yeah.
We're good.
And the kids are hitting fairways and greens, right?
Yeah, they actually. I'm leaving tomorrow. They both have a tournament in Arizona. It's Arizona State's tournament, so I'm flying out tomorrow for a couple of days to watch them play. Yeah, so all's good there.
Just strolling the fairways, watching your boys play D1 golf. I love it. All right, Rich, life is good, man. Always good to hear from you, brother. Always good.
All right, guys, take care.
There
Thanks.
he is. I love Rich Aurelio, man.
Oh, Rich
Just
is
a
the
great
man.
giant. One of the great giants. All right, hey, cooler content on the other side. Jackson Holiday's call up. You might get maybe a little goosebump, and then the other one, Young Tone, Bryce Harper and the Sandlot.
Ooh, Murph's favorite movie.
Don't get me going. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, these sports later. Would you smoke moose meat? Marin Health, world-class Marin Health. World-class beauty in Marin County, world-class secret. We want you to know about Marin Health, not just the closest medical care, but the best with a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
right, everyone. Chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
All right, Cooler of Content has a couple of banner things here. One, we're going to have to reopen the wounds here, reopen the war over the movie Sandlot.
Oh, no.
The Sandlot.
We're going down this path again.
And it's, I mean...
And Murph's hatred for the movie Sandlot. Murph said it's the worst baseball movie ever.
See, now you're just being... As the great Jim Harbaugh would say, see, you're just trying to provoke.
You know how I do, Murph.
Exactly. So what happened was, here's how the whole history of the Sandlot goes with me. When we had our first kid in 2007, young Deck Murph, the great Coach Bob in Berkeley, one of my all-time favorite human beings, he gave me a gift. He goes, it's the Sandlot on DVD or whatever. He goes, you'll watch this with your boy. Now, I had missed it in the theater because it came out in when? 90?
Ooh, I want to say like 93?
93. Good guess. Nice.
So I was 25, 26, and at that point in time, I wasn't looking to see kids' movies, so I kind of skipped past it.
It's a baseball movie.
It is. But I also, you know what else fell into that? Angels in the Outfield fell into that bucket for me. Rookie of the Year, which I've since circled back and seen.
Henry Rowan Gardner.
All those 90s, because I was like in my late 20s, and I was like, these are for kids.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
Silly rabbit tricks are for kids.
Well, Murph, I was a kid in the 90s, so
Correct.
I watched all of them.
So Sandlot, and so he tells you got to see, So I sit down, I watch it, I go, yeah, okay, it's fine. I get it. Then I go to work with these kids from the Sandlot generation, and you guys are like, oh, best movie of all time, my favorite. And I was like, whoa, easy now, easy. And then a war started because I went from just saying easy to you guys saying, oh, you hate the Sandlot. No.
Well, here's the thing,
I don't
Murph.
hate the Sandlot.
I think the perfect example, and maybe Tony and John Joe don't even know about this, is there's obviously nostalgia with guys like me and Cobes and Tony.
And I get it, and I want you to embrace it.
The same way you're nostalgic over a movie like Hoosier.
Correct.
Different times, different generations.
Yes, and I haven't come at the Sandlot the way your generation comes at Hoosier.
Oh, I disagree with that
now,
take.
here's my one problem with the Sandlot, and if this kid was out of the movie, I'd feel entirely different.
Oh, here comes the slander.
Freaking Squints.
Oh, Squints is a legend.
No, this kid needs to get his A kicked, all right? You know what I mean? Little too. I don't like precocious kids. I don't like kids who are like, oh, look how funny and cute that kid is. I don't like it. Like those viral videos that go around, those kids playing T-ball that do remember the guy goes hustle around third and that kid did the slow motion running. It was like, oh, look how funny he is. I'm like, no, hustle your ass home. You know what I mean? And by the way, do we need to get Mandy Peppercorn in the Me Too movement?
Wendy Peppercorn, all right?
Wendy Peppercorn.
Put some respect on Wendy's name.
Could she join the Me Too movement?
Well,
I think
Murph.
Squints took advantage.
Well, here's the thing, Murph. This movie was set back in the 60s, I believe. I don't think there was a Me Too movement back then.
I stand with Mandy. Or Wendy?
Come on, this is like your childhood.
Wendy
Peppercorn.
So
See my guys out here slandering already.
They didn't wind up together, did they?
I think at the end of the movie, it's Squints and Wendy Peppercorn ended up together.
Down on that. Anyway, also, guys, it's a Dodger movie. The Dodger steals home against the Giants at the end of the movie.
It's Benny the Jet, all right? Cut him some slack.
It's all by way of saying Bryce Harper is you. You are Bryce Harper because
same age, yeah.
I gotta give credit to the Bat Boys Baseball.
I like their account.
Oh, yeah, it's a good base.
Mm-hmm.
Well, somehow this guy got a press pass, and somehow Bryce Harper took the guy's interview request. So he must like the account, too.
Well, these kids are good. They started off touring like a bunch of minor league ballparks. They're bilingual, so they interview English and Spanish-speaking kids.
I'm going to throw him a follow right now.
I've got him a follow on Instagram. They got some good content.
Well, he got Bryce Harper on the field this week in Philly, and asked him the question you all need to ask.
You're a big fan of the Sandlot, right?
Oh, yep.
Can you name all 9 players on the team?
Oh, man. The Nunez, pitcher.
Yep.
Timmy and Tommy. Squints.
Yep.
That's 4. Hamilton Porter, 5. Trying to think. Smalls. Did I say Smalls yet?
Nah.
No? That's 6.
That's 6.
Yeah. 7.
You forgot a pretty obvious one.
Shoot. Sorry. Obviously, holy moly.
Benny the Jet Rodriguez.
So that's 8. The other one starts with a B. Not Bader, man.
You want me to say it?
No. We got lost in the 60s.
Yeah.
What did I say?
Yeah, exactly, bro. I watched it last night.
Oh, man, that's a bummer. Yeah. Go ahead.
Bertram Grover Weeks. Yep.
Got lost in the 60s, man.
Yep.
Yeah. That's why I never found him.
Harper did
Lost
pretty
in the
good,
60s.
though.
That was good.
He ripped off like 5 in a row pretty quickly. And now, if you were in the same situation, how many could you
I
have
probably
top
would have
here?
got like 4 or 5 in a row.
Young Tone?
I can give you Squints and
How many-
Smalls and yeah.
I mean, Smalls is easy. Benny the Jet. He kind of
Ham,
forgot Benny the Jet for
Ham
a second.
Porter, of course.
Who's Yeah? There's a Yeah?
Yeah. All he does is say yeah in the background. Yeah.
You know what's interesting is Dennis Leary, one of my favorite comedians, is in that movie, but he's not funny. He's a dramatic role. It's very odd. So Harper validated your Sandlot love.
Absolutely.
And who's the guy who gets lost in the 60s? Is Bertrand Grover Weeks? or something?
Grover, I did not know his name. No, credit to Harper for knowing that one.
That's pretty funny.
Now, I ask you, if you consider Sandlot a kid's movie, is Bad News Bears a kid's movie?
That's a great question. See, that with Bad News Bears, when you say the Hoosiers, the better comp is Bad News Bears because it's baseball. And to me, honestly, Bad News Bears is a better flick than Sandlot. Much more real. Why
do we have to compare the two, Murph?
Very good.
Sounds like you're trying to denigrate.
Very good. Anyway, on we go. Okay, Bat Boy. By the way, I just went to Bat Boys Baseball to follow them, and it says followed by KNBR Marcus and Logan Webb 16.
That's it. Join the party.
Webby.
Me and Webby.
Yeah. All right. Okay. The other thing we had was this Jackson Holiday. Talk about great baseball. He's probably a Sandlot kid.
Oh, absolutely.
Or unless Gen Z rejects Sandlot.
I mean, that's the thing. Jackson Holiday is so young. He's not even 21 yet. He can't even buy a beer.
So people don't know Jackson Holiday is the son of former Major League All-Star Matt Holliday. Shout out Oakland A's. And he is the number 1 prospect in baseball, right?
Yeah, was the number 1 pick 2022. So within 2 years now, he's gone from being drafted to making his Major League debut this
Boy,
week.
did the Orioles rebuild work or what?
Bro.
Because here he is. This
They
is
are
yesterday.
scary.
Jackson Holiday called into his AAA manager's office, sitting in the chair. There's a secret camera filming him. He's got the backwards hat. He's got the workout T-shirt on, showing off his guns. Just kind of slumped down with his long blonde hair. And here it is.
Jax, what's up, brother? What's up? At first, I just want to commend you for how you've gone about your business down here, dude. Like, that's not easy to do. You kind of carry yourself with a chip on your shoulder, and I think these guys, they notice it, and they feed off of it. All right, so keep doing what you're doing. All right, it's just a matter of time. Just a matter of time. Has your dad been in town? They haven't come in? All right.
My brother's right in the middle of his season.
He's in his season?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, he's probably a great resource for you, right? I'm sure that you guys are tight. He's giving you good advice. And all those times that you've been in the locker room and stuff, you know how this goes. Okay? So, for tomorrow, trying to get guys out early. But first, tonight, I want you to call your dad. I want you to talk to him. And I want you to thank him for all the times that he's allowed you to come to the clubhouse, be on his pass list, you know, let you hit with the big boys. That's pretty special, and it plays into a lot of what you're about. The second thing I want you to tell him is that now it's time for him to ask permission to be on Jackson Holiday's pass list because you're going to the big leagues.
Awesome.
Hell yeah.
That's
all right.
awesome.
I'm fired up.
I appreciate it.
I'm fired up. You've been exceptional down here, brother. To be 20 years old,
I appreciate
to handle
it.
all this stuff,
That's
dude.
awesome. Thank you.
All right.
Yep.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Call your dad.
I will.
Pretty cool, huh?
That's awesome.
Call your dad. That's pretty awesome.
And I got to say, the coolest thing was going on Twitter and seeing the videos going viral of Jackson Holiday as like a toddler on the field with his dad, whether it's at the Coliseum or out in St. Louis. It kind of reminded me of the Vladimir Guerrero Jr. footage that we saw when he got called up a couple years ago.
Dude, the Orioles. They're going to the ship? They're going the distance?
That's if they can get by the 10-win Yankees who won another game yesterday with Carlos Rodon, the Rooster, on the bump.
Well, that's a showdown that looms in October. By the way, I just went on that bit. Logan Webb, Denard Span, Robbie Ray, Bryce Eldridge, Matt Kemp, Lamont Wade, Mauricio Dubon. All these people follow Baseball Bat Boys or
I mean,
whatever.
they're getting great guests. Maybe we should have him as a producer instead of this guy, John Joe, who shows up 2 minutes before the show starts.
I've seen some of their content. He knows players like personally. Like players will recognize him. He's been in spring training. He interviews all these guys.
Yeah, he was at the WBC, I believe. He's everywhere.
The guy puts in the work, man.
Puts in the content.
Hey, real quick, Anthony Edwards, before we go, we love any Anthony Edwards quote. He's asked if he's feeling good about Carl Anthony Towns.
Today that Carl Anthony
Yes, Sirski. Cat is back, baby.
Cat is back.
Yes, Sirski. I've never dropped that
Yes, Sirski. Cat is back, baby.
I've dropped a yes, sir. But
I tell you, Anthony Edwards will make me a T-Wolves fan, man. He will. All right, there's a good cooler of content.
Now the question is, are the Warriors finna match up with Anthony Edwards and Cat in the playoffs?
Clean up on aisle 3, baby. All right, back to the Warriors and what they're doing, man. Do you believe evidence is mounting that something's happening here? Next on the Sports Leader.
If you need a beer, grab a beer.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Who win it? Boy, they played well on the road. They've won 16 of their last 20 on the road. Warriors win this one by 14, beating the Lakers 134 to 120.
Yes, Starsky.
Is this the song? Yes, Sirski?
Yes, Sirski. Travis Scott and Lil Uzi Vert. Oh, excuse me, 21 Savage and Lil Uzi Vert.
21.
I'm learning something new today. My buddy Geeve says, he's a big fan of the What Did Young Tony Learn Today? He said the song Cher's Believe would be considered the birthplace of auto-tune, so that most of the rappers you like, Travis Scott, etc., owe their career to auto-tune. To Cher's Believe.
Is that it?
Well, we're just riffing here, you know what I mean?
And I know Tony is a big, EDM trap music kind of guy. And he said, oh, bro, this Cher song is a banger. It's like the original EDM.
Yes, Sirski, it is.
Yes, Sirski.
Mark Spears joins Tolbert and Copes at 4:50 this afternoon. And 650 asks about Tara Vanderveer. Yes, we mentioned in the 6 o'clock hour, worth revisiting before we get into the Warriors here, that just kind of came out of nowhere last night, that Tara Vanderveer retired. Now, after a second, you say, well, gosh, of course, she's 70. She's coached at Stanford for 38 years. She's done it all. 3 national championships. She's the winningest coach in the history of basketball. Gino Auriemma is right behind her and will pass her next year, but it doesn't matter. She retires as the winningest coach of all time. And, I think I saw Stuart Mandel write in The Athletic. He said, don't underrate the fact that joining the ACC next year
that's a good point.
Hastened this decision.
I didn't even connect those dots.
Yeah, that she's not looking to get on a plane to Clemson and NC State and Miami and all that, Florida State next year.
To have to deal with the traveling, to have to deal with transfer portals and NILs. We just saw Nick Saban step away from Alabama.
Speaking of which, women, I know we'll get to the Warriors in just a second. Do you guys, any reaction to the fact that the women's final officially outrated the men's final?
Hell yeah. Go,
it's
Caitlin,
incredible,
go.
Man. And again, is it a competition? No, it's all basketball, but it certainly is a gigantic moment in women's basketball. There's never would have dreamed. And also, it's a little bit of a statement on the men's game, on how the one and done and the transfer portals killed any sense of continuity.
Correct.
The whole reason we like the women's games is because we followed Caitlin Clark.
Exactly. How many times did we talk about the bigger names and the bigger stars in the women's bracket this year compared to the men's bracket?
Yeah. So you just don't know who's playing on which team. And I say that as a UCLA basketball fan. We just landed 2 transfers. One guy who was at USC last year, one guy who was at Louisville, and it's all right, come on in, guys, but it doesn't build any sense of connection or continuity.
Murph, we were doing an interview yesterday with Dan Wyke, and we were asking about LeBron James, his future, and I brought up the article that he wrote about Bronny James at USC, who now entered the NBA draft, but is also entering the transfer portal at the same time. I don't know what the hell's going on in college basketball.
Multiple portals, multiple entries, whatever. But no, you're right. And the women have the continuity that the men's game used to have when, Walton and Alcindor and all those guys stayed there for years and years and years. So Bobby Hurley, Christian Laettner, those guys stayed at Duke for a long time. So, all right, guys, back to the Warriors who did it last night. They took our anger. It was the best of nights. It was the worst of nights. Worst of nights down at 3rd and King, where the Giants just absolutely getting outclassed by the Washington Nationals again. Best of nights, a little bit down I-5 at Crypto.com, where the Warriors did the damn thing. We probably should call it in for the 8:54 crowd.
Well,
because
Murph, I would let you use my phone, but I was too busy streaming the Warriors game at Oracle Park last night. That literally was the best of time at the ballpark. Kyle Harrison had a great outing, but the best part of me being at the game was watching the Warriors game at Oracle.
Is that when you heard Kevin Harlan call Draymond Green, what do you call him?
The human flamethrower.
Hey,
I never thought I'd say that.
He
is a flamethrower.
We were riffing, but his 3-point shot is legit.
Oh, yeah, and Tony, give me the full clip where he almost sounds like Ric Flair letting out a woo after he calls him the human flamethrower. Kevin Harlan, one of the best in the business, whether we're talking NFL or NBA, Kevin Harlan has legendary calls.
Why not? Why not? Why not? He is a flamethrower. Words I thought I'd never say.
Wow.
It's pretty good.
He dropped a woo on us.
You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And they did the damn thing. They had to beat the Lakers in L.A. to control their destiny, and they did. Now, Anthony Davis was out, and that's about, to be honest, 80 to 90% of the reason why the Warriors did, in addition to them setting a all-time NBA record. No joke, historically great three-point shooting night. According to Kendra Andrews and ESPN Stats and Info, over 3,400 times in the history of the three-point line have teams taken at least 43s. Never has a team made 26. The Warriors shot the best three-pointing prolific night in the history of the game last night. And your boy, the Flamethrower, made 5 out of 5.
5 for 5 to start the game.
5 for 7 originally.
Finished the game 5 for 7. But yeah, Murph, 63 8.4% from behind the three-point line. Steph Curry, perfect last night, 6 for 6. Klay, 5 for 10. Andrew Wiggins made his return from that ankle injury, 3 for 5 last night. They were strictly shooting the lights out. It felt like the Splash Brothers and the third Splash cousin, Draymond Green, didn't miss a three-pointer the entire first half.
We actually have the Splash cousin sound. But here's Draymond working on his shot and also saying, yeah, it helped that AD wasn't there.
I had kind of a couple-week stretch where my shot didn't feel good at all. But really just standing in the gym, putting the work in and, taking what the defense gives me. If they're going to sag off like they were, I knew coming into this game that they were going to play like that. So I just wanted to come out, not hesitate to shoot, knowing that they're not going to close out and just raise up and shoot it with confidence. But it's different when it's AD out there because, that he covers up so many mistakes or, you can funnel things to him. So it's a totally different look when he's not on the floor.
So at least he acknowledges that's true, though. But, hey, you can only play who's out there.
Yeah.
I mean, injuries are part of sports, and him leaving with headaches and nausea is both alarming for his possible concussion, although he's not in concussion protocol, and also just kind of that's the knock on him is that he will not play when you need him.
Street clothes Anthony Davis.
And the reason why the Warriors lost to them last spring was because he did play when they needed him.
And he's a huge impact when he's on the court. That doesn't need any explanation. But even with AD on the court, he can't guard Steph, Klay, and Draymond. And if Draymond's shooting the ball like this, then it spaces the floor for an easy path to the basket for someone like Kuminga or TJD. He can't slow down everybody, Murph, not all at once, as great of a player that Anthony Davis is.
And I got to tell you guys, I still have PTSD when Draymond shoots a three. I'm not kidding. I have been at games, I've been watching games, that when he launches, I say, no. I literally say no. But we talked about this earlier in the show. Dude, recognize the fact that he is a better three-point shooter than he's ever been. In fact, he's shooting it at the best clip of his career, and they're saying it ain't just small sample size.
No.
It's a guy who worked in the gym. 39.5% from three right now. And that's kind of legit.
And this is something that I've been following along all season long, even when people were trashing Draymond during his suspension, saying, oh, what kind of value does he even bring anymore? Well, last season, he was runner-up for Defensive Player of the Year. This season, he's shooting at a career high, nearly 40% from three-point range. And we've seen this element slightly in Draymond Green's game before. We were going through the numbers, and I brought up how early in his career, before Kevin Durant showed up in town, Draymond would knock down a few three-pointers. Had like a 38%?
The year they won, the 73-win year, which ended in tragedy, he shot 38.8%, which was the best of his career until this year.
And
but every year after that.
Correct. Durant came to town, and of course, KD is going to take those shots. So when you're sharing the floor with KD, Steph, and Klay, of course you're not going to take any more shots. It's kind of the hesitation that we were talking about last week with players not stepping up when Steph Curry is not making his shots. And since then, the confidence has gone down. But whatever he did this offseason, you heard him talking about working on his shot. It's paid off. It's been working. And he's been shooting around 40% all season long.
Dude, when the year Durant arrived, he went from 38 to 30. So he just dropped. And then it went worse. It got worse each
20s,
year.
Right? Yeah.
Down into the 27s. And now he's climbed out of that hole to 39.5. And I don't know. This is not exactly the weapon you're going to focus your offense on going into the playoffs. But if he can make them and keep defeat that strategy of leaving him wide open.
And kind of just take someone like AD or Jokic out of the key and just create space on the floor.
I'm not sure you want to rest your whole house money on it, but it happened last night. Here's Kerr on him putting in the damn work at age 34 here.
He worked really hard last summer on his shot. He knew that he would be asked to take more threes. We anticipated playing him at the four more often this year with Loon and then eventually with Trace. And so he worked hard at it. I mean, when a guy makes shots, you just credit him for making them, but for putting the work in and I think really getting his mind right coming into the season.
All right, man. And this is the guy who, by the way, 2 weeks ago, literally 2 weeks ago, got ejected in the first 4 minutes of the Orlando game, and we were done with him.
Yeah.
We were done.
And people were trying to run him out of town.
I wrote my first ever anti-Draymond jock blog ever. I've been supporting the guy forever, and I was like, that's enough. It's time to start thinking. Steph's reaction.
Yeah.
Marcus Thompson wrote the column, say, you see the burden Steph is carrying, and now we got Klay giving him peer-to-peer counseling for us all to hear He's setting 3-point career marks.
And think about it. Going back to Steph kicking down the chairs on the sideline. They're 8-1.
Actually, you know what?
Since that game.
I think technically, I give you that stat a little bit skewed. I think it might even be better than that. Anyway, go ahead. He was asked by, was it Chris Haynes? Does he want to join the family, the Splash family?
I want to say this. Reggie Miller, doing the broadcast, said you were a Splash cousin tonight. Do you accept that affiliation? I appreciate the compliment, but I don't want that pressure. I don't need that pressure. The way them guys shoot the ball, I had a night. I'll take my night, but I don't need that pressure.
Smart move. Smart move. Don't walk around saying, yeah, I'm a Splash cousin.
Yeah, that shouldn't be the expectation, but when he's on, he's on. Let Draymond shoot. Now, Murph, there is some hate coming in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. The 510 says, what are you talking about? They left him wide open. They weren't even guarding him. They won't shoot like that again. Well, if they leave him open, then take the shots. And if they guard him.
If they guard him, now that opens up one of the big boys.
That creates the spacing we were just talking about. Like, there's only a benefit from this. And yes, to the 510's point, Draymond Green is having the best three-point shooting season of his career.
So you know what's interesting? The minute gate in Minnesota is actually more of a marking point in the Warriors season than the Tech gate in Orlando.
Minute gate.
Because, remember, dude, we came in that Monday, and everybody's like, Steve Kerr doesn't know what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
Steve Kerr, like, dude, I mean, I tell you, I don't know what happened to me on the way my algorithm is set up on Twitter or whatever. I for some reason, I come across all the anti-Kerr stuff. I'm not anti-Kerr. I'm pro-Kerr. But, man, I cannot believe this faction out there. It's like there's an anti-Kyle Shanahan faction.
There's an anti-everything faction out there, Murph.
Yeah. Is there an anti-Murph and... Yeah, there is.
Check the text line. Check the text line, which I want to double check.
There's an anti-Murph faction by the minute.
Yeah.
Minute by minute.
And I wanted to double check this stat that we just got from the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. 707 says,
what did he say?
Isn't it crazy that Draymond Green has a better three-point percentage this season than Jordan Poole?
It's a pool party! You might have better than Clay.
I just looked it up right now.
Check out Clay.
Jordan Poole shooting 32%
Jordan
from
Poole
three-point
he's
range.
a walking brick right now, dude.
Yeah, he's seeing what's that gravity's like when he's not on the court with Steph.
Go look at Clay. I'll tell you this stat here. Since Minute Gate, they went and beat Miami. And then the Minute Gate is when he sat Steph. Now, maybe is that why? You got it?
Klay Thompson, 38.6%
And
this
Draymond?
season. Draymond's 39%.
Dude!
He's the splash cousin, Murph.
No, Clay's the cousin.
Oh, no.
Dre's the brother.
Don't do Clay like that. Clay's top 5 in the NBA in three-pointers made this season.
What did Clay do last night from three?
Clay last night went 5 for 10 for 3 points. Only 50% from
50.
Clay. Only
and
50.
Honestly, 50, he was dragging him down.
Yeah,
he was
right.
dragging him down, shooting 50.
He missed more threes than anybody else last night.
So since that Minute Gate, when everybody said Kerr's an idiot, he doesn't know what he's doing, then they went and beat the Heat. Then the next night was the Tech Gate.
Tech Gate.
So since then they're 5-1. Well, if you include that game, 6-1 since I said beat the Heat 1-0, beat the Magic 2-0, beat the Hornets 3-0, beat the Spurs 4-0. They finished March 4-0, and right now in April they beat the Mavs 5. They beat the Rockets 6. They lost to the Mavs 6-1, and then the last two. So they're 8-1 since Minute Gate, 7-1 since Tech Gate.
Yeah. And Murph,
Dude,
there's 3 games left now. They're
going
playing
on?
their best basketball of the season, offensively and defensively.
Yeah.
Is there a chance
And they're healthy.
Is there a chance they finish the season on an 11-1 run?
Yeah, and we did the math, and I'm telling you, and somebody's got to come in. I don't know, maybe Johnny Lund will, maybe Papa will, and correct me. But so far, no listeners have corrected me. I actually see, and it's not likely, but there's a path to the 7, brother. To the 7.
There's a path of totality,
There is a
Murph.
path, and it involves the Suns losing out. Okay, so I get it. That's a big ass.
You really do need a total eclipse of the Phoenix Sun now.
I do.
We're talking about
exactly, dude.
totality
Here
of
it
the
is.
pathway.
Well, they play at the Clippers tonight. They could lose, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then they play at SAC. Now, if they beat SAC, then it's over.
Yes, someone's gotta win that
Dream's
game.
over. But if SAC wins that game and then SAC loses their other 2 to New Orleans, which they could lose, then they play Portland. This is the one thing it involves the Kings losing to Portland.
Come on, Scoot.
Yeah. So, anyway, there's a path. There's a better path to 8. Here's the path to 8. The Sacramento loses to New Orleans and Phoenix, and the Warriors win out. The Warriors are the 8 seed.
I like that path.
Bro, the 8 seed, then they would play Phoenix at Phoenix. How you feel about that one?
I
haven't even, it's so funny, in all the playoff scenarios, I haven't even pondered them going to Phoenix. I've been thinking so much about the Lakers. And then some people introduced, the Kings, maybe.
Yeah.
There's a scenario they finish 8 and they would play at Phoenix.
And they'd be squaring off against Kevin Durant and the fresh new toupee on Devin Booker.
Which is the toupee heard around the world. Anyway, at Phoenix is a tough one. Devin Booker kills them.
Absolutely, but the bottom line is
Nurkic.
you want to get into the 7 or 8 seed, so you give yourself 2 chances to make the playoffs, because even if you do lose that first play-in matchup, then you play the winner of the 9-10 game.
Which would be Kings-Lakers. And probably the Lakers coming to chase. Unless you beat Phoenix in Phoenix. By the way, there's also a chance New Orleans slips to the 7.
Ooh.
You could go to New Orleans, and then you take on Zion in New Orleans. Who knows? Maybe you can beat them down there. But anyway, all of a sudden you're the 7, and you're taking on the 2 seed. And if the Warriors make it to 8 and win the 8-7 game, now they're the 7 seed in the playoffs, and then you don't have to play Denver in the first round. I'm presuming Denver will finish as the 1. They're tied with Minnesota right now. But then if you play Minnesota, you got to deal with Anthony Edwards and his personality.
Well, Murph.
And we're going to play the Warriors, yes, Sirski.
Yes, Sirski.
Right?
Yes, Sirski.
Well, here's the thing, Murph. None of this math even matters because you've already got your tickets to Game 3 of the NBA Finals.
Well, that's a true story. Now, last night was our Warriors playoff draft. And so you have to draft. We do it sit down, and we draft every possible game in the postseason. I got the number 2 pick.
Ooh, there's some strategy there.
And I said, give me the freaking NBA Finals Game 3, home game. Because theoretically, by the way, I mean, likely they'd be on the road, but we had to draft an NBA home game 4 because theoretically they could host the 8 seed of the East. That's on the table. Not likely. But anyway, yeah. Because what do I do? What, I want to go see him lose to the Nuggets in the Western Conference Finals? No. Do I want to see him lose to the Clippers in the Western Conference Semifinals? No. Just bring me to the finals, and then I'll be blissfully happy.
Now, I am curious.
And I'll have my tickets, too.
What was the first overall pick last night?
The play-in 1.
Okay, that's what I figured.
Hosted just to get
it's the only
immediate
thing guaranteed.
gratification.
It's the only thing guaranteed.
Exactly. Immediate gratification.
I like it, but here you are pushing your chips in, going all in for the NBA
Besides,
Finals.
I'm busy. I'm coaching a lot of Little League, so I'm just going to punt it down the road a little bit.
I understand, Murph. I understand.
All right, the great Sam Gordon, the outstanding beat writer for the San Francisco Chronicle, is checking in after flying to Portland this morning, huh? Young Tone, we got the deals?
Yeah, I was just going to say, you guys are saying you got to leave the door open. There's a chance.
Yeah.
I had to get it in. I had to.
You know, my bride asked me how that all started on the show, and I couldn't. Who was the original? Check with Candace. Who did we say it for? Was it about Debo or
it
Ayuk
was
or something?
Eric Armstead.
Oh, that was it.
Leaving in free agency.
Nice, buddy.
Look
See,
at the big brains on Bobby Boucher.
I need your fresh brain. I do.
I wouldn't call it fresh.
Mine has a couple cobwebs. What happened to your brain, bro?
Yeah,
it's called. What happened to you? It's called alarm clocks that go off every freaking day.
Hey,
unless you're John Joe. Unless you're
Curley.
John Joe, you don't have to.
We're fighting for that take.
He slept in this morning.
Ayo.
Yeah. And for a family that values the work ethic, like his family's all in construction. You imagine you hire Curly Construction, and they're like, hey, man, they're going to come here and work on our house at 8 a.m. It's 11 a.m. They're like, yeah, sorry, I slept in.
Where you see?
I don't think that's happening. So I think the Curly Construction is on time.
Hey, now.
Are they on time, John Joe? Yes, they are.
Well, that's why he's working in radio, not construction.
Exactly. But radio doesn't matter. Time doesn't matter in radio.
No.
He made it.
Clock.
5:58 a.m. He made it. He was here in the loafers, too.
After 10 calls. He said he didn't even vibrate on him. It didn't even ring.
We thought for sure he would come in sweatpants and a hoodie, but no, he still went to the quarter zip in the slacks.
Slacks and loafers and had
Can
a
you
look
imagine-
and had a look on his face like he was about to yak.
I don't want to take you inside his boudoir, but can you imagine the frantic search for the slacks and the loafers this morning in his tidy whities?
What if he just sleeps in them?
Ooh, that's it.
In the shoes.
He's got the loafers on.
In the shoes.
A la Murph.
All right, very good, guys. Sam Gordon, who does a great job covering the Warriors, we'll have a great report from the locker room next on the Sports Leader.
The crowd is willing it. Yeah.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Warriors went down to Crypto.com Arena last night and took down the Lakers. So yesterday morning, we brought on Michael Thompson, to talk about his son, Klay Thompson, and his future with the Golden State Warriors. If you want to hear that podcast and more, check it out on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, the Warriors setting the NBA three-point shooting history records last night and making us believe that they might be up to something. queuing up Cher here. Sam Gordon does a great job covering the Warriors. He arrived mid-season, and now he's watching them hitting their stride. We've had Sam on once before. Welcome back, Sam. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, the Murph and Marcus Show. How you doing this morning, man?
Hey, Sam.
I'm doing well, fellas. How you guys doing? Appreciate you having me.
No, we love talking basketball. Still loving your stories. Love reading your game stories. Did you make it up to Portland already? Is that how hectic the schedule is?
Yeah, yep. I'm on my way to my hotel now, so you have a chance to settle in here, and then the last road game of the season tomorrow.
It's the NBA wackiness, man. All right, well, I guess this is the big question here before we get into sort of the fun details of last night is, do you sense that with this run they're on, ever since that Minute Gate controversy in Minnesota, that the Warriors, I think, are 8-1, we have it as, do you sense that there's a growing belief that something special is happening as the playoffs loom in the locker room? Do you sense that?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think this group ever lost confidence at any point, really, since I've been on the beat. There's been a steadfast kind of maintenance from Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, the leaders on this basketball team. That look, they know what they're capable of. They know what their postseason record is, and it turns out, since that Minnesota game, I mean, even before that, they had hit a little bit of a stride, but since that Minnesota game in particular, they've been one of the best teams in the league on both sides of the basketball. And Klay Thompson, referenced in his post-game press conference yesterday what the Miami Heat did, last year, having to play 2 play-in games. They lost their first play-in game, ended up squeaking in as an 8 seed, and lo and behold, a team with veterans, with experience, with a superstar caliber player in Jimmy Butler, and with a great coach in Eric Spoelstra, made a run all the way to the NBA Finals. Well, the Warriors obviously have a lot of those same components, right? Steph Curry is still among the best players in the NBA. Klay Thompson has been unbelievable the last 2.5 months, and Draymond Green is still Draymond Green, doing what he does on both sides of the floor, and making some shots last night in LA too, and loosening up their defense a little bit. So there's definitely a lot of optimism, a lot of belief with this group. I mean, they of course, you want the best seed as you could possibly have if you're them, but even if they're in a one-and-done situation, this is a group that feels confident that they can make a run, win a couple playing games, and then, who knows once you get into a 7-game series.
As good as they've been playing, Sam, they're still stuck in that 10th spot. And here we are talking about the final 3 games of the season and whether or not they can leapfrog the Lakers, whether or not they can leapfrog the Sacramento Kings. Me and Murph were trying to do some math this morning, trying to figure out if there was a possibility that they could jump all the way up to the 7 seed. What do you think the likelihood is, the seed they're playing in, and what options are there down these 3 final games of the season?
Yeah, I mean, it's still pretty fluid. You kind of touched on it, just the logjam with the Pelicans, the Suns, the Kings, the Lakers, and the Warriors at the bottom of the West. A lot of moving parts. I think it's still, statistically, probability-wise, probably still more likely than unlikely that they end up in that 9-10 game against the Lakers. But it looks, if they win out from this point forward, right, they'll be hosting that game. And if they win out and get a little help, if Sacramento loses 2 of 3, Sacramento's still holding a 1-game lead, and then, of course, having the tiebreaker with the Warriors. Sacramento loses 2 of 3. Well, then you can sneak up to the 8th spot, and then you have 2 bites, as Draymond Green said yesterday, you have 2 bites of the apple. So still a lot to be determined. The Warriors have made it abundantly clear they're just focused on the next game, the game that's in front of them. That's Portland tomorrow night, and then, you turn around, big one against a motivated New Orleans team that still has a lot to play for on Friday at Chase Center before wrapping up with the Utah Jazz. So, statistically, 9-10 probably still more likely, but as long as that 8 seed or even something better is still available, they're going to be pressing and putting their foot on the gas. So they want to play. They want to continue to play their best basketball the rest of the season and not have any slip-ups before potential play-in opportunity and then a run from there.
Yeah, well said. The pennant race is heating up here, and it's tomorrow night in Portland for the Warriors. Talking to Sam Gordon, of course, who covers the Warriors. Outstanding job covering the Warriors for the San Francisco Chronicle. The story last night, Draymond Green hitting those 5 threes, and it caused us to do a little deeper dive into him, and you guys talked to him after the game. Like, this is, I guess, I'm not calling him Ray Allen or Reggie Miller just yet, but he's better, huh, Sam? At the 3, it's his career high. There's talk of him working on the shot. Could you just tell us what you've learned and talk to the players and Draymond about the legitimacy of this 3-point shot as a weapon going into the postseason?
Well, like you said, he's not Ray Allen, he's not Reggie Miller, he's not Klay Thompson or Steph Curry. But if you're going to leave him wide open, which the Lakers did, and which a lot of teams do, right? You can't guard everything. You're going to have to give up some stuff in the NBA. That's just the nature of playing defense. And based on Draymond Green's history, I think he was 29% the last 6 or 7 years combined. Like that's a shot you're willing to concede. And now, again, how hard are you going to close out? I mean, 40% or almost 40% kind of speaks for itself. So he talked about just kind of recalibrating his shooting form a little bit, figuring out how to generate more power, fixing his, the motion with his hips. Gave a lot of credit to the Warriors training staff yesterday post game and his personal trainer as well. And the Warriors need him to take and make threes, right? Just based on the lineup they're playing with Trayce Jackson-Davis now at center for spacing purposes. Trayce isn't going to step out and shoot threes. So in order to optimize your spacing, he has to be at least a threat or at least willing to take some of those threes on the perimeter, and he's been doing that, right? Attempting more this year. He's converting in a career-high clip. And you saw what happened last night when he gets hot, like he did against the Lakers. That's not going to, obviously not going to happen every game. But that played, I think, a huge role in the Warriors taking that 71-60 lead and kind of shell-shocked the Lakers a little bit and their crowd based on how he was playing. So it's definitely something. If he can hit one or two a game, I think that's enough to keep defenses a little bit more honest. And we know what the Warriors can do when that floor is well-spaced. And so far, right throughout the course of the season, he's been doing his part in making sure that it's just spaced as well as possible. The percentage speaks for itself, and his teammates are encouraging him to shoot when he's open, and he hasn't shown any hesitation.
Yeah, Draymond shooting the lights out last night in L.A. and, of course, continues to play elite defense. But I want to ask you about the defense with that starting lineup with Trayce Jackson-Davis in the front court with Draymond Green. We've seen Jonathan Kuminga come back from the bilateral tendonitis in his knees. He's been coming off the bench. I just want to ask your input moving forward. Do you think that this is the best defensive lineup that the Warriors can put out there with TJD and Draymond Green in the front court, and what that means for Jonathan Kuminga's minutes?
Yeah, absolutely, right? You have, kind of a more traditional rim protector in TJD. Even though he stands only 6'8", 6'9", his wingspan, his timing, the way he's able to challenge shots at the rim has been massive. I mean, it's changed the infrastructure of Golden State, and then you put Draymond Green in his optimal position to defend, where, of course, he can be the anchor for you as a small ball center. He's done that throughout the course of his career, but ideally, he's played with a rim protector behind him, a traditional center behind him most of his career, right? And when he has that, he has the opportunity to freelance a little bit, to muck up passing lanes, to take a little bit more chances in terms of his aggression on the perimeter and whatnot, knowing that he has some help behind him. And I think that's true of the entire Warriors team as a whole, right? You have a rim protector, you can apply a little bit more ball pressure, you can funnel drives into a shot blocker, and it changes the scope of their defense. So they've been one of the best defensive teams in the NBA since Steve Kerr's made that that switch. And as it pertains to Jonathan Kuminga, not his best game last night per se, but against the Jazz in his first game back, you saw what he's capable of coming off the bench. He looked assertive, he looked decisive, he showed off a little bit of everything he can do on the offensive end. We know he can get to the basket and finish with authority, but the confidence in his jumper is continuing to develop, and I think he's still primed for 25 or 30 minutes a game off the bench, right? That second unit, as much as it's changed throughout the course of the season, has pretty much always had some kind of focal point offensively, be it Kuminga earlier in the season, Klay Thompson there in the latter portion, kind of the second, second third of the season, or the fifth, sixth, or however you want to term it, right? That 14-game stretch, and then now with it being Kuminga. So, he's still, you would assume he's still working his, finding his sea legs and getting comfortable after that 6-game absence. But him off the bench with Chris Paul, with Brandon Podziemski, this is a Gary Payton the second. It's a formidable second unit that's supporting a formidable starting unit, and those groups have complemented each other really well all season. It feels like this is the ideal way to finish out the year and the ideal way to go into the playoffs for Golden State.
Wrapping up with Sam Gordon here on his way to his hotel in Portland after zipping up from L.A. early this morning after a late night last night. The grind of an NBA beat writer. And last one is just kind of to spin slightly negative and put a damper on the Warriors' momentum here, and that is how much of it was just that Anthony Davis didn't play, and when they do face bigs, it's kryptonite. And, whether it's Jokic or whether it's AD, was that, if you want to be the cynic, do you just say, well, AD didn't play, and that's why they were able to steal one in L.A.?
That's a huge piece of it, right? And let's not forget the last time the Warriors went to L.A. and won another game. Last month, he was knocked out in that game in the first quarter after taking an elbow to the head. So the Warriors have been, had some fortuitous, luck in terms of, playing some teams that without key players, playing some teams that have been hobbled That being said, you got to credit them for taking care of business when they're taking care of business. Size, I think, clearly still teams with elite size, the Denvers of the world, the Lakers when they're fully healthy. Minnesota has had Golden State's number throughout the course of the season with their 2 7-footers. Those teams still present, a considerable challenge. But all the Warriors can do is play who's out there. It's not their fault that Anthony Davis didn't play, and they went in and maximized the opportunity to seize the tiebreaker and take the inside track to that number 9 seed should they win out. And that puts them in a much better position to have an opportunity to get a series. And again, you're looking at Denver or Minnesota, potentially those teams with size in the first round. That's going to be a tough matchup either way. But again, the Warriors feel confident as long as they can make the dance that they can at least make a little something happen. Who knows if they can get out of the first round or not? I would say it's more unlikely than likely, but you got to tell that to them because they think they can make something happen. They have pedigree. The youth has developed. The veterans are playing at a high level, and this has been one of the best teams in the NBA. Going back about 2.5 months now. Since Draymond Green really settled in the lineup, if you go by net rating, record, and all those things. So, 3-game sprint. We'll see where their seeding ends up, and then again, probably a 1-game winner-go-home situation. That can go either way, but the Warriors feel confident in their chances.
All right, Sam. Hey, man, it's always great talking basketball with you. Love reading your stories, and we know you're due for a nap when you get to that hotel, man. So enjoy, and we'll catch up with you down the road. Thank you, Sam.
I very much appreciate you guys. Talk soon. Take care.
Sam Gordon, the guy's great, man. What a plus to the Bay Area media scene. Guy writes great game stories, which is hard. It's hard to write good basketball game stories. Aren't as like baseball. They always say the smaller the ball, the better the writing. That's the old line, like baseball and golf writers, because it's more like pastoral and ruminative. Like you noodle around all your words and all that. And basketball, it's kind of like. But he does a good job.
Yeah.
He describes the games well, and he's a good radio talker, too.
And you like the word choice of a Sam Gordon.
I do.
You didn't drop a word of the day on us today.
I didn't want to embarrass him. I've said this last time. He was like, bro, just don't, stop staring at my words.
Stop glazing me, Murph.
There you go.
As the kids would say.
I'll find one for you here. Early on in his, let's see. I'll have one for you later on.
All right, thank you.
All right, guys.
I put you on the spot.
Anthony Davis. Andy Baggerly. I was close. It started with an A.
Oh, very similar.
Andy Baggerly from the Park. Man, it's good to talk. I told you guys when he opened the show today, the best of times, the worst of times, man, because talking the Warriors is great. Talking the Giants is not so great. Here it is.
Not so great.
Here, I just found a phrase. One order of business in rebuilding Green's shot was recalibrating his shooting base.
Ooh.
By jiggering his mechanical process.
Jiggering, that's the word.
His confidence appropriately followed suit.
I'm telling you.
How about that?
That's
baby?
Sam Gordon for you.
All right, there you go. Sam Gordon in the house. Andy Baggerly on these confounding Giants.
Giants.
Yeah, it's early, but they stink. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Basketball.
From the diamond to the dugout to the clubhouse to the front office, The Athletic's Andrew Baggerly brings his Giants coverage to KNBR. It's Murph, Marcus, and Extra Bags on the Sports Leader.
Abrams struck out his first time. 2-2, runner at third. Here's the pitch. There's a drive into deep right center field. That is crushed. Way back there. It's gone. And the long ball strikes Kyle Harrison again. That has been his Achilles heel in the big leagues.
C.J. Abrams, take it easy on us, man. Best player in the gym last night. C.J. Abrams, Washington Nationals shortstop. The prize of the Juan Soto trade is delivering early returns for the Nats, who are outclassing the Giants, and that would have alarmed your boy here, Marcus. Others would say, chill. You must chill, and don't freak out. We'll see what happens today. Let's talk to Andy Baggerly about whether it's time to freak out or chill. Sounds like a very chill mix you got here going, Tony.
Oh, well, this right here is Wale Flower Bomb in honor of Wale, a DC rapper.
Okay. Wale.
And C.J. Abrams going deep last night, dropping a flower bomb.
Who has been in a pop culture showdown.
Look at that.
How about that? I forget, did we do Capitals? Did we do like the Stanley Cup? We got to talk to Andy.
Washington Nationals
Andy
a couple years ago.
Baggerly. Oh, it was the Nats 2019 World Series. Thank you very much.
Yeah, shout out Wale.
Andy, enough digressions. Good morning. Happy, beautiful Wednesday morning. How are you?
Hey, Bags.
Good morning. Happy, beautiful, shiny Wednesday morning to you.
Yeah, so why are the Giants getting outclassed? And I mean outclassed by the Washington Nationals, who lost 91 games last year. Andy, I'll punctuate my question by saying it looks like the Nationals are a noticeably better team. Am I off?
Well, I mean, I think that if you look at the pitching over a long span of period of time, the Giants pitching would probably win out if they played each other, 162 times. But yeah, you know what? When you watch this Giants offense and they don't have a homer in yet on the homestand, they haven't even, as Alex Pavlovich mentioned, haven't even gotten to show off their cool light show and stuff they can do. They haven't had any reason to flicker the lights yet in a night game because they haven't hit a home run. But when you don't hit homers, you got to do things on the bases. You got to make things happen, or else you got to string like 5 hits together. And the Giants haven't done that. They're 2 for 33 with runners in scoring position on the homestand. And they don't make things happen on the base paths unless their opponent, throws the ball into the dugout for them. So, and the Nationals can do that. They have some guys who can create a little havoc on the bases, and they've done that a time or two in this series. And that's kind of been the difference in the series thus far. But it's not altogether different from what we saw last year when the Nationals, beat them early. And I can definitely sense the frustration and the here we go again from some Giants fans who just found last year's team boring to watch, and they don't want to be signing up for that again. And I don't think that's the way this team's going to go by and large, but yeah, it's frustrating when it's happening. That's for sure.
Yeah, and whether we're talking about runners in scoring position or the Giants batting .226 as a team this year, they've obviously been struggling offensively. But Bags, do you look into the advanced analytics of them being top 3 in the MLB in exit velocity and hard hit balls and barrel rate and all those advanced analytics as maybe a sign that this offense will eventually turn around?
I don't believe. I mean, obviously, you'd rather have a high hard hit rate than a low one. But I just remember that there was a point, might have been last year or the year before, where Giants pitchers were giving up the highest hard hit rate. It was in late May or early June. I think we were in Houston. So yeah, it would have been last year, just after the Mexico City trip. So about a month into the season, and I noticed the Giants pitchers had the highest hard hit against in the major leagues. And I remember talking to Andrew Bailey, pitching coach at the time, about that, and he's like, you know what, that's really not a big deal. And he explained why. Because they have a ground ball staff, and when you hit balls on the ground, you tend to hit them pretty hard. And so it's like we're getting the kind of contact we want in terms of you guys not launching the ball, And if they hit it hard, sometimes they're going to get through more often, but we're fine with that. That's what we signed up for as a staff. So I think that they're obviously working with Jung Hoo Lee to get him to elevate a little bit more. So not to hit towering home runs, but just to hit more line drives instead of ground balls. And I think that, obviously they're hitting it hard, but they're not launching the ball. So that's probably more important.
Andy Bagel, The Athletic, as the Giants have a day game today trying to salvage one from the from C.J. Abrams' Washington Nationals, and before they head off to Tampa and Miami, which would be a whole other interesting trip. We have to ask about Kyle Harrison because he's the guy. There's nothing like a homegrown prospect, right? Like C.J. Abrams, although he's not homegrown, he was a Padre. But the idea of a Bay Area kid at a De La Salle with a live electric arm, delivering. And would you say right now that the early returns are very promising? I mean, there's some eye-popping stuff with the fastballs. There's also some fly balls, that leave the yard. But your impression of the possibility of Kyle Harrison turning into a dude for the Giants?
Yeah, I think he has the potential to be a real solid pitcher in this league. I don't know if you want to say that he's going to become Garrett Cole. I mean, his fastball is not, he's not sitting 98 in the sixth inning. But the fastball has, because it comes from that plane it comes from, and it stays true. It's got carried through the zone. It's a swing and miss pitch, and you saw that yesterday. And he's faced some pretty good lineups. He's faced the Dodgers once. He's faced the Padres once, and he's still been able to get through 6. And I think that's probably the biggest sign is that he's been able to work efficiently. And there are going to be starts where he's going to struggle to find the zone, and there's going to be starts where he doesn't have an off-speed pitch. But so far, he's had enough. With the slurve is maybe not the greatest off-speed pitch, but when he combines that with the changeup, anything he can do to get guys off that fastball and then make that fastball play up is going to serve him well. And he's just so young. He's got a lot of upside and obviously left-handed throwing from that plane. So I think he could be a very solid starter in this league for a long time. But that you gotta stay healthy. That's the biggest thing. We've seen that already this season. It's just so hard as a pitcher to be durable in this league, and that's going to be the big. The Giants have taken a lot of pains to develop him in a way that would preserve him and not use bullets prematurely. So they got to hope that their methods will pay off and that they'll have a long, healthy career.
Yeah, and Kyle Harrison is not the only left-handed pitcher that we've seen on the bump in San Francisco since the last time we spoke, Bags. Wanted to get your breakdown on Blake Snell's first outing. Only 3 innings pitched, 72 pitches, worked himself into a few 3-ball counts. But what was your breakdown of Blake Snell's debut in a Giants jersey?
Yeah, I think everyone knew that it was going to be abbreviated. I think they were hoping maybe he would be efficient and get through 5. And whether the walks were adrenaline, whether he got squeezed a few times or not, that's what the Giants are signing up for. This guy walked 99 batters last year. He almost it was more walks than a starting pitcher has issued in a decade in the National League. And he won the Cy Young because he was just so great at stranding them. And sort of, I think the way I wrote it was, it's okay to play with matches when you've got suffocating stuff. And if those walks start coming around to score, then that's going to be a problem. And that was obviously a problem in his debut, but wasn't really hit hard, give up a couple hits, an infield hit. Obviously they had a rundown play that didn't work out. But I think it's going to take him some time. He's not going to necessarily maybe his next start might be a little rough too. You look at his April numbers last year, and he wasn't really that great a pitcher until about mid-May when all the lights sort of came on. So the Giants, they knew what they were getting into. They knew what they were signing up for. They knew they were going to use a roster spot on a guy they couldn't use for the first 9 games of the season. They've jumped through a lot of hoops to make sure Blake Snell can be a part of the staff because they believe in what the contribution is going to be at the end of the year. But, you're not – this is a rare instance where you're signing a reigning Cy Young Award winner, and he's very much a project here in this first month.
I believe he gets the ball Sunday in Tampa, right? That's the deal. So we'll see that for sure. Last couple ones for you, Andy. One is this bullpen. I mean, they tied the game last night, and yes, it took a Nats error to do so, but they tied it, and Ryan Walker hit the first guy. He came around to score. An insurance run was plated when Tyler Rogers couldn't get it done. Luke Jackson had his opening day travails. Other times, people I can feel the fans saying, like, who do you go to at this point in time? Roop gives up the big homer to Lane Thomas on Monday. What is the best case scenario, best case prognosis for this bullpen that has yet to find itself?
Yeah, and in San Diego they had to use Doval in a game where it was 9-1 entering the ninth, and they had to use Taylor Rogers in to clean up for Kai Wei Tang when he got a little tired in his fourth inning of work, which obviously is understandable. They've had to use some relievers in some non-ideal circumstances too, which, I mean, that's really what you don't want to do. But, you know, I think they're all kind of waiting to settle in a little bit. And I think it takes – there is a rhythm to having your relievers in roles. And you know, the Giants, they've played from behind quite a bit. You know, they haven't really had the opportunity to, you know, kind of, you know, set up a game and close it out. I think they've also got one save opportunity. So, you know, I think that it'll probably get a little bit better as, you know, as they start finding their way and start creating some more, you know, late leads for these guys to protect. But you're right. The early returns have not been great for the bullpen. They've also had a couple games where they've pitched really, really well and, you know, and sort of saved them, giving the team a chance to come back. So, you know, this is the one area of the team that they really didn't invest in the offseason. They really didn't improve it, partially because of the people they already had, but also because they feel like they can backfill from what's within the system. And, you know, there's a lot of guys at AAA you haven't seen yet. You know, Hayden Birdsong's off to a good start at AA. Carson Wisenhunt's off to a good start at AAA. You know, there's other arms in the minor leagues, too, that I think we'll see at some point this season. Roop has had the one hiccup, which, you know, is going to happen, but I think you got to be pretty impressed with the way he can command his breaking ball to both sides. And Walker, I mean, he had a fantastic year last year, and he's been pretty untouchable until last night. So, yeah, I think there's still a little bit of confidence in that group, but, you know, mostly it's just, hey, let get those guys some hits, get them some runs, and get them a lead every day.
Wrapping it up here with Andrew Baggerly on the UMA guest line. And Andy, I'm actually glad that you brought up some of those players down in AAA because it seems like the story of the day today in the MLB is the Baltimore Orioles calling up their top prospect, Jackson Holliday, who, oh, by the way, Carson Wisenhunt struck out last year in the Futures game. But with the prospect fever surrounding baseball, and especially after the early season struggles with the Giants, there's a lot of fans who are calling for Marco Luciano or Luis Matos to come up to the big league club. What do you think is the realistic expectations and timeline for one of these guys to get called up by Bob Melvin?
Wow, I got to say, I think I stopped listening after you said in the MLB. That got in my brain a little bit. That's become a thing. We're saying like the NBA. It's in the MLB. It's the Major League Baseball. I got to call that out, though. We can't have in the MLB. We can't be talking that way.
Well, players play in the MLB,
well,
right?
It is new. That is Andy's right. That has not been the traditional. I love this. We're going to wrestle over the linguistics here.
Everyone listening to this under the age of 35. The MLB. It is just Major League Baseball. It's MLB.
All right.
It's not the Major League
Well, when are Marco
Don't do the
Luciano
wave
and
either,
Luis
buddy, all right?
Matos
There
going to
you go.
be in MLB bags?
Okay. I will now seriously answer your question. Sorry about that. Touched a nerve. I'm a pedant when it comes to stuff like that. But, you know, Luciano, I think, you know, and Matos, obviously Matos had a big game, hit a couple homers, but, you know, he's still barely hitting over 200. And I think that, you know, they will bring them up when they have a need, and probably it's going to be an injury that's going to cause it. I don't think they're going to freak out over Yastrzemski's slow start. He had a couple nice hits last night. You know, hit the ball up the middle with a little bit of authority, so that was a good sign, I think, for him. Luciano he's played 30 games above AAA entering this season, so half of them in the big leagues, and he really needs more exposure, I think, to upper level breaking pitches and seeing pitch shapes landing in zone that he hasn't really seen at all. And this has been a real consistent thing for him in his career. Even when he went to like low A ball, you know, he didn't hit the ground running. He needed about a month and a half, 2 months to really start to compete well and to show that he was one of the better players in that league and then get promoted out of it. And that's been kind of the way it's gone at every level for him. You know, eventually the talent comes out, but he does have adjustments to make at the start. And I think, you know, him skipping AAA almost entirely probably would be doing him a disservice. And that's why I really didn't think at all at any point, even when Farhan Zaidi and everybody was saying, oh, you know, we hope he can take this job and run with it. I'm thinking there's no way. He's not unless he has a great spring and he just turns heads, you know, especially after the winter ball that he had where he wasn't very good. It just seemed like it would be asking too much. And I think that, you know, they still have a lot of confidence in him, especially his ability, you know, to hit for power. Which is something that really need at some point this season. They need it right now. But I don't know if you don't want to call up a young player to a struggling Major League Ball club full of veteran players and say, okay, now you're going to be our spark. I mean, it's pressurized enough. It's tough enough to compete in the big leagues, and it's even tougher when you put a young player in that situation. That's what Brian Sabian always used to say, and I think there's a lot of truth in it.
Yeah, well, there it is, man. That's something we'll follow for sure. Matos, Luciano. And by the way, while you were talking, the lineup came out, and of note, Jung-Hoo Lee is having his first day off. Taking my kids to the game, and they're wearing Jung-Hoo Lee jerseys. That sounds pretty fun. Slater's leading now. It's Tyler Fitzgerald in center field in the 9-hole. So
I did hear that last night that they were going to pick today to give Lee a day off. It's a day game after a night game. He's only 25, obviously. I'm sure he could play. But, you want to try to involve everybody on the roster.
And then off day Thursday, yeah.
And it's a lefty on the mound, too, which they perfectly have confidence that he can hit lefties. It's not really – it's just picking a day.
Yeah.
And you want to involve everybody on the roster as early as possible. And Fitzgerald, quite obviously, hasn't been used a whole lot and then probably should have started at shortstop yesterday with a fly ball pitcher like Harrison on the mound, in all honesty. But yeah, they need to get him going and get him to be part of the group.
Well, Slater against a lefty. The 3-4-5s are Conforto, Soler, and Chapman. Tom Murphy's in the crouch. So we'll get into it all. Andy, thank you, and future linguistic arguments to come down the road. And thanks for the hit, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, Bags.
Oh, look forward to it. Thanks, guys.
All right, there you go. Hey, you mess with the Jeopardy guy, he's going to come at you. Hey,
Okay,
here's the deal. Oh, yes, dude.
Yeah, get off my lawn, huh?
Oh, look at you. Yeah, you're getting to that lawn status, buddy. You're north of 30, buddy.
I'm growing my lawn,
You can't say that.
Bags dropped the 35 and under on me.
Yeah, you are 35 and under.
You're damn right I am.
So, okay, guys. Hey, that's about. We got to hand it over. The boys are down on the public house patio. Are they getting? Who are they going to get? Oh, 58 Social.
Dude, you were down there. You didn't even know the name.
That's on me, bro.
Get him, Tony.
Hey, when it comes to the best bars in the MLB, 58 Social's up there. Oh, on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Land.
You got to be chill.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
What's up? It's the Waterboy back again for Prize Picks this morning, where we're here to talk about the biggest moments in the NBA or maybe the MLB. But whatever you want to bet in, you can get in on the playoff action right now and win up to 100 times your money on Prize Picks, as you and the world's best players take the game to a new level during basketball's postseason. They have easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, and a huge selection of players and stat options. Just select 2 or more players and place your entry. It's that easy. You can now win up to 100 times your money with as little as 4 correct picks. You can turn $10 into $1,000 just like that. And get this, Prize Picks, they have something for every sports fan, from basketball to the MLB to hockey to the League of Legends and everything in between. This week, take Kyle Harrison, take Kevin Durant, take whoever the hell you want, because all you got to do is get a couple picks right and you'll make some money. So right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit of up to $100. Just download the Prize Pick app and use the code word LEADER. That's code LEADER. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy. Eligibility restrictions apply. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details. Always game responsibly.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, I mean, I know we want to do our Sutter Health Report, but you want to rock out to Cher. Once again, this song was so prevalent in the late 90s, 99. The Onion had a story that some coal miners who were stranded in the center of the earth, like 2 miles below the Earth's surface, reported hearing the only thing that kept them alive was hearing the distant thump of Cher's Believe, because it was everywhere. What do we got, buddy? We got a little Sutter Health. Is that what we got?
Well, I believe we have an injury update.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
All right, Murph, this one's for you because we were talking about the Giants bullpen earlier this morning. Well, the good news is your boy might be right around the corner. Of course, we're talking about Luke Jackson. Tony, can I get a praise Dale right here for me? Oh, I told you to have it on standby. My guy Tony's fumbling during the Sutter Health Report. I'll give you the update on Luke Jackson.
Praise Dale or raise hail.
There it is. Who left opening day with a back strain. Now, he had this similar injury last year, but the Giants are hoping he does not miss as much time this season. The latest update as of yesterday is that he has resumed throwing out to 120 feet and through a bullpen session at Oracle Park. So stay tuned. Luke Jackson could be back in the bullpen sooner rather than later. And that's your Sutter Health Report, from the doctors who never stop answering your questions to cardiac specialty centers that never stop helping hearts. Sutter is more than 220 hospitals and clinics that never stop caring for Californians. SutterHealth.org.
Well, I'll tell you what, the God bless bags in MLB, because it caused a ton of reaction on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Marcus, you're a man of the people. The reaction is almost unanimous, supporting you and your ability to say the MLB.
I mean, last time I checked, Kyle Harrison pitches in the MLB.
See, I'm going to disagree with both of you.
Jung-Hoo Lee's taking his first off day.
I'm going bigs in the
MLB.
No.
Well, that's why we're just not going to call it by its name anymore.
No, nobody really says that.
I don't know.
Nobody says that.
Brock Purdy plays in the NFL.
Yes, I know.
Steph Curry plays in the NBA.
We talked about that.
This weekend, I'll be watching the UFC.
That was his point, was that the historic nature of baseball hasn't been attached to the NFL or the NBA. It's Major League Baseball or the bigs of the show. I was just amused by it all, and hey, it made for contentious hot talk radio.
Tomorrow's big hit, 808 KNBR. Are you allowed to say the MLB?
Well, again, don't do the wave. Or don't do wave. How about
the
that?
wave. Yeah, are we allowed to call it the wave?
There's some controversy about Super Bowl. Some people don't say Super Bowl without putting a "the" in front of it, and that gets my goat.
Does it really matter?
Well, I mean, does language matter?
I don't know. I'm not a linguistic expert.
Well, your job is literally to speak words.
That is true.
Does it really matter?
I just don't do a good job at it, Murph, apparently.
Do you say Super Bowl or the Super Bowl?
That's a great question. This weekend, I'm watching the Super Bowl.
I say the.
I say the.
I think people that don't say the are very pretentious. I'm watching Super Bowl.
Well, when you say the acronym, I feel like you have to put a "the" in front of it. When you say National Football League, you can just say those three words.
It's weird. It's a weird one. Baseball, first of all, MLB is kind of a recent entry into the vernacular. For centuries, nobody called it MLB. Maybe it's MLB The Show. Is that what brought it up? The video game? By the way, we can change this entire topic and say I just got a text from my 16-year-old son, furious at today's lineup.
Uh-oh.
How's that?
Oh,
and they're on the ferry on the way over.
No Jung-Hoo Lee.
Yeah, no Jung-Hoo, and I don't know why he's so upset about it. I mean, if Jung-Hoo doesn't play, you play Tyler Fitzgerald.
Well, that's because on Monday night, he was in the ballpark when the crowd started chanting, Jung-Hoo Lee.
I heard that last night.
Jung-Hoo Lee.
And he got that hit last night.
Jung-Hoo Lee.
All right, well, listen, it was the best of shows. It was the worst of shows.
No,
hey,
Murph,
we got to go.
It was just a show. It wasn't
we got to
the
see
show.
Bomel, or the Bomel, in the dugout.
That's right.
Or dugout. All right, so there you go. Hey, when it's time for a change, the boys are down there at the 58 Social patio. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
It's time for him to ask permission to be on Jackson Holiday's pass list because you're going to the big leagues.
Awesome.
If you need a beer, grab a beer.
Yes, Sirski.
Yes, Sirski.
Yes, Sirski.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman.
Sean Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund.
That's right. We're getting it going.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Wind up the pitch. He struck him out swinging. 96-mile-an-hour fastball down the middle, and he strikes out the side. And he has 5 strikeouts in 2 innings, all swinging third strikes, remarkably.
Jeff Curry. He's got 5, and Curry the other way, and Reeves in the way. Oh, what a pass! What a pass by Curry! My goodness! Just threads it way right through 3 defenders. Curry, 3, good!
There's the answer.
Oh, look at that block! What a block inside! Whoa! Oh, the Golden State Warriors who win it. Boy, have they played well on the road. They've won 16 of their last 20 on the road. Warriors win this one by 14, beating the Lakers 134 to 120.
Although looking glasses are things. We are at 58 Social.
Bartender, brandy. Brandy, bring me a brandy.
Yes. We already have the Bloodies coming. Jameson should be shortly there. You can see us on the live
Giant
feed on
orange
YouTube and Twitch.
bloody, John.
These are gonna,
Let's have a toast to Adios, Pelota.
Let's go.
Warriors hit 26 home runs last night.
God.
Could have had 36. And the Giants' marketing is solar power.
That would be
Is
nice.
that on my
Any
roof?
kind of power.
Because that's not
Any
Jorge
power would be
Soler
nice.
power. Are they ever going to leave their own?
Man.
McCovey Cove Dave is taking the homestand off, John.
I know.
That's
he
how
doesn't
bad
need
it's
to.
got.
All right, we got a ton to get to today. Come on down. We're at 58 Social right there in front of Oracle Park as we get you ready for day baseball. Nationals and the Giants, who are having
This
trouble
bloody
scoring
is good,
runs.
yeah.
I know. Like I was just saying, the lovely young lady that came out to
She
to
runs
bring the
this
Bloodies. I said, the name may have changed, but the Bloodies are just as good, if not better. And they do not skimp. I
No.
just took a plug. Maybe I needed to stir it, but it was like,
Ugh. I had 2 of these opening day, but this one feels like 2.
It's nice.
I'm going 2 at a time.
I see the horseradish floating there. That is
so
a
the name of the
legit
place
bloody.
has changed. It is 58 Social.
Yes.
They up until a week ago, they didn't know what they were going to name it. It was going to be 58 something, but we are going to go Social.
Right.
So here's the trivia question of the day. Can you name all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 names that this place has been called?
No, I just took a drink of Bloody Mary and I can't
Well, what was it
remember
called
anything.
last year? We were here for like the last 5 years together, every day game on a Wednesday.
Yeah.
What was it called last year? You were here with Tolbert more than me.
No,
what was it called
I
last
was
year?
Here. I was here for years.
Where the public gathers
Yeah, the public
in a
house.
big house?
Yeah, of course, public house.
Public house.
Yeah, it was
what
not-
was
yeah.
it called before that? Do you know that?
I don't know. I don't think I remember.
You don't remember?
I know. Well, I know it was 24 at one point, right? It was that.
Yeah, in the Bugs Bunny cartoons, when they drop an anvil
Yeah.
on your head, what's the
Oh,
company? Acme Chop House.
Oh, Acme
Yeah.
Chop House. Okay.
You got that one.
We're like playing the $25,000.
It was for a little while a Mexican theme to this place. Do you remember that? Mojitos.
Really?
Mojitos. Every once in a while, way back when.
I do like a mojito.
And back in 2000, when it was known as Pac Bell Park, it opened as 24 because it is 24 Willie Mays
yeah,
Plaza.
24
So
is
24 Mojitos, Acme Chop House, Public House.
Really?
To
Did you know
58
that off the top of your
Social.
head, or did you?
No, I asked
that?
Barbara.
Oh, she
Barbara's
knows.
been here drinking Jameson since 24 opened.
Well, that's why I'm not a.
How are you, Barbara? She didn't bring Mary Jane, so I got to go double on the Bloody James.
Well, I promise.
Mary Jane's not here
I'm going to
today.
go ahead and go out on a limb that within the radius we are,
we'll be
there
fine.
is some Mary Jane.
We'll
I mean,
be fine.
I just got to
We'll be-
believe that there is.
Yeah, but not Mary and Jane.
Yeah,
There's
oh,
plenty
I
of
see.
Mary Jane.
Oh,
but
I
we
see.
need Mary and Jane.
Yeah, I
Barbara's
gotcha.
crew.
I just know that I'm not really a breakfast person, but the Bloody Mary does the trick. But the reason I did eat some breakfast this morning is because I thought by now we'd be having Jameson's. It's 5 after
Right
10.
away to the Jamie?
What?
No, we got to go Bloody.
I just know the
Orange
last
Bloody.
time we were here,
Yeah.
the last game we did here.
Did we do Jameson's?
No, because somebody brought out tequila. It was somebody's
It was
birthday,
Barbara. Barbara's a bad influence.
and
on
we
it.
did tequila right out of the gate. So I was like,
so
I
have you
never
eaten or
know.
not eaten?
Yeah, I did because I just never know.
You
what
see
to
the new
expect.
menu at 58 Social? What do you
gosh.
want? Egg sandwich?
Here's what I'm
Huevos
thinking.
rancheros. How about
Love
a
huevos.
chicken churro waffle?
Now that sounds good.
Whoa.
If I'm going on a vacation in a month to Mexico, so the churro goes straight to my hips.
Yeah, you don't need that.
So I don't know if I could do that right now, but man, I would really like to hit some Mary Jane and then hit the
Moment
chicken
on the
churro
lips,
waffles.
lifetime on the hips.
Exactly.
You can't have that, Jack. Can't have that.
How
That
good
does sound good, though. I'll
A
be
chicken
asleep by the
churro
third inning.
waffle.
If I eat
Sounds
that.
amazing.
I'll hit into a double play to end the game with the bases loaded in the ninth if that happens.
Yeah, because this is always my thing. Is the weather gets nicer, and it's like, I got to lose, the winter weight. But I'll tell you, if it was like fall, I'd have
there's
like
no
three of those.
there's no calories in this.
No,
body, so
not in
enjoy
Bloody
it.
Mary. There's not.
Are they going to win a game against the Washington Nationals before
What they win?
Kevin
one last
Fransen
year?
leaves town?
What they win? They went 1-5 last year against the Nats. What
They
the hell's
haven't
the
done
problem?
well against this team, really going back to May 1st of 2022. I don't know.
Franny's gonna
we know
join
what
us
the
at
problem
10:50.
is.
We got to figure it out.
They're not scoring runs. And lefty Patrick Corbin is going to be on the mound for Arizona. He's a guy we've known for years, obviously, with Arizona World Series champion Washington 5 years ago. But he is a left-handed pitcher.
Yeah.
And so the lineup is different for the first time all year. Maybe they'll chant it to get him to pinch hit, but we're not going to hear Jung-Hoo Lee.
Oh, man.
Austin Slater's going to lead off in right field, and Tyler Fitzgerald's going to bat ninth and play center. So no JHL. Yastrzemski's finally swinging the bat well, and we saw this coming. No left on left. Yastrzemski's not in there. Conforto's got to get it going after the side. They were swinging the bat a little slow last night, but he's in there batting third. So they are loading up with the right-handed hitters. As Conforto's the only lefty in there against Corbin. John.
Yeah, hopefully they can get things going because, like you said, last night was more of the same, especially in the ninth inning, frustrating. And also giving up the run, I think, is something that's underrated. Because if it's 4-3,
Walker's struggling.
Right. If it's 4-3, not 5-3 in the bottom of the ninth, you're going to find a way to scrap a run across. But they needed a couple of runs to tie the game, and then you had, for one time, it always feels like Nick Ahmed is coming up at the need Nick Ahmed to come through, but you had the right guys.
He had a big
up.
hit yesterday. He rolled one through on the 0-2 pitch.
But they had the right guys up last night. They just didn't get it done. Matt Chapman ends the game hitting a double play. You have bases loaded, no out, down 2 runs. You're thinking you got to scrap together too, and they just couldn't do it. And they had the right guys up. They just didn't get the key hit.
Bases loaded, nobody out, Conforto up, and he should have been a 1-2-3 double play.
Yeah.
The catcher, I think he was worried he was going to hit Conforto in the back, and maybe RTIs and Tim Flannery's runs thrown in, so he pulled back. But then Matt Chapman, you expect him to hit the ball in the air in that situation, and he didn't. So you wind up losing. It's obviously a heartbreaker here. So we shall see how it all goes today. One thing was Kyle Harrison was really good last night. I mean, the first pitch of the game. He was good in San Diego, but I'd say just overpoweringly good stuff using his changeup
Didn't walk
more.
anybody.
A couple times he gets out of his arm slot. First pitch of the game, he came up and into the lefty, arm side into the lefty, but then he got right back into it. And that was just, he was coming downhill last night. So the bullpen is an issue. The Rogers brothers they're just kind of the Gopher brothers to start the year.
Do they need to throw a glove in the garbage again?
Maybe they did. Remember they did that?
Yeah, Taylor did.
Taylor did that when he was here
and
last
all of a
year.
sudden he was really good. So
yeah,
maybe that's
mirror
the key.
twins. I confused them.
Something.
The righty Submariner gives up the homers to righty. The lefty gives up he didn't have a great outing. And then Ryan Walker's just not been himself. They are going to get Luke Jackson back. He's going to throw a minor league game, so hopefully he comes back. But one guy we are going to talk to here on the patio, Kevin Fransen, is going to join us, one of the TV voices of the Nationals and a former Giant. But the guy you've been just gushing over since spring training, the Roop is on fire. Landon Roop will join us. Now, ultimately, and when Sean Estes mentioned yesterday, was he tipping pitches to them on the curveball? I don't know. I think he just hung a couple of them.
Well, he said Sean was saying he didn't think he hung them, and I thought he did.
Oh, he hung.
Yeah, they were. I mean, especially the one Gallo hit.
They were both hanging and banging. But I will ask him a little bit if he's concerned about that. And then there is a role for. They're still searching without Luke right now, without Luke Jackson, the Roger brothers trying to figure it out. Ryan Walker. How do you get to Camilo Duvall? Right now is the issue. Is that Landon Roop's spot to be a 7th, 8th guy, a setup? Or should they stretch him out and put him at some point into the starting rotation?
Well, hopefully you get the guys you want in the rotation. Again, Cobb had a little bit of a setback, so maybe that's going to be a little bit later. But, you expect those guys. But like you said, one thing that we really didn't even talk about in the offseason, we're talking about defense and the rotation and will they hit and all those kind of things. We kind of took for granted that the bullpen was going to be fine. But we know this, bullpens from year to year, unless you got those hammer guys like the Brewers used to have when they had, Hader and Williams and those guys. But bullpens, and we saw this after 2021 where the pen was so good and then it wasn't. And, of course, when they won the 3 World Series, it was consistently good.
Yeah, they had the core 4, and
Right,
they had Brian Wilson before that.
But a lot of teams, what happens is year to year, you just don't know what your pen is going to give you. Maybe outside of your closer, maybe the 8th inning
But they were all
guy,
good
but
last year. You
they
expected
were,
them to be good. I'm with you. John Shea brought that up. They didn't change the bullpen. They got younger, obviously, with Landon Roop. I mean, Ryan Walker was an opener last year. And with that crossfire action, he should be. He's a good pitcher. You can't have a leadoff hit by batter to open the inning. That's what set it up for them to take the lead right back after Nick Ahmed was able to squirt that ball through and tie the game at 3. So you can't give it right back. The bullpen, the bullpen has had moments where they have locked in earlier. Right now, we'll ask Landon Roop. I mean, he's nasty. He's got a Blake Snell kind of curveball where it's a dirt ball. It's a put-away pitch. So
he'll throw 95 on you. So if he can set that up.
He's been good every outing except for in spring he gave up 1 home run to Shohei, but Shohei's great. He pulled his hands in and went oppo in the Arizona thin air, and then he got hit the other day here against Washington. Beyond that, he's been terrific. So right now you're searching. Would he be your right-handed setup guy until Tyler figures it out and Ryan Walker and
like
you get
you
Luke
said,
back?
You got to figure this whole thing out because you got Duvall there, and I thought, after Walker had a rough outing and then he was good over the weekend, you thought, okay, maybe that's your 8th inning guy. The one thing that concerns me about Walker is he is funky, but after you've seen him for a while, do you figure it out? It's the same thing.
He's just got to
sometimes
stay out of the middle of the plate. He's like anybody
but the
else.
Ball's, like you said, the ball's getting up in the zone. And
He's
same
just
thing
a little in the middle.
Same thing with Tyler Rogers. At first, it's kind of freaky, but once you see it enough times, do you figure it out? Do you figure out Tyler Rogers? Do you figure out Ryan Walker? Because they are funky, but when you've seen them enough, do you get used to that? I don't know. But like you said, the placement of pitches, especially with Walker.
Well, you don't want to hit a guy, and then you don't want to put one right down the middle of the plate. So
yeah. All right. So that's what's going on as
Barbara
far as
having
Giants.
coffee? What's going on with her? That Jamie in the coffee? She's going slow.
Well, you will just not let her.
She's going slow. She's the only person here today.
Non-alcoholic.
Are the gates open?
After 10?
Does anybody know that it's not the public house anymore? It's 58 Social.
Right.
Where is everybody?
Formerly the public house. It is 58 Social. Stop on
It's
by.
1 in the afternoon on the east. We're
at
drinking. Let's
Oracle
go.
Park. Stop on by. Have yourself an orange bloody scotch. Hang out with us. We'll get into the Warriors. That is better news coming up next. Anthony Davis had a little headache and couldn't play, but the rest of the Warriors.
John. He's in a dark room.
The rest of the
He's
Warriors,
Stevie Wonder. Be nice.
They went 3 crazy last night. We will explain, even for the Warriors, this was a sight to behold. And now, not only are they in the driver's seat for the 9, but with the Kings doing what the Kings are doing, could they actually get up to the 8? We'll discuss that coming up next. Text line is wide open. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials. Text line and phone line, the same thing, 415-808-KNBR. If you have suggestions on how I don't know if it's voodoo. I don't know what you need to do. What are the suggestions to get the Giants out of this thing?
Burn these.
And then we'll get into some
Solar power? Solar power?
Anything.
I need it
Any
on my
power.
roof. I need Tesla on my
0
roof.
home runs here, right? 0?
Not yet.
Is that right?
McCovey Cove Dave has taken the homestand off. He's not here. He didn't even field Wisnowski's punt.
Yeah, great.
He was not in the Cove on opening day.
Did they get to keep that one when the punt went flying in there? Is that a keeper?
They kept the Duke.
Very nice. All right, we'll get to all of it coming up next. Stop on by 58 Social. We're outside of Oracle Park getting ready for day baseball with the Giants and the Nationals. Only here on the Sports Center.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Tim Kawakami of The Athletic, who would never block you. He's far too nice for that. Joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday, gave his thoughts on Clay's comments on the Draymond Green Show. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Imagine waking up this time of the week and hearing the Giants had actually hit a home run. No. Being 100% debt-free is the imagination sensation. Free of credit cards, car loans, and personal loans. Greg Papa here for Loan Pronto's Equity Express line of credit. They can make it happen. Homeowners are turning their home equity into cash almost instantly with Loan Pronto's AI-based system. You can get approval in about 10 minutes with almost no documentation, no appraisal, and no hassle. How do they do that? You can get hundreds of thousands of dollars out of your home, and you can use that money to pay off all your other loans. The average homeowner saves over $850 a month by doing this. Listen, Barbara, she's nodding her head. Your home value, Barbara, is way up. You can use that to wipe out all those credit cards, get some money for home improvement. Literally hundreds of thousands are at your fingertips. Think of how many bottles of Jameson you can buy. And approval is just minutes away. Call now. You ready? 415-808-5721. Barbara, you listening? 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com. One more time for you. 415-808-5721.
It sound right, boy.
Greg Papa and John Lund are back. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 1045 at 680, the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund, on a Wednesday, day baseball here at Oracle Park at 58 Social. Stop on by. The Bloodies, they may have changed the name for the fifth time, but I'm telling you right now, the Bloodies are as good as ever.
24 Mojitos, Acme Chap House, Public House, 58 Social.
It's awesome.
Go fast.
If you want some breakfast, the egg sandwich, the huevos rancheros, looks amazing. Or if you're in the mood, I wish I could do this, the chicken churro waffles, fried chicken.
We could share
honey
that,
butter,
Jim.
maple syrup, sugar, cinnamon, whipped cream.
It's like Roscoe's in L.A.
That is amazing.
Only way better.
That sounds amazing.
Way better.
So anyway, stop on by, hang out with us, and let's get some day baseball. The Giants need to get a win, and we'll get into it. Back into that here in a few minutes, but we got to get into some Warriors. By the way, Pop and Lund, sponsored by good friends at Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union and see how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. There's a lot. Most games, there's a ton of storylines, and there are in this one. But 26 of 41, 63.4%, an all-time record, 40 or more three-point attempts in a game. I don't know how else you could focus on anything else, man. 26 threes in that kind of a situation where the Warriors need that game. And I know Anthony Davis was out. We'll get into that in a minute. But if you're hitting 26 threes on 41 attempts, you're going to beat just about anybody.
I mean, honestly, and we had Mike Trudell on, the Lakers sideline guy, and he was making because they played Utah the other night with Gobert. And I think Rudy Gobert is going to win his 4th NBA Defensive Player of the Year award. But if you're watching that game last night and you don't vote Anthony Davis Defensive Player of the Year, what are you watching? I mean, the way the Warriors just changed everything they did, not having Anthony Davis. And we thought they were both going to play. I know the Warriors thought that, but Anthony Davis getting poked in the eye for a 3rd time on Sunday night, and Trace Jackson Davis got him the first time March 16th, and then Sunday, the lollygagger, slow-mo, Kyle Anderson, the former Spur turned Timberwolf, got him right in that same eye, and he's having headaches. He's nauseous. It's a concussion protocol thing, I think, is what's going on with him. So he couldn't go, and LeBron was not right. You could tell he was sick. He does that thing. I don't know if he has a blood circulation problem. He's been doing it for years, but last night I think he was sick. Where as he's going back defensively, he puts his hands inside of his jersey to like he has a quarterback pouch in front of him, and he's not getting blown. He does it all the time. I've watched him do it, and he doesn't have very much, body fat. So maybe it's a blood circulation thing. But last night he didn't look well, but he played dominant. And the one thing, they got to guard him better. If they do see them next week, and if the Warriors win these last 3 games at Portland tomorrow night, Friday for New Orleans, that's going to be the hard game, and then Utah. Then they're not going to crypto. They're going to at least be the 9, and there's a way to get up to the 8 the way Sack's playing right now. But they got to guard him better. I was a little surprised. But because they didn't have Anthony Davis, they put Andrew Wiggins on D'Angelo Russell and guarded that screen. And he took D'Angelo Russell completely off the floor, 3 of 11. But without Anthony Davis on the floor, John, the Warriors just played a completely different offensive game. With Anthony Davis on the perimeter, what it does is it immediately allows your perimeter defenders to hug up on shooters more, because even if they get beat off the dribble, you're going to go inside and deal with him. And then he's really good for a big contesting threes. One of the best in the NBA. Not only guards the paint, but if he gets a switch onto a guard, even Steph Curry. Now, we've seen Steph shoot over his enormous length, but he makes it hard. So not having him in the game just opened it up for the Warriors to go crazy. And obviously they let Draymond. They were closing out on Draymond, but they weren't closing hard. There were a couple of times early they kind of stood their ground and let him shoot it. Then they went out a little bit, but it wasn't a hard closeout like you would on Steph. And he just caught a heater and made 5 for 5 in the first half. I mean, wound up with missing a couple of threes later, but they all shot it. Steph was 6 for 6 on the 3. Podziemski made the 2 left above the break, then made one later. They made 26. They easily could have made 36. I don't think they took a bad one all night, and they missed a number. How about the one Gary Payton was so open, he dribbled like 3 times.
I was yelling at my TV,
shoot
it already!
But then he came right back and blocked Rui Hachimuro's shot on the other end.
At the end of the game,
I mean, let me ask you, because how you feeling about it? I've always believed this team is capable night to night. And now Anthony Davis component will change if they play them again. They may not play them again. You may move up and play Sack and then have to deal with New Orleans. And I don't want to deal with Durant. But you don't want to be in the 9-10, where if you lose one time, you're out, and you got to win twice to get into a best of 7. You don't want that. But I think it's going to be a more difficult road to play those other teams, with the exception of Sack. But when you watch them play like they played last night, I mean, a huge advantage they didn't have Anthony Davis, but that was still Warrior basketball. Kuminga rushed a little bit. He's got to settle down a little bit. But do you see where, if they do get into the playoffs or even the play-in, could they not, if they're in the 9-10, couldn't they not win 2 in a row to get up to 8?
Well, here's the thing, is the way they're playing, and then watch the other teams. Like last night, it's hard to ignore. Now they're playing at home and home tonight. But the Suns were down 35-4 to the Clippers. The Suns are not playing well all season long.
They came back, but
they
still.
did. But you and I have sat there and said, geez, the big three. They haven't played enough together, so they don't have continuity. It's not like the Warriors where they've played so long together. Even if they have injuries, as long as they get a few games, which they're getting now, they've already got continuity. The Suns have their big three has never really played together, and here we are near the end of the year. Sacramento with Monk and Herter having the injuries. Now all three of their games are at home, and Portland's a gimme. So they've got a couple of games in terms of the Pelicans coming up on Thursday and the Suns on Friday. But the Suns aren't playing well. Pelicans are playing well. Will they get Ingram back in time? My point in saying all this is that all of a sudden the Warriors are playing great basketball. The Lakers have an issue with Anthony Davis. The Suns aren't playing great. We'll see them on the home and home against the Clippers tonight. And the Kings have injuries. So it's, you and I do this every day, so we overreact and we talk about these games as they're happening. But all of a sudden, as you're seeing the clouds kind of clear and this thing open up a little bit, the Warriors are playing great. The Lakers are dealing with an Anthony Davis issue. The Kings are injured. The Suns haven't gotten enough continuity. All of a sudden, this thing could open up potentially for them to get the 8th seed. So then you avoid the first play-in altogether. Now tonight, Denver's going to take on Minnesota in the Mile High City, and it could probably be, if Denver wins, then they would get the top seed. So it wouldn't be great to play them in the first round. But in terms of just staying where we are for a second, it's not ill-conceived at all that they could get the 8, and then that cuts a game off of everything that we've talked about here, because I didn't think they could move up.
No, I think they will. Sacramento had a terrible road trip. They had a 20-point lead last night at Oklahoma City, and they wound up losing. They lost 3 out of 4 on the road trip. So going into this last week, they had to lose 3 out of 4. They've already lost 1. They lost last night. So they've got to lose 2 of the next 3, and they've got to play. The big game is the Warriors are playing in Portland tomorrow night. But the big game, assuming the Warriors beat them, and there's some of these teams are just kicking it at the end of the year. And Utah's another one. So, but the New Orleans at Golden One Center Sacramento game is going to be key. And I think from a Warrior perspective, you want New Orleans to win that game. So if they lose that game, they've got to lose to Phoenix because they have Portland.
Yeah, they're going to beat
essentially
Portland,
a free space the last game of the year. So will Sacramento lose their next 2 to New Orleans and Phoenix? If they lose both of those games, and we'll see if Ingram comes back. The Warriors also got them Friday. And as you mentioned, Phoenix, so great offensively, but they're not guarding. They have no cohesion because they haven't been together. We'll see. But right now, you're looking at the possibility of the Warriors jumping up to 8. And if they do that, that's good and bad. Then you got to deal with Phoenix. Now, I think they can beat Phoenix, and they have the personnel to match up with them. You know how I feel about Durant. I don't want to get into a 1 game. This is like a 7-game series, but you're flashing straight ahead to Game 7. And what's weird about it, you want to be in the 7-8, because if you win that, you're in. You move right up, and you're the 7.
Well, and then you have 2 opportunities, though. If you're in the 7-8, at least it's not one and done. If you lose, then okay, you have to play that other game, which isn't great. But still, wouldn't you? I mean, you'd obviously rather. First of all, I know that they beat the Lakers and they played great. But if Anthony Davis comes back, I still don't love the matchup. So you can get out of that game. And then even if it's Phoenix, like you said, I fear Durant like you fear Durant. But and the whole big 3
Devin
thing,
Booker and Beal.
But they just haven't played enough together.
I'm
so
with you.
Even though it's a road game, I wouldn't feel horrible about that.
Yeah, it's going to be there. Then the other component is if you win the 7-8 game, you jump up and you're the 7 now, which leads to the game tomorrow night. Minnesota at Denver. I think we're all thinking Denver's going to win the game.
Do anything you can to
Well,
avoid
here's
those guys in the first
what's
round,
the probability, John, that Oklahoma City, if Minnesota loses in Denver tomorrow night, Oklahoma City is 1 back of both Minnesota and Denver with 25 losses and 54 wins. They're 1 back. Minnesota and Denver are both 55 and 24. If Denver beats Minnesota tomorrow night, could Oklahoma City jump up to number 2? So then, if the Warriors are in the 7-8 game and they win that game on the road, even maybe at Phoenix, and maybe it's possible it's New Orleans as well. We'll see how they got to play New Orleans on Friday. But wouldn't you like a road where you win the 7-8, you go up to 7, and somehow Oklahoma City moves up to 2nd and you play them?
Unfortunately, this is the deal. Now maybe your guys in San Antonio can help out. But so Oklahoma City could get the top seed if they win out and the Nuggets beat Minnesota on Wednesday but lose in San Antonio on Friday. So, what
about Minnesota, though?
What's the probability of them losing in San Antonio?
Could Minnesota drop to third?
If Minnesota, let's see, and then if
Minnesota loses
wins,
to Denver, Minnesota and Oklahoma City will be tied.
If Minnesota wins, then
if they lose in Denver.
Oh, if they lose in Denver,
right? And then they would have 25 losses like Oklahoma City. Who has the tiebreaker between Oklahoma City and Minnesota?
Let me go look because I have this.
I need Ernie Johnson. You're driving me nuts.
It's
here.
very crazy, but anyway,
don't ask Shaq.
The most likely scenario is that Denver wins tonight. They get the number 1 seed.
Because the game's in Denver.
Said, the point of that is if you then get into that 7-8 and you win that
then
game, now you're
7. Two play 7.
And so you would either play Minnesota or Oklahoma City.
Totally.
And I'm not saying that's easy.
I'd rather play Oklahoma City.
But it's hell, but he's in Denver for sure, right?
And by the way, Bob Myers is on that game tonight on ESPN. Minnesota at Denver. Big game.
Did you say sorry?
He's going to shave. He's going to shave. He'll shave. His mom's in the hospital, and you're calling him out for not shaving.
I feel really bad. I'm glad
dog
you
is
texted
here.
him and I didn't.
The dog has made an appearance. What's up, doggy?
All right, we got a ton to get to. We'll get back to the Giants. We must. At 58 Social as we're getting ready for day baseball. Kevin Fransen is going to join us. I heard live and in person.
Yeah, I think so, with his big bushy beard. I can't wait to see him.
Yeah, his hair is kind of out of control. He's got the big beard going on, so he's going to join us. Of course, he is a Nats broadcaster, so I don't know if he's going to be puffing his chest out.
And as I look back into the room here at this place, 58 Social, not the Public House, not the Acme Chop House, not Mojitos, 24. Fransen and I did a post-game show here one night. And it's actually where he actually sang Afternoon Delight on the air.
He did.
Yeah, and it's kind of where I brought it to our radio show. He did a great job, and his woo is the all-timer. But see that bathroom right in the back there?
Yeah.
The toilet over.
Oh.
It busted a pipe that night. And let me just say, we did it on the high chairs, the bar chairs, but we stacked them up really high.
We could use high chairs.
There was raw sewage all over.
What's this, Oakland?
It was here. It was not Bartolo Colon.
Sure?
It was not a Bartolo Colon Ultimate Burrito Deuce. It was not that. Randy's got to remember. It may have been our best work ever.
Oh, it sounds like it.
The show looked great, sounded great. It smelled like crap.
That's too bad. That's
literally. I think Franny was here with me that night.
He was?
We were wading through raw sewage.
Oh, no.
It was unbelievable.
Yeah, it's fine now, though. Everything's good. Everything's good. All right, so Freddie's going to join us at 50 past the hour. What's this whole hold that the Nats have had for the last few years over the Giants? We'll get into that conversation with Freddie at 50 past. Your thoughts as well. How you feeling about the Warriors now? You got to be feeling great about the Warriors, potentially even moving up to number 8, completely get out of the 9-10, which we thought they were stuck in. So we're down to 3 games left in the season, and it is funny, as you said, Portland's kind of the free space on the bingo card for everybody, but everybody else playing everybody. So it should be good coming down the stretch here. We'll get more into some Giants. If you have a suggestion on what Bob Melvin and company can do to jumpstart the offense, because, again, bases loaded, no outs, no runs last night, it continues the runners in scoring position conundrum for the Giants. So we'll continue that conversation. Oh, by the way, Landon Roop at 11:15. 11:15.
The Roop.
On the patio.
The Roop.
Yeah.
The Roop is on fire.
So stop on by, and Landon Roop will be hanging out with us at 58 Social here at Oracle Park. It's Pop and London on your Wednesday, getting ready for day baseball, only here on the Sports Theater.
As a homeowner, you may be wondering what are the best options for comfort, efficiency, and style. Fortunately, Golden State Window and Door Design can take the guesswork out of the process. During their 70 years of operation, Golden State has learned how to make upgrades to your home easier, even enjoyable. First of all, they work directly with contractors and professional builders, removing some of the legwork you don't have time for or don't want to do, frankly. With the extensive inventory and vendor list, they can offer a good number of price options on energy efficiency. As a Marvin Direct retailer, you're going to receive competitive pricing on exceptional window solutions. They're partnered with Trex to provide outdoor deck installation videos through their website, GSTV Link, Golden State TV Link. See many other options at goldenstatelumber.com. Then click Products for Windows and Doors. When you're ready to impress your clients, click Request an Appointment to bring them in to choose the appealing options. As Golden State says, when you succeed, we succeed.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now the one strike offering. Swinging a double play ball to short. Abrams to second for one. The relay back to first. And the ball game is over.
I feel like how that ended there in the ninth with bases loaded, no outs is sort of indicative of what's been happening.
Well, we leave, 11 on again. So that's been a theme for us, unfortunately. We keep getting them on, we'll score them, but it's getting a little frustrating.
I think Bob Melvin's being nice. I think it's getting a lot frustrating. Thanks for joining us. Not the Public House 58 Social now. Come on by. The menu is absolutely great. You hungry for breakfast? Bloody Mary's is our choice, but they have the egg sandwiches, huevos rancheros, the chicken churro waffles, all that kind of stuff. Stop on by. Day baseball as the Giants try to secure one against the Nationals, who have been a big pain in the butt for the last couple of years. Kevin Fransen, our old pal, if he starts gloating, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. But
well, I'm blaming him, John.
From the Nats
Wait,
box.
his first year in the Nationals TV booth was 2022?
Yes.
Since May 1st of 2022,
it's his fault.
The Nationals have gone 8-1. against the Giants.
What is he giving, intel? Is he giving intel?
It
What's
is
wrong
the
with
curse of Kevin Fransen.
Yeah,
So we're going to
what
have
do
an
you tell him that?
exorcism. We're going to light his 19 jersey on fire.
It's a good idea.
At 58 Social.
Hope he brings it in.
He's the reason.
Yeah, he is. It's bad. He's giving him intel or something
When they
like
were
that.
winning World Series in 2019, the Giants rolled all over. Every time I see
Exactly.
Matt Williams, he's coming out of the dugout
right.
to get Zimmerman. Jordan Zimmerman, like, what's he
right.
doing?
Oh, that's
it
right.
all
Oh, boy.
flipped. How about
Had to
that
bring
game?
that up.
That was the 18-inning game.
That's right. So we'll talk to Franny in about 10 minutes. Do remember 2 tickets to see the Black Keys Shoreline on the 29th of September 2024. Tune in between now and we'll take you up to about 11:45 until award-winning Diamond Notes and the such as we get ready for the Giants and the Nationals.
What's
So
the date
between
of the
now
Black
and
Keys
then,
concert?
September 29th.
That is the
2024.
last day of the regular season.
Is it really?
12:05 start time against Brandon Crawford, if he's still on the roster
wow.
of the St. Louis Cardinals.
So we'll give you the cue to call today at 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-5627. That's the only number to call for this. Those tickets are furnished by Live Nation. Find official rules at knbr.com. Tickets on sale, livenation.com. Danny, what is our sounder?
To start, press any key. Where's the any key? I see ESC, Catarl. There doesn't seem to be any key. Whew. All this computer hacking is making me thirsty.
And so I think
It
I'll
is
have some
true.
Bloody Mary.
Hit the A, the N, and the Y. That's
So
the any key.
we will play that for you at some point between now and when we're out of here as we hang out at 58 Social. By the way, I was just telling Walter this. It is a glorious day, so come on out. But last night, I was driving my wife crazy because I was going from Warriors game to Giants game, and then I was even flipping over the Cubs and
I
Padres.
saw I hear Costas again.
He was good, I got to admit. You know, he's a little hotty for me. We've had this discussion, but he is good.
Did you hear the inning when he got
to admit it.
completely screwed up on the Mike Schildt story? I never seen him bungle. He had it all screwed up. Did you hear that one?
I think maybe the Botox is seeping into the brain.
I've never
he
heard
is
Costas
good.
make a single error. All the Olympic Games, he's doing pronouncing all these international names. And
Riot
the
pussy.
Mike Schildt story, he got all confused.
Even when he had massive pink eye, he didn't skip a beat, man. I mean, he's on it.
It was Pussy Riot.
Yes.
Remember that? Too much Pussy
Riot.
Riot will give you pink eye.
And then
Conjunctivitis.
He had to go home, and Matt Lauer came aboard. That was a long time ago.
Anyway. Padres
I
lost
digress.
last night, right?
Yeah, but that was it was.
Yeah.
I mean,
in a game like that, who are you rooting for? The Cubs or the Padres?
Yeah, not the Padres.
I mean, you're probably going to battle. Well, the Cubs are going to be a wild card team. They're going to
or
be
they
right
could
in
win
it.
that division. That's a weird
Right,
division.
but they're right there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Anybody who's like, you know, I'm sick of the Dodgers already. Glasnow last night was ridiculous. So okay, they're going to
Did you
do
watch
it.
that?
Yeah, they're going to do it. I watched that
14
one too.
strikeouts,
Yeah.
no walks in 88 pitches.
I'm ready to
How
call
do you
that the
do
best
that?
trade of the offseason.
How do you strike out 14 and throw less than 90 pitches?
It was he's
wow.
sick. So for as not that I want to talk about them, for as much
Yeah, I
as
know,
we
I
could
know.
talk
We're moving
Ohtani and
on.
all
We're
these
moving
things and
on.
Yamamoto,
Yeah.
that was the best trade of the offseason. My God.
Yeah.
That was
Okay, so
ridiculous.
it's one thing. A week ago, the Giants got swept
Yeah.
by the LA Dodgers and Glasnow.
I can live with
That was
I
at
guess.
Dodger Stadium. I mean, you don't want to do that, but it's somewhat understandable. Anybody see a sweep at the hands of the Washington Nationals?
No, that's what I
at
thought.
Home?
Was like, okay, now they're going to get through those teams. They go Padres, Dodgers, Padres, but then they're going to come home, the Nationals, and they're going to take care of business. And it's
So how big
anything
is
but.
this game today?
Huge.
And then you're going to Tampa Bay,
Yeah,
which
that
is
ain't
not going to be easy. Then Gabe Kapler's the assistant GM in Miami. You think he's going to have the Marlins mom?
I think he's doing
what's he going
food
to do? I don't
reviews
know.
in South Beach.
What's the best cheeseburger at the Clevelander? Anyway, I'm not going to make a big deal out
the
of it.
fat to protein
But
ratio.
they
on
are
this burger.
flying after the game today all the way to Florida.
Get out of this park.
It is
something.
getaway day. The old Angel Pagan happy
Yeah.
flight. It'd be a good idea to win the game today.
Well, maybe it's like the Warriors this year. Remember the Warriors couldn't win on the road, and now they don't lose on the road. Maybe the Giants need some road. You know, maybe they need some road.
Franny's sauntering in.
Or
I'm
something.
blaming it all on Franny.
Oh, look at him.
Ever since he joined Bob Carpenter, the Giants can't beat the Nationals.
Look at him.
He's sauntering.
He is sauntering. Look at he's cocky because they won the first two.
He's got a glorious beard, doesn't he?
He does have a glorious beard. He's got it trimmed perfectly. Oh, he's got the curly Q. Look at him. He's
Curly
such a
W.
team guy. He's got the curly W going on. He's such a team guy.
Franny!
Very nice.
I got to hug him.
All right. He's here, so let's do this. We'll talk to Kevin Fransen coming up next. It is all his fault ever since he joined the Nationals. Dominance for the Curly W's over the Giants. We'll talk to him next live from 58 Social. It's Pop and London, Oracle Park on the Sports Leader. Well, John Lundier, did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, you're not going to believe this, but they're not even based in the Bay Area, and some are not even based in the entire state of California. What? Now, that is not Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DaltonLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now, remember, it is a beautiful day here at 58 Social Oracle Park. I see people out there on scooters and bikes and all sorts of stuff. So please be careful because everybody's out now, and we got to make the Bay Area a safer place. So feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. And do you know that they've secured more than $1 billion? If I did not make that abundantly clear, that's $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. But you pay nothing. That's right, nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What can I bring for you on this glorious afternoon?
Well, Hector, here's the game plan. You're going to bring us 2 absolute martinis. You know how I like them, straight up. And then precisely 7.5 minutes after that, you're going to bring us 2 more. Then 2 more after that, every 5 minutes until one of us passes the out.
That's actually live audio.
2 more!
That's live audio from the Nationals booth. That's how Franny does his games, just like Matthew McConaughey. Yes, very nice.
I mean, that's new to me.
What's going on? Kevin Fransen, Nationals TV broadcaster.
Bright outside.
It's nice out.
Dude, what is
Love
this?
man?
April?
This. Yeah.
All the years here, I've never experienced this.
This is beautiful. We've had a good.
You might get one day on a homestand, right? Or like that.
Very little wind, if any, right now. I mean, it's been a nice
wind here.
I mean, Friday, Saturday, Sunday was beautiful. It's been a good week. Although you guys
We're
came
face
to town.
To face right now.
Yeah.
John.
You guys came to town, and
you guys.
We used to have. You guys came to town, and then nobody came out to the park.
Right.
That's you.
Right.
That's on
Yeah,
you.
that's on me. That's
the
on
beard
me.
looks good, man. I haven't seen him since this day.
That was a good day.
That was a good day.
Hey, Tenley.
December the 3rd, Lincoln Financial Field.
Tenley, full
You had your
on.
family there?
Yeah.
Well, no, it was just Tenley and I, and then Tommy, my best friend, and his daughter.
She's getting old.
And she got amped when Christian McCaffrey scored the first touchdown. I mean,
of the 6 in a row, I lost track.
Yeah, it was the start of it.
Oh, look at the root beer floater.
Dude, it was amazing.
Whoa.
It was amazing.
Oh, you gotta
How
get
about
one of
that?
those.
And then the last time I saw you was the
started.
NFC Championship game
Yeah.
in the parking lot. I don't know if
You
you
saw me in
remember
the
much.
park.
I don't know if you
dude,
remember
come
much
on
of that.
I was just fine. I was just fine there, Mr. Lund. Yes. What a day.
Yeah, that was.
You know, I know that the Super Bowl ended in the way that we don't want, obviously, but the whole experience, just in general,
That was a
getting
good
there.
year.
Good God.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That was
I
a good
wasn't
year.
there.
What happened?
That was a good year.
Do you remember
No.
you with the two of us doing a post-game show right in that room?
Yep.
It was the first time that you broke out on Bay Area TV and radio.
Right.
The Afternoon Delight.
Yeah, it was
you
after
killed
surgery.
it, remember?
Yeah. Well, it was the second rendition, right?
Because so good. You did it so great.
Because I did Giants Idol.
Yeah.
And I had to do it. I dressed up as Burgundy and did it.
Right, right.
And
That's where it was.
Nailed it. But I had to, you forced me to do it. I didn't even know. I
Well-
was like in a cast. I had everything going on with my Achilles. And the next thing you know, you're like, you want to sing? And I was like, sure, why not? Let's go.
Here you go. Nail it here. Oh, he nailed it so good. And the thing that was amazing about that, I told the story earlier, the plumbing in that bathroom.
Oh,
blew.
yeah.
So we had raw sewage all over the ground.
What'd you do? Go Bartolo
I think
in
we
there or
went.
what?
We rolled up the pant legs.
Dude, I don't know whoever was in there. Like, it was one of those, like, you know, the Ace Ventura. Two guys go in there. Yeah, it was all. That was it. That was it.
I thought it only happened in Oakland.
No, it happened here. It happened here.
Yeah.
Everything's been good. Everything's been good. You know,
Yeah.
organic here now.
Oh, yeah,
so
of
we're all good.
course.
A little pungent. So you got a great week here. You guys are playing the A's this weekend.
Yeah.
So you're staying home the whole week?
Whole week.
Wow.
That's the part that, like, I've never had that. All my years playing, doing this. Like last year, I've told Papa this. I'm like, the last 2 years for the Nats, we went San Francisco, Colorado, L.A., back home. Because it makes total sense.
Exactly.
Absolute total sense. So this one, we're going, you know, San Francisco, we stay here.
Off
play
day
Oakland.
tomorrow?
Off day tomorrow. So going up to SAC, see
cool.
see Tommy and my buddy and the fam. So I get to see
Right.
them up there. And then Oakland. Then we go to L.A. So we get the Dodgers then. So that to me is the part where I'm like, I've never had that. Never had the 3-city trip, you know, staying on the West Coast and never leaving. So I'm excited about that. I'm also excited about playing and seeing the Dodgers play early in April. Not like when they're hitting on all cylinders.
They're not yet? They're not hitting on all cylinders?
Hitting right now.
They're going to play better?
No, yeah, they are. They are.
Glasnow's
That's a good
going to
team, man.
strike out 15 and 88
No, I'll tell
pitches?
you what. The Glasnow one is the one that a lot of us on, you know, Lot Outs, our MLB show.
Right.
Yeah, you can pump it. When
I
you
love that show. I listen to you every
So-
morning.
serious.
Just it's on Sirius XM, channel 89. Is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
89.
Yeah.
Do I get the phone number? By the way, leading shows sometimes. I get that number mixed up all the time. How? I don't know.
Drinking?
NFL
No.
Radio's 88. So
Right,
It's right
but
close. I
so,
go back and forth.
The big thing is that, you know, when they got Glasnow, they got another ace. And the fact that, like, this Ryan Spielborgers and I talk about it all the time, is like this is an opportunity maybe that the Dodgers see Ohtani, and they're like, they're not going to pay $700 million for a DH, but they don't need him
to pitch.
He was saying that this morning.
And the biggest thing for me with them is that at some point you watch they use him as a reliever. You don't want to see him hurt. You don't. And him rehabbing through this whole thing again is like, no. Anyway, they're pretty decent. Yeah, they're pretty decent.
Yeah,
they're okay.
Glasnow. That's not that I want to talk more about the Dodgers, but I mean in terms of everybody, Ohtani got the headlines and Yamamoto got the headlines and all this stuff, and all of a sudden they forgot about the Glasnow trade, and he's been ridiculous. So enough of those guys.
But the thing is that the Giants answered.
Yeah.
So that was my big thing. Is like I went into the offseason thinking like they are the most interesting team. I was the only one on the network to think that they're the most interesting team going into the offseason, San Francisco Giants. And the obvious choice would be like trying to get Ohtani and all that, but they had so many more things that they needed than him, right? And so when you add in, the guys that they have, now I was very skeptical on this Jordan Hicks thing. Now it's obviously started off great. I'm worried about the innings thing as we get, like deeper and deeper in. Because you talk about, all I thought about in my, Chris Gimenez and I do the stuff, we're like talking, we're going, dude, if this guy and Camilo Doval go 8-9, good night, right? And now you're getting a guy that we've seen go 7 innings now.
Last time out, he was really
so
7 on opening day,
it's crazy to think. So the way that they've responded, and I don't think it's a response to everybody else. It's just they needed to get better, and they are better. Jung-Hoo Lee is awesome.
Not in the lineup today against Patrick Corbin.
Needed a break.
Yeah, I know. I'm just pointing it out, Fred. Just pointing it out. All right, tell me about the Washington Nationals. And your first year in the booth with Bob Carpenter was 2022, right?
Yep.
So since you arrived in the booth, the Nationals are 8-1 against the San Francisco Giants.
That's your
no.
Since May the 1st of that year.
Since the puke by
since May 1st.
Since May 1st of that year.
Since Lucius Fox puked on the field.
That's your fault.
Remember that?
Yeah. Since that game. How do you explain it?
I mean, it's like it's just baseball, right? Like certain teams you find success against. They've every time that they've come here the last 2 years, it's been perfect out. Like you're getting this weather, so they haven't. The Nats haven't experienced the cold weather games here, right? Where I feel like there's some times that the Giants will overcome some things, and the Nationals, a young team that is very, as you see, they're athletic, they're running hard. Davey has those guys believing that, hey, take some chances. We're not going to hit homers, as much as we would love to see. So
outside
you can't just sit there.
But you're right. Those runs came with 2 outs last night, and at the top of the order, they're stealing bases.
It was created, right?
And they had them picked off, and that there were 2 outs.
Dude,
you make that play, but it got stuck in Lamont Wade's glove, and that's how things are going. And then Abrams hits a home run.
Jacob Young floats. We got a bunch of guys that can float. My in-laws are here.
Bring them in.
Yeah, they can come over.
Come on over. Come on over the wall. So today's a big game for the Giants. You don't want to get swept at home, obviously, and then fly and go to Tampa and Miami next week. So they got to find a way. Patrick Corbin, we've known him for years, obviously, with Arizona. He was really good, and he's had a rough go since signing the big contract. But 5 years ago, the Nationals don't win the World Series without his contribution. Right. When you think of him, at least I do, I think Madison Bumgarner, left-hander to the righties, back foot slider all day long. Last broadcast on the Nats Open, you pointed out he's mixing in more of a cut fastball, which is a variation of the slider, but it comes in hotter, it's straighter. So a right-handed hitter gets in the box, and you're against Patrick Corbin like Bum back in the day. You're thinking back foot, he's going to come in on me. You're still looking for that? How's the cutter different than the back foot slider?
Well, I mean, this is funny. So the other day, I go, dude, your slider was good. He goes, that was my slider, as my cutter. I was like, oh. He goes, yeah, it just felt like it morphed into one. So I just went with my cutter. And so like down the zone, more slider action, more up top. It's going to play more horizontal, right? So it's going to stay on plane. And he needed to get off the barrel. Like he got on the barrel a lot of, the hitters, and he was getting killed. It's a new weapon that he's used. Last outing, look, numbers are always going to tell you, it's not going to paint the whole picture. He pitched pretty well, made one mistake. Right, I mean, and sometimes that's what it is against a guy. You can pitch great, one mistake. There's so many things that you can say about Patrick Corbin, and a lot of people in D.C. have not really liked what they've seen because the contract doesn't do it. But I'm like, the guy won you a World Series, number one. He has made every start, number two. faced 20 losses, stared it down in the face and didn't get scared, didn't say, oh, I got some. No, he just kept going out there, and he's a leader. You don't have, this is a team that doesn't have a lot of guys that make money. He makes a ton. And he brings in these guys, and he does everything with them, for them, and you're like, I'm lucky to watch this. There's too many guys that we've seen in the game get a ton of money and just be like, yeah, I'm good. Not him. And so it's one of those where I would never say I'm a fanboy on it. I would say that I do root for him because of all that the extracurricular stuff that he could do and does for them.
Kevin Fransen is joining us, Nationals TV, our old pal, former Giant. Of course, you can hear him as well on MLB Network Radio on Sirius.
Pal or acquaintance, you never know.
I mean, I'm trying to make people think that we're friends, but
no. With you.
So give us,
sure, John.
Give us the player insight, because early in the season, everyone's panicking. Hey, they spent all this money and they're not, runners in scoring position. Right. They're not scoring runs last night. A lot of times it's been bottom of the order's up, so they're not getting run at home. Last night it was Michael Conforto and then Chapman hitting to a double play.
The right guys up.
Yeah, the right guys were up. Bases loaded, no out. You're down 2. So, again, this business. We're panicking even though it's 11, 12 games. So Bob Melvin's not going to make any choices. Everyone wants to bring up Matos or other guys. They're struggling at AAA. So what do you do as a team, as a player, when you're going this bad?
Well, look, the one thing that you look at, the analytical side, right? They're top 5 in the league in chase as far as not chasing. Their swing is the low swing percentage, the hard hit rates are off the charts. Just as a team, those are things that translate, right? Those are things that at some point things are going to click, right? They're doing all the right things. It's just not happening right now. Is it time to panic? No. I mean, you're 12 games into this thing. When you panic is when your guys aren't hitting. Right, they're chasing. It's a soft contact, one after the other, and it seems like the snowball effect, right? That's when you panic. But I don't know. They put up good at bats. They had the right guys. Conforto's swing right now through the zone is hot again. This is I was telling the boys yesterday, the fact that Conforto killed the Phillies for the longest time. He owned Citizens Bank Park. It was one of the most. His numbers there were ridiculous.
As a Met, yeah.
And that's the same swing I'm seeing now. Last year it just seemed, what I mean? When you have shoulder surgery, you're not strong. It takes a year. It takes an extra year. And, man, that thing's flying through. So, I mean, the panic thing, me. I get crushed for it because I have the player side. But it's no. These guys are showing that they're doing the hardest thing, and that's laying off, chase pitches. Go from there.
How good is your shortstop, Abrams?
Dude, I'll tell you what. I've told Johnny this, that I was hard on him early. I love the kid. I was hard on him early because there's some mental mistakes in the whole thing, but he's played way more major league games than he did minor league games. He was a 2020 kid, basically, right? Lost out on a whole year of playing when he needed to play out of high school. And we're watching a star being born in this whole thing. It is ridiculous. His talent, his power, he could steal bases. Patrick Bailey was perfect last night on that one. It's a 185 to second. It was bang, bang, right? So the things that you're seeing with him is he's engaged in everything. He's a shortstop. He's a leader. He's getting more comfortable talking in front of us. I think that's even bigger, and it just, man, that's one I'm so glad that everybody here, I know, obviously last night, I'm just saying, just in general, baseball needs to see people like him play and become this star because he's good. He is damn good.
5-tool player, isn't
dude. He is. Oh man, and
he's got it all.
Yeah, and I mean, this is talking. Against the Braves last year, opening day, 3 errors.
Yeah,
and I mean, let's be honest here. That will bury somebody. It didn't bury him. He kept working, got some things to click, and now as a leadoff guy, you just wonder, is leadoff the spot for him? I know he can steal bases, but I mean,
probably gonna outgrow it, isn't he?
Oh my God, dude! I don't know. I'm fascinated. He's that one that you just want to fast forward to see what he's gonna do, but enjoy the moment. But you want to fast forward to see what he's gonna be.
Well, and for those who don't know, he was part of the Juan Soto trade. He was with the Padres.
That's pretty good.
They got the kid James Wood, who's a guy there. They got Dylan Cruz. I mean, at some point, they're going to start, doing it again. But I think that's maybe the frustration is we looked at the NL West at the starting of the season and said, okay, you're going to get Padres, Dodgers, Padres, but then it's going to lighten up. But like you said, there's certain teams who just play well, and it just seems like that's what's going on.
And look, you match up, you don't face Logan Webb, right? I mean, you don't get the Logan Webb factor in the thing. And like every time that Logan's not pitching against you, it's good, right? Because you know me, where I put Logan at the top. It's one of those things where you got to take care of business against the Diamondbacks. You got to take care of business against the Rockies. You've pretty much been, 500-ish against the Padres. We know how it went against the Dodgers. Not good. But that's also a part of it. At some point, you gotta overcome. You can't be like, to me, the most emblematic, player on this team is Matt Chapman. Like getting that kid in here. I went up to him the other day and I just said, like, I've appreciated you playing. I just love the way you play. Everything that you bring, I'm like, you're a leader. You're a true, like, you're a giant. I don't care if you came up in the A system. I'm like, you're a true giant. This is what you're supposed to be. And I mean, once he gets comfortable and he jumps on board, like people jump on board, those Dodger games, I don't know. I just get that feeling. He's just like, he's gonna start something. Don't you get that? He's gonna start something with them. Be like, yeah, this is
before the year's over.
Oh yeah,
without a doubt. What's it like for you to come back here, go up to that broadcast booth next to Dwayne and Mike, and you're not calling Giants games, but you're calling the Giants playing against your team, and who knows where the future goes with you. But what's it like for you to come home and be a big league broadcaster, Franny?
It's a big question because
you've been thinking about this for a long. When you were playing, you thought about this,
right.
didn't you?
Yeah. People around here didn't think I thought about that. But
contrary, when they were watching you play, they thought he's going to be a good broadcaster.
Yeah. And they let me go to the East Coast, so it's all good.
I know.
So
for now,
the big thing is that, like, walking into a booth, I still, like Bob was saying, Bob Carpenter, our play-by-play guy, was talking about yesterday. It's like walking into a booth that is named after Vince Scully in an opposing ballpark,
Dodger Stadium,
is like just insane. So we're walking in there, you're in the Vince Scully booth, you're like, all right, I'm here, right? You look next to you and you're like, well, you got Hall of Famers over there on the left with John and Dave. Let's be honest, he'll be in the Hall of Fame. But then you got the greatest twosome that you've ever seen, the greatest partnership that you've seen in the broadcast. And there you're right. And you just want to do your own. You want to be yourself, you want to do that, but like you look over there and you're like, that's how I grew up. Like that's how I grew up, listening to the game, listening to you guys with you and Ray, right? Growing up with the A's, that was how we grew up. We grew up with his partnerships. And so that's what you always strive to have, is that partnership on it. So what is it like coming here? It's more emotional, I think.
Yeah, you're getting
because you know what it means.
Yeah.
It's not a fake job.
Right.
Right. It's not even a job. Like you're coming to the yard and you hear, like Kruk all the time. He's so positive. It's like that's who he is. Right. There's no facade on that. Where a lot of people you come around in our game.
Right.
You're like, oh, that's not the same guy, but that's who you want to be.
Yeah, but no, that's who you are. I mean, for people who don't know you, I mean, the energy, what you bring to the table, but yet you do a good job, and I hate to compliment you, you know that, is that you also are the modern day broadcaster in that you will criticize when warranted. You do.
I'm not going to go out my way.
No,
not at all.
But you bring up.
You're honest. You tell it like it is.
You bring up the numbers, but not to an extent where you're like, man, this dude's overloading me. I mean, it has evolved to a point where you got to find that happy medium between the numbers, but not over-numbering me, because you got to relate to.
I could drop one number on you and over-number.
But that's what I mean. But it depends on who's watching. But I mean, you want to know analytics, but not to the point where my eyes start to glaze over. Because this is what I like about the Giants now. Nothing against Gabe, but now Bob comes to the table. Pitchers are going a little bit longer. Guys who would have been pulled out.
Trust.
There's some gut feel to this whole thing. They're finding the happy.
But there's
medium.
a true trust, right?
Yeah.
Like there's the meaning of like what it is to have a pitching coach player relationship on that manager pitcher relationship, and trusting a Logan Webb. Logan saying I'm good, he's good, right? I don't go out of the way, but I'll say this: I love the game. I hate the people that go out there and just talk about like, oh, in the old days, like this didn't happen. It's like, who cares? The game evolves. Whether you like it or not, the game's going to evolve. And these kids, like the C.J. Abrams of the world, are awesome. So why should we back down from like loving it, right? And giving the fan like a true like passion of the game. And for us, like for myself, just watching it, listening to Kruk. You ever hear Kruk bash the game? Never. That's the best part. he could get on a guy for something, but that to me is like, whatever. But way more important people here.
Yeah, we got to go. Get out of here.
Players.
Landon Roop.
Can you hit this guy's curveball? Landon
I don't mean to say it, but Lane did.
Oh, shut up. Get out of here.
Were you guys, was he tipping something? Did they know that was coming?
No. He would tell you.
Well, I'm going to ask.
Well, you were one of the guys, you always talk about that.
No,
where you could find, you knew.
I don't know anything.
Get out of here. All right, man.
You were the
guys. You are amazing.
Lose that shirt. See you later. Good to see you.
It's my blue balls.
I like it. It's very nice. All right, there's our pal Kevin Fransen, TV with the Nationals, and you hear him all the time on MLB Network on Sirius XM. Len Roop standing by. We're live at 58 Social at Oracle Park on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Our guy Sean Estes, of course, former Giant, now NBC Sports Bay Area. You've seen before and after Giants games. He joined Papa and I yesterday, explained why he's not worried about Blake Snell after his debut Monday. Check out that podcast and more, trending right now. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Hey, it's Greg Papa. Right after we're done doing the show, I'm going right inside to the Tony's Slice House to get a slice of Tony's Pizza. Yes, mainly in the North Beach. Best pizza I've ever had. It's been ranked #1 in the world. It's my go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas. They also make fresh pastas. Try the spicy bucatini. And don't forget about Tony's other locations like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style cracker thin and deep dish pizzas. And one of his specialties there, the Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. They are large and in charge and so delectable. Save room for dessert. He's got the best cannoli on the West Coast and tiramisu. Wake up the next morning and do it all over again. A morning stroll through the North Beach and try his homemade sourdough bread, pastries, and New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. And again, when you come to watch the Giants play at Oracle Park, you want to get to a Tony's Slice House, fast casual restaurants serving up delicious slices across the Bay Area. Time for Giants baseball and Tony's Pizza.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the Sports Leader.
He throws. Curveball struck him out looking. On a 3-2 count, he threw a curveball on the inside that probably to Mookie Betts looked like it was going to hit him. And then it had that big break and came back over the inside corner.
That was a good day. Landon Roop is joining us, a reliever for the Giants, and we were just talking about him calling his parents and telling me he had made the big club. So let's get into some conversations as we're live at 58 Social. Getting ready for day baseball, Nationals and Giants right here on the Sports Leader. Welcome. It's our first time having you on. Thanks for coming out. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me. Excited to be here.
So let's start with what we just heard there. You're only taking on Mookie Betts there, and you get him on that curveball looking. What is that like when you got the Dodgers line up, you're a rookie, and here comes Mookie Betts, at that point, the hottest hitter in baseball?
Definitely something you don't want to think about while you're throwing.
Right.
Just executing your pitches, and threw a good pitch in a big spot, and got the job done. But yeah, couldn't be more excited for it, and happy to be here.
You throw them all, 4-seam, 2-seam. You throw a change and a cutter, but the curveball is just electric. A real chase dirt ball. How long have you been throwing that pitch, and when did it really take off to where it is the ultimate two-strike put-away pitch, Landon?
Yeah, I think I've been throwing it my whole life.
At what age were you?
Shoot, I don't even remember.
They say kids shouldn't throw curveballs till they're about 14. Did you do it? You did it when you were Little League?
I definitely did. Wow. Not as much as I do now. I throw a lot of curveballs now, but
right.
Yeah, I think when I noticed it starting to be a real put-out pitch for me was my senior year in college. But when I got to pro ball, it got bigger, it got sweepier. I was able to locate it a lot better. So I think the location, being able to throw it when I want, where I want, is something that helps me out in the long run. And it really helps my two-seam a lot, too.
So how do you vary it where you can tumble it in and get a called strike at the knees, or you start it more middle and bury it in the dirt? How do you vary that?
I think it's just changing your sights. Patrick Bailey's been, he caught me in Eugene, caught me in Richmond a couple times. And sometimes he'll point his glove where he wants you to throw it, and then
put it right on the ground.
That's exactly where I look, and I take my body straight to that point, and just let it rip. I'm more of a just let it rip guy.
That's awesome. Landon Roop is joining us for getting ready for day baseball, Nationals and Giants. We're live at 58 Social here on the Sports Leader. So let's go back, because you were a great story in the spring. You had the injuries last year, and then you really didn't know where you were going to be, and kind of a weird feeling that is. But then there was a piece that was done in the Athletic locally, and then it was Andrew Bagley who did it, and was asking about who's the guy sticking out in spring, and everybody pretty much said you. So just kind of take us through from the injury last year to the kind of spring you had, and all of a sudden, man, you're on the Major League roster.
Yeah, it's definitely been a wild couple months. Never would have thought going into spring training that I would be where I'm at right now, especially with the injury that I had last year. I threw 31 innings in AA, ended up getting hurt, slipped a disc in my back, or a minor slip in my back. That put me out for the rest of the year. And never really been hurt much during my baseball career, so that was kind of different for me. But honestly, in the long run, I think it was a good, some good came out of it. Just sticking to a routine and doing what works for your own body. But coming into spring training, it was all just do what you can to make an impression, and let everything else take care of itself. So we're here now, and I couldn't be more excited for it.
You hurt the back on June the 30th, so obviously you shut it down the rest of the year. What was your off season like? When could you start throwing a ball again with the back?
I started throwing basically when everybody else did. I threw, and I came back to Arizona, I think the 31st of June, and did some rehab, started throwing again, and then we just shut it down after that. But I think I started throwing November 17th, something like that, and I was full go the rest of the year, or the rest of the off season. But I just stayed at home until January 4th. I came out to Arizona and started working out, getting the routine of being out in Arizona and, having no distractions or anything like that. So that was good for me as well. But yeah, ever since November 17th, I haven't really had any problems with my back, so it's been good.
That's great. So take us through that, because I don't think people realize you're going to spring training. You're not really sure where you're going to be. You were in Richmond last year, like you said, with the 10 games, the 10 starts. You could have been there. You could have been in Sacramento. You could have been anywhere. What is that like when you're thinking to yourself, okay, I'm going to spring, and I have no idea where I'm going to live, what I'm going to do. It's just kind of like up in the air, and then you end up where you end up, but here you are.
Yeah, no, it's definitely, you definitely think about it, but then again, you're just coming to work every day and, getting the job done. But, like I told you just a minute ago, I had no idea where I was going until the last exhibition game here against Oakland, and I didn't know until after the game. And I kept sitting in my locker waiting for, Price or Bo Mel to come up and grab me and take me to the office to figure out where I was going. Nothing ever happened. And so I'm sitting here through the whole game and had no idea. Still wondering, asking questions like where am I going? I mean, I didn't ask any of the coaches or anything like that, but and Webby actually came up to, I didn't figure this out until after the fact, but Webby came up to me in like the 6th inning or something. He was like, "You know where you're going yet?" I was like, dude, don't even ask me that. I have no idea, and I'm stressing
get out of my head, man.
And I was like, I'm stressing it. And anyways, ended up finding out after I got told that I was going to make the roster that he knew at that point when he asked me that I was going to make the team. So, yeah, I didn't find out until after the game. And, as soon as I found out, I walked out of the office, called my parents, and then called my brother and, had some more phone calls. But, yeah, it was an exciting feeling.
Well, Sacramento's a nice city, but hopefully you never have to go pitch there.
Right, yeah.
Exactly. Unless you're playing the A's the next year.
There you go.
So, you made the jump from AA. 10 starts last year in AA, 5 the year before. So you were a starting pitcher the last few years in Eugene and A-ball, but you were in San Jose with the Little Giants. You were pitching out of the bullpen in college at UNC Wilmington. You were a starter. What ultimately is the best role for you? Should they stretch you out and make you a starter, make you a short reliever? What would you like to do?
Personally, I like to start. I like to take the ball in the beginning and finish the job if I can. Obviously, you can't really do that much more in baseball nowadays with pitch counts and, arm health. But, coming into San Jose, I was a long relief, or I was a piggyback starter. So I was basically a starter, but I would come in after a starter. And so I still had a starter routine. I would just start it a little later in the game. And then when I went to Eugene, I started finally, and then kept starting ever since. So it's definitely a big change coming into spring training. My first big league spring training, being a reliever, and it's all new, and how to get ready before the game, and stay hot and this.
So what do you do
there.
today? I assume you're up today and available to pitch.
I am.
Do you watch the beginning of the game in the clubhouse, then go to the bullpen? How do you handle that?
Oh no! As soon as the anthem's over, we head straight
right
down.
to the bullpen.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But no, just you kind of what I've learned from the older guys, talking to some of the older guys, you just kind of got to watch the game and see how it plays out. Stretch when you feel like you need to, and get your body ready to go. So. But it's definitely something that I was not used to, but I feel like I'm getting the hang of it.
Yeah. Is it fun out there too? Because relievers kind of have this thing. It's different than starters, right?
Yeah.
Where you kind of have this group out there and you're all hanging out, having fun, and then all of a sudden, like you said, as things kind of get serious, okay, who's going to be up, and you kind of have a general idea of maybe when you might go in the game. But is it kind of different and nice? Because you got a lot of veterans out there too. Just kind of be hanging out there during the game. What is that like?
Yeah, no, it's very fun. Talking to the Rogers brothers all the time, Walt, Miller, Avila, all of them. We kind of just
a lot of young guys too.
Yeah. We kind of just joke around. But when it's time to get serious, we get serious. And when somebody's name's called, everybody stops talking and focuses on that person, and then they go and get the job done. So yeah, it's definitely more of a relaxing when your name's not called, but you definitely love to hear your name called.
So you were untouched. They didn't score upon you at all until Monday, and then you gave it up a little bit. Did you just hang a couple of curveballs to them? There was some thought that maybe the Nationals had something on your curveball. They were sitting curveball. Does that concern you at all?
No, not really. I think it's more of my two-seam command's not there right now, so when I threw off the mound yesterday a little bit, 5 or 6 pitches, and my two-seam felt a lot better. So I think once I get that in the zone, my curveball will play right off of it, and I'll be fine. But yeah, I do think I've definitely hung the one that Thomas hit. But yeah. It'll get better, probably.
It's pretty good now.
It is good. Hey, thanks for taking the time. Welcome to San Francisco. I know that you've been here, but it's great having you aboard, and we look forward to having a great season. Stay healthy, and then we'll talk to you soon.
I appreciate you guys.
Good
Thanks
luck
for
today,
having me.
brother. Thank you.
That's Landon Roop, number 65, and again, he could be in the game today as well, but a lot of fun talking to him, and a lot of young guys, like we were talking about, making their Major League debuts.
Especially in the
this
bullpen.
year. Thanks, man. We appreciate it. That is Landon Roop. All right, we'll come back, set you up for the game tonight, a little bit more Warriors as well. 11:45, so about 20 minutes, and then we'll get you ready for Giants pregame as we get the Nationals and the Giants. Got to take one before hitting the road, only here on the Sports Center.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Tim Kawakami of The Athletic, who would never block you. He's far too nice for that. Joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday, gave his thoughts on Clay's comments on the Draymond Green Show. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials. John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, you're not going to believe this, but they're not even based in the Bay Area, and some are not even based in the entire state of California? What? Now, that is not Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now, remember, it is a beautiful day here at 58 Social at Oracle Park. I see people out there on scooters and bikes and all sorts of stuff. So please be careful, because everybody's out now, and we got to make the Bay Area a safer place. So feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. And do you know that they've secured more than $1 billion? If I did not make that abundantly clear, that's $1 billion with a B, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. But you pay nothing. That's right, nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
To start, press any key. Where's the any key? I see ESC, Catarl. There doesn't seem to be any key. Whew. All this computer hacking is making me thirsty.
Wherever you are, we're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
We have not had the tequila. We have taken down the Orange Bloodies as we're live at 58 Social. Thank you for hanging out. Now we're talking, right? We got a little day baseball vibe. People are coming out. Stop on by as we are at Oracle Park 58 Social. And
It is on fire now.
The new menu
Feels like a day game.
Huevos, egg sandwiches.
Well, we're
chicken
segueing
churro
for now
waffles.
from breakfast to lunch, John.
Oh yeah, it is 11:30.
We could do
I
a
guess.
shareable
with spaghetti. Lady and the Tramp.
You see the onion rings?
You
they're
would be the
sporting
Tramp.
here?
Oh yeah.
Or the jumbo soft baked gourmet pretzel.
That sounds
looks
good,
You
actually.
gotta have a beer with that one.
Yeah, that's the one thing. The Tower of Onion Rings always looks
Oh.
good. Yeah, I've seen that come out
Tower
a
of
few
Power.
times. Tower of Power.
Speaking of Jeff Tamalier.
Yeah, this is a nice looking menu.
Tamalier sent me all the Giants' career batting averages in the 230s and wondered, why aren't they hitting? They don't
Exactly.
hit. But here today for your award-winning Diamond
Oh, yeah,
Notes,
give me
John.
something.
Are you ready?
I know one guy that gets-
Leadoff hitter
yeah.
Austin Slater against Patrick Corbin. You ready? He is 6 for 13 career
Yeah.
against him.
That's right.
With a double and a home run.
Give me
But
Conforto.
the big one,
Yeah, this is
the
the
only
one.
guy left on left against Patrick
Yeah,
Corbin
this is good.
is Michael Conforto. Why is he in? He is 10 for 31 against Corbin, 323 batting average, and he has 2 doubles and 5
Let's go.
home runs. 5 home runs. So we are going to have finally at Oracle Park a adios pelota.
I haven't had one of those this year. So
With
we
Jorge
gotta do that,
Soler
man.
power. Problem is Jorge Soler does not hit Patrick Corbin. He's 2
That's
for
not
16,
good.
but does have a double
Yeah.
against him. So
I might take I know Chapman hit into the game-ending double play and in the ninth, and Conforto was up there in the ninth as well. Chapman has been hitting the ball hard. Just to Kevin Fransen's point is that it would be one thing, and I'm not making an excuse. It's bad, and Bob Melvin, you can tell, is frustrated. The runners in scoring position deal. But there are guys in this lineup hitting the ball hard, and at some point, hopefully it's going to turn around. By the way,
Yes.
dude right there has a Buster Posey Florida State jersey at Posey 8. Have you seen that?
I see that.
It's a Florida State Buster Posey with the number 8 on the back of it. Now, I've never seen that.
That's a good one.
Never seen that one. That's a nice one. But anyway, yeah, they
Because
got to
Buster
break out.
Posey played every position on the diamond.
did.
Should be
Yeah.
a Buster Posey 9.
Yes.
He went Bert Campaneris,
Yeah.
played all 9 positions.
So anyway, they got to get a win. And I was looking at the numbers, by the way, and this is kind of funny. The Giants last played at Tropicana Field, which is where they're going after this.
Babalu.
June 17th to the 19th of 2016, they swept the 3-gamer.
St. Petersburg near Tampa.
The winning pitchers were Jeff Samardzija, Hunter Strickland, and Derek Law.
Wow.
Of the Washington
I remember
Nationals.
Derek Long. He was nuts.
Yeah, Derek
Didn't he
Law.
crush pizza right after he got a save every
He
time?
did.
Frank's Pizza?
Yeah.
So that is the 3-ring circus.
Yeah.
Ring A, Ring B, Ring C. Easily
that?
the worst ballpark in the history of the great sport. Not a great ballpark, but a great team. Randy Arozarena
Yeah.
is tough. So they're good. They're good, and then you got to go deal with. I know Miami's struggling a bit, and I'm being kind. But Gabe Kapler is their assistant GM, so they are going
What
to
kind of
Florida.
insight is he going to get?
Well, he's going to get him fired up, John. So yeah, good idea to win today. You don't want to end this
especially against the
first
Nationals.
homestand of the year by getting swept by the Curly W's of Kevin Fransen. So
By the way, off day tomorrow, and then it's Keaton Wynn going to the mound, then Logan Webb, then Blake Snell. So Keaton Wynn has pitched better than his 0-2 .573, and then Logan's got to get it together, and then it'll be a second appearance to see Blake
right,
Snell.
and Jordan Hicks. I mean, he's off to a great start, but this is the first lineup that he's facing, other than the San Diego Padres. He had to face San Diego the 3rd game of the year at Petco, and he was able to beat Dylan Cease. Then here in the home opener, he beat him again and got deep into the game with 7 strong. So it'll be interesting to see how Jordan Hicks does today.
Well, and here's the thing, and we were just talking to Landon Roop, who's a great guy. I had a lot of fun interviewing him. If you missed it, go to KNBR.com. We're not at that point, and Jordan Hicks has proven that that he can be a starter. Went 7
Said
strong
he wants to be.
last time, and he's looked really good. So to see him against a different team will be interesting. But he's just said, as this rotation gets full, and I'm not even talking about Robbie Ray at some point after the All-Star break, as they're getting full in this rotation, if they can't figure out what's going on in the bullpen, do you think they'd ever move him in there to solidify the pen, or is he too important?
Yeah, I think
as
it's
a
wait
starter?
and see. I mean, Alex Cobb did have a setback, and now it's a flexor tendon on top of the hip. So we thought he'd be around by about May Day when the Giants are going to Fenway Park in late April, 1st of May, then to Philadelphia. You'd like to have him plugged in there. Maybe comes back for when the Dodgers come in for the first time. Cincinnati comes in May 10th, and the Dodgers. So you're not going to have Alex Cobb for a while. And then the thing that, with Jordan Hicks, and I agree with Franny, I think the point with him and Harrison is that how much are you going to allow them to exceed their innings pitch total from last year? Verducci effect.
I was
Remember
just
that?
gonna say, the Verducci
Tom
effect,
Verducci
yeah.
came out with that years ago where you can't go like 30% over. Yeah. Well, those guys are around 100 innings, not even there. So you got to let them throw 130 and shut them down. So at some point, Hicks may have to move out to the bullpen, but that point's not here yet. And Roop did say that he likes to be a starter. Even when I looked at his numbers at A-ball, it looked like he was a relief pitcher, but he said, no, I was a piggyback pitcher. Yeah. I'd come in, I was an opener, essentially, behind a starter.
And he's got enough stuff. I mean,
so
he throws a variety of pitches.
It's not just a curveball.
Right.
He throws everything.
So
he's got a cutter, four-seamer, two-seamer.
He's got enough of an arsenal to be a
He's
starter.
got everything. Jordan Hicks, by the way, he hasn't seen a lot of these hitters from Washington, but the one guy, and he is a star, and we talked to Franny about him, C.J. Abrams, is just, what a five-tool talent this guy is. He is 2 for 3 career against Jordan Hicks, John. Nobody else has more than one base knock, but nobody has more than 3 ABs against him. And every time they've seen him before, he's made 8 career starts. So they saw him out of the bullpen. They're going to get the full Jordan Hicks experience. But as Mike says, he needs to pull out a big-time stop job is what he needs.
Well, and here's the thing, is that pitching-wise, it's been the hitting, and to just go back to something Franny said, I mean, they're hitting the ball hard. At some point, you just got to hope that it turns around. You can hear the frustration in Bob Melvin's voice, but at some point, they see, there you go.
Love that
Posey
Buster
8.
jersey.
How nice is that?
Number 8.
I've never seen that. I mean, we've seen a bunch of different jerseys.
Florida
That's nice.
State
Florida
Buster
State
Posey,
Buster.
number 8 jersey.
But hopefully it starts today because, Mike and Dwayne were kind of trying to will it to truth last night when he was like, well, maybe taking that pitch will get Yastrzemski going, and it actually did. And so hopefully, you get that going because you can't use the excuse that the right guys weren't up last night. Bases loaded, you're down 2, you get nothing. Conforto and Chapman were up, and they didn't get it done. So, at some point, you got to start getting hits with runners in scoring position. I'm not going to panic through 12 games. Jung-Hoo Lee is not in there. Like you said, you noticed, you talked about Slater's numbers, so he's in there obviously to give him a day off. Plus, he has good numbers against Patrick
Fitzgerald's
Corbin.
in center. Slater's going to be in the corner. Why didn't Buster wear number 8 as a Giant? Michael Conforto wears 8 now. Mm-hmm. Is it because it's weird with the chest protector strap?
You don't have the number.
If it's a single number.
Yeah, like Johnny Bench
why didn't
wore
Buster?
5.
He wore 5.
I mean,
why didn't Buster wear number 8 here? Why did he wear 20?
You've had guys wear the single
We don't know. I never
digit
thought
catchers.
about that. Why didn't he wear 8?
Yogi Berra wore 8, didn't he?
He did, and Bill Dickey.
So there you go. I mean, there's plenty of guys.
Yankees
who wore
retired 2
single numbers.
number 8 catchers.
By the way, speaking of, we had who was on yesterday giving us the numbers on Bailey. He did have a couple of steals
Patrick
against
Bailey?
him, but
He threw
did
a
get
runner out
C.J.
last
Abrams,
night.
so that was nice.
Yeah,
What is he 9 for 52 now, something like that?
He's getting better, John. He was 1 for 10 going into last night.
Believe me, I was excited
this year.
They had
so
the
what
guy,
is he, 2 for 12 now?
But it was better.
He's not catching today. Tom Murphy's catching.
Yeah.
Day game after day.
Oh, okay. So there you go. All right, and just one other quick note before we get you ready for our Giants pregame. Again, big win last night for the Warriors. They beat the Lakers, and now it's kind of hoping that the Kings will lose. They could get up into the 8th spot, and it's not that far-fetched. So bad last night for the Giants.
Raise your
but
hand
good
if you
for
want
the
to play the
Warriors.
Warriors in a play-in or a playoff. Just raise your hands out there.
Well,
Nobody
they were talking
wants
about that
to
last
play.
night, right?
Warriors, come out and play.
Well, especially when
Got 'em
Draymond
riled
goes
up a
5
little
for
bit.
5 in the first half, the
Nice.
3-ball.
Bend your knees, butt out, and let it fly. But they were all stroking it last night. The only
That
guy was Kuminga, was rushing a little bit last night. But overall, I mean, you just see the pieces come together.
Well, the way that Clay, I know that Wiggins is the X factor, but the way that Clay is playing, if he carries this
He was
game
guarding LeBron last
into
night.
the playoffs, they are going to be tough to beat because Clay is looking like Clay.
And
I don't know if he can do
he's
it,
going
but-
back home to the
Man.
Willamette River to Portland for a game tomorrow night.
Well, and that's 2 games in a row that he's played well in L.A. too.
Right.
So, again, it doesn't. I don't know that they're going to see them. They may move
It's
up
nice
to the
to
8.
see him shoot the ball
But
so
yeah.
well last night because we talked about, when the Clippers are there, they have the full lights on. When the Lakers are crypto, they go to the MSG Theaters seating or lighting where it's all dark in the arena, and then the court's illuminated. So sometimes they don't shoot well there against the Lakers, but not having Anthony Davis on the floor
That
made it a
helped.
lot easier last night to shoot the
But
ball.
you'll take it, man. They shot the heck out of it. So, again, it's going to be fun down the stretch. Here's what we'll do. We got Diamond Notes and the rest. We'll get you ready for pregame. John Miller is going to join us, and we'll talk to John Miller about trying to get this last one and then heading off to Florida for Tampa in Miami. So we'll get you that as well. We'll be back tomorrow. Talk more about the Warriors and everything that's going on. And then...
You know what tomorrow is, John?
What?
Tomorrow is Thursday, April the 11th. Exactly 2 weeks before the NFL draft.
I'm really starting
I
to
am
dive
feeling
deep.
a draft.
I'm starting to dive
It's
deep.
time.
I can get dorky on you.
It's time.
We're ready.
It's time.
All right, so we got that going on too, and we'll get you caught up on everything. Come on down, 58 Social. We're hanging at Oracle Park, and we finally got a bunch of people out on the patio. People are having a great time, and it is a beautiful day for baseball. So we'll get you ready for it coming up next. Pop and Lund, thanks to Landon Root for coming out. Thanks to Kevin Fransen, kinda, for Franny. Walter, Danny, appreciate everybody getting us together. Again, 58 Social at Oracle Park. Pregame next on the Sports Leader.